think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah,
in place. Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you put in your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it, I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met, it's time that you face it, so tell me.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope, the stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core, inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've writ. Scribe like highlights, flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air, walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst, there's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth to rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. full of fire like a dragon fighting, creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened, cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, Woody in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows just cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows just cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. I just gotta go where I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F you from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
Where's the Benji?
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us, boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me, I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly, this is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. And no matter I do what I say now, I'ma go give him something to say now. Got him stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy, they said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude, sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom and be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
You gotta be kidding me, man. This crazy.
For the past year, the Asia Pacific region has seen family household names such as Paper Rex, Full Sense, Extent, and Team Secret represent the region in all their pride. And now that the challengers from each of the respective countries have concluded We now have new faces joining in on the fray, as well as new regions with South Asia and Oceania joining in. We got 20 teams joining in on the Asia Pacific Challengers, and all roads will lead to Masters, and only 2 teams out of every single 20 teams that we have will make it and represent in Reykjavik. Without any further ado, I welcome you all to the Asia Pacific Challengers.
This could be absolutely brutal. Flaring alive, but nobody Derion on the edge. What a dodge!
Yeah. Yep. Okay. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's day 1 of the Asia Pacific Challengers, and we're gonna be the panel here for today. I'm Nomad, your panel host. Alongside with me is Black and Blue and Raph. We have 3 weeks of Asian and Pacific Valorant happening here right now. Black and Blue.
Oh, yes, you are.
Well, Raph, how are you doing?
Well, you know, being my first rodeo for the APAC Challengers, I'm actually incredibly excited. And as you're asking Black and Blue, he's just making sure that his divine voice is gonna come through for everybody. But again, it feels like the qualifiers have been a little bit of a lifetime ago, but I'm pretty sure everybody is mounting to create a statement to show the world, to show an even bigger stage what we're made of.
Yeah, there has been a lot of other teams that came out of nowhere from other respective regions that we have in the Asia Pacific Challengers, where they really just came out swinging, surprised everybody's, and we're going to be seeing a couple of those teams play here in the play-in stage. That's going to be happening for the remainder of the week. But to set the expectations here, we're going to be just having a look at the journey that the teams will be making throughout the entirety of the play-ins, the group stages, and the knockouts.
Something like this, though, it's all about that duel. But I told you, dude. Welcome to the VCT Challengers APAC Playoffs. The journey to Masters starts here. VCT Challengers APAC Playoffs features the top 20 Valorant teams from Asia Pacific as they compete for one of 2 spots in the first global event of the year, Stage 1 Masters. The tournament runs from the 10th to 27th of March and is made up of 3 stages: the play-ins, group stage, and knockouts.
Members of Paper X now down, and Bad Guy comes in from behind and retaliates too.
The 2 teams which make it all the way to the grand finals qualify for Masters, where they will meet the best teams from around the globe, plus the lion's share of the $150,000 prize pool. APAC Playoffs begins with teams placed into the play-ins and group stages based on their performance at domestic competitions, and the goal of distributing teams from same region into different groups. The 8 play-in teams compete in 2 4-team double elimination brackets, with 2 teams from each bracket proceeding to the next stage. Things don't get any easier with the now completed 4 groups competing again in 4-team double elimination brackets, where again the top 2 from each group proceed. The surviving 8 teams will then be randomly sorted into a final double elimination bracket, with the grand finalists qualifying for Masters and battling in a deciding match to be crowned APAC champion. There is a rising tide in the Pacific. It is the rise of the next heroes, and it continues to grow stronger. For more information, please visit ValorantEsports.com.
And there you have it. All best of 3s except for the grand finals, all double eliminations. And for now that we have right now in front of your screen is one of the groups that is going to be playing in on the play-ins. It's going to be Group A with Big BAAM, Onyx G, Full Sense, and Action PH.
Man, well, apologies for my issues a while ago, but I think I'm finally back here. And looking at this group, you wouldn't think that this is a group for the play-ins. You wouldn't think that this is a group for the playoffs, but you got Big BAAM, Onyx, Full Sense, Action PH. A lot of these teams even kind of expected to make it out of this tournament as a whole. So just looking at that and looking at the next one, I think it's safe to say there's some sort of contrast here.
There's a little bit of a contrast, and that's just how we like it. It brings so much flavor and a lot of spice to our competition. But yeah, as you mentioned, no matter what group we're looking at, it's always going to be tightly contested, whether it be from compatibility issues, meaning playstyle issues, or just basically, as the intro said, the rising tide. You know what? Whoever wrote that, you are amazing. Much like that voice.
Yeah, the voice really was amazing, but the matches that we're going to be experiencing right now, at least for today, are going to be more amazinger for that matter. For the entirety of the week, we will see the two groups battle it out, and only two teams from each group will make it into the group stages. And for the matches today, we got Fancy United Esports going up against the No Namers first, followed by Team Big BAAM versus Action PH. And what can we expect to come up of this the schedule that we have right now, Black and Blue?
Well, at least for our first day, we're kind of starting slow, getting into the groove of things. Only 2 matches coming up, but especially that second match, we expect that to be a banger. BAAM versus Action PH, those one of the top 3 teams in their own respective region. That's why they make it here. And then on Fancy United's and No Namers side, these are kind of wild cards that we're kind of expecting, hey, these guys could be dark horses. And with so much to prove, that means a lot of expectation, maybe not on their shoulders, but on themselves that they put.
Quite a bit of pressure and quite a lot to prove for some of these teams, but again, they didn't make it here just because off of sheer luck. Again, even though No Name, they're called No Name, they've stifled one of our most notable teams in the respective region, and honestly, a lot could be said about the rest of the teams too. But I want to know which one of those teams you guys want to highlight first.
Well, we'll actually talk about that as we introduce one of the teams that's going to be playing in here. First, it's Fancy United Esports. Fancy United Esports only ever really losing to Cerberus Esports throughout the entirety of the Vietnamese challengers. We got Hai, Sarola, Killer S, BMVZ, and Yes I Can on the roster.
Yeah, this team, they are a team that earlier on kind of had that notoriety here in APAC that they really had a lot to prove and they could really do a lot, but it only ever came here to this stage of year 2 that they finally get to put themselves on that international stage. During year 1, not getting there, maybe going for 3rd, going for 4th at most. But this time, as you said, they've only lost to Cerberus, who have exponentially grown in the past few months. And Big BAAM, they've beaten those other teams, the other teams from Vietnam as well, to get to this stage. And as you talked about, players like Heisey, players like Killers, the Controller, and the Duelist respectively, are just such a big force of this team. And that's honestly really part of the reason why they're here.
Controller and Duelist, again, those are fairly contrasting roles, but either way, it shows that how well balanced this team is. As you mentioned, there's been exponential growth all throughout. If you look at their match record, they've actually been pretty consistent. So maybe they're hoping to bring that consistency into, of course, our APAC, right? But yeah, just talking about Heisey and Killers here, just a big contrast. One is an absolute firecracker, as you would think, and one is as cold and calculated. And I guess that brings such a great balance to their team.
Yeah, and what will bring another balance here is the other team that took MYSG by storm. They came out of nowhere and they're here to make a name for themselves. Let's introduce No Namers. Just like what we mentioned earlier on, they came and conquered, not really conquered, but they came and took MYSG by storm. We got No Namers here, and we've got DXN, Shun, Sky SG, Temps, and Varen is going to be joining in on the fray, Raf.
Absolutely. Funnily enough, they're called No Namers, but they have quite a few names, or rather taken names under that banner. They are absolutely the heavy underdogs here. If you look at their records, they've lost to Bleed, they lost to Paper X, and you're like, oh yeah, that's completely expected against those teams. But then you take another look, they won against Shiba and the Homies and Fastel. So this team, I believe, has quite a bit of volatility and still has a bit more room to bloom, really, especially on such a grand stage as this one. Varen, Temps, they are absolutely killer. So we are looking at them under a microscope today to watch them pop off.
I mean, let's be honest here, right? When you look at the MYSG region, their qualifiers, it is, those two top dogs that are very top heavy for that scene. You got Bleed and Paper X, as you talked about, but that third slot is always a slot that so many teams are going to be fighting for, which really makes that third slot even more so competitive than the top two. So for them to be able to beat teams like during the open qualifiers, especially like Shiba and the Homies, who we know has a bunch of players, aside from obviously Shiba, his name is there. They got players like Bryce, who is very, very proficient at what he does. It really shows that these guys, they came to play. They might be called No Namers, but as you said, Raph, the names they've taken, they're going to bring them to the grave.
And we're going to have a look at the names that we have to look forward to in this matchup. Let's have a look at the tail of the tape to see which players we really have to look out for here. And we've brought up a couple of names here. We've brought up Varen Temps. We've brought up a couple of guys from the side of Fancy United Esports as well. But is it really, like right now, since we're playing on 4.04, do you think that the controllers are going to be a big factor here on this matchup, Black and Blue?
Yeah, there is going to be a change in the controller meta. I do think still, though, that Astra and Viper is still pretty viable. If anything, it makes it more viable to play them together, to try and, cover up the holes that they both kind of were given with these recent nerfs. You put them together, you still have basically the same amount of smoking power as you would have in the past, because you can now complement each other. So I do think meta-wise there will be changes to the maps that we also have seen, like Icebox. If anything, that could actually play in favor to some of these other teams, but I think we've got something else more in store.
Yeah, we've got the player head-to-heads here flashing in front of your screens right now, so that you can look out for these players throughout this entirety of this best of 3 series. And we got, Killers and Shun. Stats are relatively in favor of Killers in terms of ACS and the average kills per game, but everything else is all relatively normal here, Raf.
Yeah, I mean, again, Killers, true to his name, whiz-bang duelist, will absolutely have a grand old time with the numbers in his favor, right? But again, we just touched on the fact that we have a little bit of a meta change. It might not seem like it's going to affect the duelist directly, but since Astra has one less star, now you kind of have to commit to a fight, or rather commit your utility in a sense where, oh, do I want to have that extra star for post plant, or do I want to have that extra early fighting potential on entering, helping out my jet dash and whatnot, right? So again, really, it's not like we're flying in blind here, but the surprise, I'm pretty sure they're gonna keep coming. Now, Shun is a pretty famous, or not really famous, but a pretty regular Sova user. We've seen his Breach. Again, new patch in mind. I think Breach is gonna be a bit more popular, so he's gonna have a little bit more shine.
For sure. I mean, this does bring to the surface, I guess, the other agents that do have concuss abilities as well. You might not see Astra's as much because we know of the changes. Her cooldowns a lot longer for both retrieving the stars and after she uses her concuss. And so other agents, you might even see a Neon. Hey, she's got a concuss of her own, doesn't she? But the breach, yeah, as you talked about, I think is going to be very important. And for a player like him, coming in from a team like No Namers, I do think that that could be crucial. And who knows, the meta might have just shifted their way here. But to be fair as well, there isn't much as well data, I guess, on most of the other teams here that we do have in the play-ins itself, especially for the ones who aren't necessarily backed by big orgs and came from, year one and now transitioned to year two and still are here.
Well, we'll finally find out what stages they're going to be playing on, because we're going to have the map veto pop up in front of us right now, and it will determine what type of maps that these guys are going to be playing on. And just like what you mentioned earlier on, Black and Blue, there's not a lot of map data that we can go for here, especially for No Namers, whose their map pool right now as a team is relatively small, but we do see some tendencies here with Ascent being picked up potentially by No Namers as the first map. But what are we expecting here? It's Breeze going to be banned out first.
Ooh, okay. Opening ban by Fancy rather for Breeze, which is a map that they're really 50-50 on. I mean, it's kind of hard to say like, okay, they did this because No Namers have 100% win rate, but they've only ever played one map here in the VCT. They've only been playing the VCT since this stage, and the split ban coming in from No Namers, I think is that's pretty good considering how Fancy are a pretty decent kind of split team, although the numbers might not suggest that. But I think there isn't that much comfortability on the No Namer side when it comes to playing split in terms of the play style that they're going to be going up against with Fancy.
I find it interesting because Split, like you said, they're not necessarily bad at it, but 47% pales in comparison to their Haven map, which, well, went through. And again, I guess that is the consequence of taking that split away. Potentially, no, and then they have something against or a specific strat against Fancy. Again, having the most success on those maps will tend to have a lot more VODs that are going to be looked at. No Namers though, they pick Ascent, which has been pretty decent for them, around 70% on that win rate, although the agent compositions have not been all that varied for them in all those games. That's something else we might have to touch on later on.
And we might actually see Bind being banned out completely here by both of these teams. Little bit of a question mark there on Fancy United Esports, because they do have a 62% win rate on that, and if anything, Fracture may just be the next map that's going to be banned out here, specifically for No Namers as well. But Fancy's going to go ahead and ban that out, and I feel like Bind should be the next viable ban here for No Namers.
Yeah, I think we're going to Icebox. Look at both these teams; they know that they're comfortable in Icebox, and so if No Namers ban this is a straight up respect ban if they do ban Icebox and bring us into Bind. As Raph kind of talked about a while ago, they did get a pretty good map number 2 in their favor for Ascent. Although map number 1, it goes either way. We're going to have a complete banger here for map number 1. As the timer expires, Icebox actually banned. So a pretty respect ban coming from No Namers, considering this is a pretty good map for them statistically. But then again, it also is pretty good for Fancy United. So we're going to Bind here to bound us.
Yeah.
It makes absolute sense that we have Bind, because both these teams, despite No Namers having a little bit of a thinner record when it comes to sheer volume, they still have found a good amount of success there. Icebox, it makes a lot of sense why they'd ban that out. I mean, really, guys, let's just put this out there. It's only been, how many weeks since the reworks have come for Icebox? So that's going to be a lot of scrim time, a lot of R&D going to be being thrown in there. And with such, I would say, notable changes, it will really change how we approach that map. Who knows? Maybe Viper's not going to be a must-pick anymore. But again, before we delve into that, this Bind the Decider map, it's true to its name. It really can go either way.
Yeah, and with the maps in place, Haven being the first map that we're going to be playing on here, we're going to have to ask the tough question here in a bit. And that question is, how's the predictions going to be? These guys are the first matches that we have. The first day jitters are definitely going to play into a factor here. Let's start with you, Black and Blue. Who do you think is going to be coming out on top of this matchup?
Oh, man, it's really difficult. And when you look at Group B, it really is kind of a toss-up. There aren't any heavy favorites, honestly, at least in my opinion. When I look at this Group B, any one of these 4 teams could make it there through. That said, I do believe that Fancy should have a small edge in this matchup, just seeing they're playing in the region that is a bit more competitive. That's not saying MYSG isn't, but it is a lot more top heavy than the opposite side here for Vietnam. So I do think Fancy they've only lost to Cerberus in their local qualifiers, and that's a pretty good statistic to have, especially when you're playing the region with a team like BAAM in it. So I do think Fancy are going to take this, but we're going to go 3 maps, 2-1 Fancy.
Oh boy, it's hard to disagree on the Fancy pick, but again, No Namers, they definitely have a big chance here because we've talked about the regional competition. We've talked about the top heavy names that No Namers have taken out, but I honestly believe this is more of a marathon than a sprint, especially for the first day of our challengers here. Fancy, they just have a sheer amount of volume that No Namers just did not have enough time to really build upon, and that also, well, again, speaks volumes of their ability to adjust on the fly, have their defaults ready, to dig deep in that strat book. Even though, again, it's only day 1, the stakes are still pretty considerable. So I'd have to go 2-1 with Fancy United. Mainly because I believe No Namers, they have that shock factor that Fancy have to look out for.
Well, I'm going to go against the grain here. I'm going to go 2-1 for No Namers. I'm a big sucker for underdog stories, and we might just see that underdog story develop 2-1 here. And with the predictions out of the way, it's now down to the casters to actually deliver the story and see what the teams have in store for us here on day 1 of the Asia Pacific Challengers. Map 1 is going right now.
And it's time, ladies and gentlemen! Welcome back here in Valorant Challengers Tour Asia Pacific. Ladies and gentlemen, ako nga pala si Vel. Kasama ko naman ngayon ang aking partner na si Eliza Taylor. At kami ang
The Mods. Eto na nga ang panahon. It's finally time. Nandito na naman tayo. Nakauwi na ako, by the way. Nasa Pilipinas na ako ulit, guys. So, parehas na tayo ng oras. Hindi ko na makikita yung future, pero the future is bright para sa Filipino teams. Eto na yung pinaka-unbiased casting na makikita nyo sa buong lupalop ng Pilipinas, guys.
Tama. Pero huwag kayong mag-alala kasi next game pa kami magpapaka-unbiased. Ngayon kasi hindi natin makakilala to. Joke lang. Well, hindi maglalaban ngayon ng Philippines dito sa game number 1 natin because this is gonna be, syempre, yung mga tropa natin sa Fancy United, the Esports, tsaka, No Namers.
Walang pangalan, men. No
wala silang pangalan, men. Daig pa sila ni Glock na yun kahit walang apelido eh. Pero alam mo yun, yung tipong naglalaman naman ito ng mga dalawang teams na talaga mapapakita talaga natin lahat kung sino ba talaga ang pinaka-the best among the rest. At dito naman sa play-ins, if ever na nag-champion ka sa bracket mo, parang matik na yun, mapupunta ka na talaga sa group stage. And after group stage, sa playoffs na tayo. Doon natin malalaman kung sino pa talaga mapupunta sa Masters. Well, dito sa play-ins, mga kaibigan, isang Filipino team lang nandito, Action PH. Later on, makikita natin silang maglaro. Kalaban ng Big BAAM. Pero before that, alam naman natin na save the best for last. So dito muna tayo sa No Namers tsaka Fancy United Esports. Okay, No Namers, like sinabi nga ng panel, totoo yun, underdog sila dito sa tournament na to. Well, tignan natin kung magagawa ba nila ang ginawa ng SBE. Back then, sila ang pinakababa, pero biglang nagulat na sila yung nag-champion, partner.
Lower bracket, paakyat ng paakyat hanggang sila yung nag-champion during that time. And gaya nga ng sabi ni Vil, no, etong simulang match na natin, parang warm up para sa ating lahat na nag-aantay para sa APH match mamaya. 2 matches ang mapapanood natin para sa araw na ito at isa na nga dyan ay with the Filipino team, yung pangalawang match yun. So, easy lang kayo kung chill lang din kami dito kasi mahaba-habang oras to. 3 lang tayo. Tapos, syempre, madami rin tayong matches na makikita for some other days as well. So, chill lang.
Yeah. At saka kung napapansin nga natin, medyo nagbago na tayo ng set no? Tinanggal na yung basuruhan sa tabi ko, partner. Naglinis na sila, partner. Kasi alam naman, di ba? Hospitable tayo. Darating yung mga banyaga. Darating yung mga hindi naman taga-Pilipinas. So, kailangan nila maglinis. Tinanggal yung basurahan sa tabi ko. At tinabihan ka naman ng spike, partner. Nandiyan lang sa gilid mo.
Nasa tabi ko lang
Tingin sa kanan. Ayan in-spike.
Tap. Alam mo, matindi-tindi tong araw na to eh. Kasi kakauwi ko lang kagabi ng madaling araw. Isipin nyo, 3:00 saka ako nakauwi dito sa Pilipinas. Tapos brown out agad.
Oh, di ba? Parang welcome!
Welcome
to the Philippines!
Airport pa lang. Pero definitely a meta right now pati dun sa ibang Southeast Asian teams.
At saka partner, hindi lang Chamber. Ngayon sa patch na to, ang patch na to is 4.04. Which is ito yung ginagamit ng lahat. At kung napapansin mo, magbabalik na si Omen. Si Acerola, mga kaibigan. At saka di naman naman sa kabila, si Brimstone. Pag nilabas niya yung Beyblade niya, hindi ka lang bibilis pumutok, bibilis ka rin tumakbo.
Sinabi mo pa. Kumbaga, itong si Brimstone, training na. May kwenta na yung... may kwenta na, finally. Yung Steam Beacon.
Oo, man.
Ang tagal-tagal din no?
Ito, di mo pala, grabe naman talaga. Umpisa pa lang, sapa ka na, puto ka na dito. Pero yung FCY, BMZ and High is trying to do some enough damage dito sa side ng no-namers to. Pero yung only one remaining. Let's see, Shun.
Bilis
Bobby falling down to the hands of Yesican. Napakabilis.
Mas mabilis
game
pa sa
na agad.
Mas mabilis pa sa pass. Kung iisipin natin, kailangan talaga natin abangan, panoorin din tong mga teams na to. Kasi literally, ito rin yung mga makakalaban ng Filipino teams anyway, di ba? So, kailangan talaga makita natin kung playstyle, mabilis ba kagaya ng sa Pilipinas, or when it comes to the playstyle of the players, mas mabagal ba silang gumalaw and everything else. Makikita naman natin yan. But FCY was able, or Fancy United Esports, ang haba yung pangalan no? Fancy United Esports. FCY.
Fancy you! Sorry. Medyo kasi ako sa K-pop
Sino bias? Tayo?
Tayo! Diba? Tayo! Si Acerola, mga kaibigan, nakapatay na nga ng isa. Sebs is now down 4, pero nga lang, mukhang nagpupush ata yung no-namers. Dito wala silang pakialam kahit wala silang pera, basta magpupush lang sila. Killers pushing in, will take down Shun as well. DX and the only man remaining with super low in HP. 1v4, Highs will take him down to 0. Now in favor dito sa FCY.
Mahirap. When you look at it, makikita mo mabilis yung gameplay ng dalawang na to. Talagang bakbakan sa mid yung nangyari, no? And knowing that they are on an eco round as well, of course, yun din yung may expect natin. Aggressiveness. Dahil nothing to lose kind of playstyle ang ginawa dito nung players for the side of no-namers. And as you can see, lamang sila when it comes to the guns anyway. So talagang push lang ng push. This time around though, bonus round na to para sa FCY. Tignan natin kung ano ang gagawin ng no-namers dito. 2-0 na agad, Vin. Bilis.
Yeah, sobrang 2-0 na agad. Ito magandang ikas, mga kaibigan. Sobrang bilis, pero tamang one-way smoke lang din. Pero very magandang position dito. Will actually take down Killers right now with that swing. BMZ. We're gonna pick him off with just that Spectre. Pero si Cacerola, mga kaibigan, mukhang magluluto ata ang kuya mo. Nakakita pa nga isa, pero meron pa pumapasok dito sa may city. Sky. We're gonna shut him down. Sean try to push him out. Pero FCY, tuloy-tuloy lang din talaga. Winning 3 rounds in a row. It's just, I have no idea kung ano meron dito sa mga players na to, ha. Sa FCY, sobrang grabe sila mag-push, partner.
Kumbaga, parang wala silang pakialam sa nararamdaman mo. Flash lang ng flash, tapos sabay pasok. Yun yung gawain dito ng FCY when you look at it. And as you can see, it's a 3-0. Nanalo sila pagdating doon sa kanilang bonus round. And tamang pulot lang ng mga Vandal na naiwan dito ng no-namers. Medyo nagugulat. Feeling ko medyo nagugulat na bibigla yung no-namers sa playstyle na pinapakita ng FCY. Kasi hindi pa sila sanay. Kung iisipin natin, hindi pa sobrang basa na basa yung playstyle o kung paano maglaro tong mga players natin. But anyway, going back to the game though, another eco round para sa no-namers dito at nag-aabang lang si Highs. Highs, waiting for one. He gets the kill. No, pero merong isa nasa likod niyan. Si Killer S ang nakakuha nung kill na yan. But going back to it, nawala si Sky na Brimstone. Medyo nakakabaliw yun.
Nakakabaliw nga talaga yun no? Pero si Acerola, parang chef ata ito
Bakit?
Kasi gamit mo pang luto, kaserola. Wala lang, share ko lang. Last ko na yun.
Huli mo na yan, Bill.
Good morning. Good afternoon na pala. Good afternoon sa mga nanonood ngayon pero walang idea yung mga players kayo ng FCY na merong lumilikod sa kanila. Killers, magandang posisyon na dito. Oh, Diyos ko po, that's high images right there. Nagkakatimingan na nga lang sila dito. Pero si Highs, siya pwede makakita ng isa. Pero kailangan ng i-consume pero hindi! Oh my God, DXN! Wala siyang idea, my God! Salisigang ang nangyayari! Nasa tamang pwesto ko na! Pero bakit hindi mo pa pinush?
Wala eh. Tayo na nakakakita niyan. X-ray malamang, di ba? Sa malamang. Kaya makikita na salisigang ang nangyari dito para sa kabilang side ng team. Pero now, magkakakitaan na sila finally. And of course, DXN will be shut down, will be punished dahil of course wala rin naman siyang barrel during that time. Yung skills lang naman ang gamit niya. Going back to it, a 5v3 situation, up to Shun, up to Temps, up to Vera. Tingnan natin kung ano ang gagawin nila ditong tatlo. They have to retake this but they don't have the guns. The utility-wise, meron naman sila, pero is it gonna be enough? That's the story. Nag-aantay lang tong mga players na to, going for exit frags. Temps was able to get one already, and that is all of the players of FCY just going back. Ayaw nilang magbigay ng kahit na ano dito.
Yeah. And yun yung talagang discipline na kailangan na talaga natin, partner. Kasi isipin mo, if ever na talagang alam mo na ikaw na yung panalo, bakit kailangan mo pang sumilip? Hindi namin. All you gonna do is just wait. All you gonna do is just try to be disciplined enough na hindi ka magpapaka-overextend. Alam mo sa totoo lang, if ever na talagang pinush na ng DXN yun, na hindi na siya nagdalawang isip na baka wala dito, ano naman siya, nothing to win, nothing to lose eh. Ikaw naman sila dun, partner. What if talagang pinush niya? That could have been a really different story.
4-0 na yung score natin. Kailangan makabawi dito ng no-namers kahit ilang rounds. Hindi pwedeng lumaki ng lumaki yung gap na nakikita natin. But this is a smoke covering up here. And syempre, another smoke coming in mula dito sa Jet. Nabulag nga lang si Killer S dito. Si Sky, he goes down. DXN and Temps was able to take 2 kills already. 4v3 situation. Nakikita natin, Highs was able to take 1. Temps, on the other hand, was able to do a retake or refrag rather. A 2v1 situation yung operator dito. Hawak at kapit-kapit lang ng no-namers. Kapag nawala sa kanila to, malaking kawalan na naman for their economy.
Yeah, for sure. Pero okay na sabi ni BMC. Pero naman siyang kalampag ng papag dito. Natama na taging dalawa. Pero yun nga lang, BMC pushing in already. Sees one! And the tamang dash ng kay Vera dito. Pero yung kalaban niya is operator yon. Sino ang mananalo dito? All you're gonna do is just wait na lang din. Pero Vera getting that Vandal. And we'll just gonna defuse the spike. And finally, nakabawi na rin ng isa ang no-namers. Alam mo sa totoo lang, partner, dito kay BMVZ, sana nag-antay na lang siya. Alam niya na operator yung kalaban niya. Sana na lang talaga is hindi na niya kunentast yun.
Pero kasi kung iisipin mo, kapag hindi mo i-contest kahit papaano, gusto mo kasing makuha yung operator eh. Gusto mo mat-punish yung matanggal yung operator na yan. So, pipilitin at pipilitin mo. Kasi kung tutuusin, para sa side ng FCY, ang dami naman nilang pera eh. Walang problema pagdating sa economy. They could just buy it off. Yun nga lang, it's a risk that they should take. Big risk, big reward, Ben.
Oo, tama. Pero, papasalan ng DXN with that ultimate, kind of beat him up lang din, pero wala siya may get sa mid though. Pero Vera is gonna kill him instead. Shun, however,
no chance.
Sees one, dun lang sa may sewers. So magandang position dito, at least shutting down one already. And kung napapansin mo, talagang na after that win ng no-namers, parang nabalikan na rin talaga ang kwento dito sa side ng FCY. Iniisa-isa na lang. With that paranoia, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna shut FCY down dun sa kanilang position. Pero yung Temps with that possession, we're gonna shut Killers instead. 5v2, BMVZ as a roller, the only two remaining side ng FCY. Can he do that big clutch? 1v5. This is impossible to. Oh my God! The spray and pray na ginawa ni BMVZ dito is really that good, partner. Mapa-force out ang no-namers na
Ganda ng finisher, no?
Oo na. Ano? Yung iba. Kaya ko to. Kaya ko to eh. Na.
Kaya mo to. Sige. Isipin mo, men.
Broken by. Sorry. Dalawang team.
I was gonna
isang
say,
linggo akong hindi nagcast.
pagdating dito, men, nakikita naman natin, inaantay talaga nila mawala yung smoke na yun, mag-dissipate yung smoke. Kaso masyadong matagal talaga eh. Nasaktuhan nila, meron pang breach na natitira. So, immediately, naisipan nila na go for the blind. He was able to take 2 kills or 3 kills. Gusto niya pang mag-blind ng isa, doon na lang siya nahuli. It was still a nice play coming in from the teams. At gusto ko lang sabihin na ganito na ba yung playstyle kapag walang Astra? Napakabilis na ng lahat. Kasi wala nang saki-saki.
Pero ito na, Rolling Thunder dito sa side ng FCY, mga kaibigan. Killers really being slow right up. Pero nga DSN and Vera doing the job on Killers. At least nakakuha siya ng isa dito. Tamang trade-off lang din talaga. Pero on to the vision of Killers right now, just waiting patiently kung meron pa siya makukuha dito. Meron tao dito sa may backside do. Meron tao dito sa may guild. Pero BMVC will get that kill instead. Sean, however, will take down 2, but Highs with a big trade-off. 1v2 situation onto the side of FCY. Highs. Kayang-kaya pa natapos ito. Nasa kanya yung spike though. Pwede siya pumunta sa A, pero pwede pa siyang umikot actually papuntang C, pero that's gonna be a big suicide move na lang din if ever. And merong isang star na lang si Highs dito, so kailangan talagang super maging worth it yan though. Vera, nakapatay ng isa habang lumilipad sa ere.
Tamang fly high, butterfly lang kumbaga, no? Feeling ko, naos mamaya or sa mga following days as well, magsha-shine din talaga. Pero dito muna tayo, focus muna tayo dito because actually, if you think about it, 4-0 tayo kanina, multiple rounds na kukuha na ng no-namers. This is gonna hurt for Fancy United Esports definitely. Pagdating sa economy na meron sila. And as we are looking at the replay, makikita nyo naman kung gaano ka on point din. Pagdating si Shun, pagdating doon sa mga shots na gusto niyang i-take. And Vera as well with the Blade Storm. Kaya natapos yung round na yun na maganda. And going back to it, 4-3, hindi na ganun kalayo yung kailangan habulin ng no-namers dito agad. And they have the operator still. It's still looking good pagdating sa kanilang depensa. Talagang kailangan lang nila mabasa kung paano maglaro tong players ng FCY.
Pero kung napapansin mo, partner, talagang sobrang aggressive ng mga players sa ating game.
Oo, bilis eh.
Napakabilis sila. Parang excited sila na mag-next game. Which is maganda naman talaga yun.
Excited na sila mag-APH na yung susunod. What? A smoke?
Tamang smoke lang din para syempre hindi makita yung para hindi nakita yung naka-crouch.
Hindi ko alam kung sadya yun.
Hindi ko rin alam eh. Pero kung napapansin mo, maganda yung position dito ng side ng FC1 na nag-aantay lang din dito sa may garage though. DX need to check all the corners lang din. Kung napapansin talaga hindi gumagano si Breach ito, which is yan si BMVZ. Beat the stairs ang ginagawa nito mga kami, pero kung nagkahatian na nga ng mundo. Vera onto the side though without operator, pero alam ni DX ko natin si BMVZ right now, pero times will kill onto 1 with a double kill as well, plus that orbital strike na matagal nating hindi nakita mga kaibigan. Acerola, 1v5 situation na sheriff lang ang gamit niya. Ang sabi ng no-namers, bawas naman kahit armor lang.
Talagang mapapadasal ka na lang pagdating dito. No-namers, slowly but surely, they're going up towards that bigger gap, kumbaga, no? And actually, right now, it's a tie already. 4-4 scoreline, nakikita natin. I was just curious kung tama ba lahat ng smokes ng Omen? Kasi pati yung sa garage kanina at sa garage window, merong space na kaunti. But maybe that was already planned out para makita nila or talagang masuffocate nila yung players dito ng no-namers. But if you think about it, there was already a mistake on the smoke already on C. It was supposed to be, I'm not sure, one-way or on-site smoke para makapag-plant sila and everything else or para makapag-TP yung Omen sa taas. On the other hand, itong mga maliliit na mistakes, pagdating ng oras, once na mabasa sila ng no-namers or, ng no-namers, baka makapitalize pa nila. Talagang lumaki yung gap.
Oo nga eh, pero
they have to clean it.
Ito na yung pagbangon ng api, no? 0-4 nyo kami, di 4-0 namin kayo, alam niyo yun. Parang nabawi agad ng NN yung nawala sa kanila kanina. Parang ang sabi nila, pinalamang lang gusto pang manalo yung mga tipong
napatime out sila yun eh.
Yung mga ganun, masasabi ka na. Kasi sa Philippines kasi, hindi ko pwede sabihin yan. Maraming magagalit sa akin eh.
Ito yung pinaka-unbiased casting.
Huwag kayong magalala, magiging unbiased kami dito mga kaibigan.
Kasi walang Filipino team eh.
Oo, syempre.
Kaya lahat ng mistakes papansinin namin. Pag Pinoy, okay lang, men. Okay lang.
Pag Pinoy, okay lang. Kunwari may mali yung smoke, Diyos ko.
Tama yun,
pagtatawanan natin yan. Pag sa ibang bansa. Joke lang. Joke lang yun.
Pero ito they are now playing slow this time around. Talagang naghahanap sila ng pwedeng ma-pick off dito. They're playing just default, just trying to pinch anyone na makikita nila or anyone na mapansin nila, trying to get information as well. Si Temps, ginamit niya yung guiding light, but there was no pop or there was no blinded, kumbaga, pagdating sa mga players. So, alam nila na walang tao so far. Pero si Temps parang aware siya eh. Nakikita niya nagsiset na ng mga stars eh. There is the fault line, there is the intro of the players and the entry rather. Pero talagang nagpapalit-palitan lang sila dito ng when it comes to the kills. Killer S as well was able to take one. And of course, there is that operator they wanna shut down right now. A 2v3 situation. Mahirap na retake to kung hindi siya pupulot ng isang Vandal, I would say, kasi nasa taas siya, nasa heaven siya eh. Mahirap na posisyon to para sa isang Jet right now, knowing that she has, or rather, he has the operator.
Pero partner, pinakamagandang gawin ng FCY dito, lalo na kay Jet, talagang, pwede naman niya talagang i-save to eh, pero andun sila sa position na hindi talaga nila kaya na i-save na rin talaga because of the kill na ginawa din ni Vera. They really tried though. But it's really not enough. Pero sa totoo lang, partner, talagang yung ganong position talaga, yung ganong situation. I mean, alam eh. Save na lang eh, di ba? Save na lang. Kasi wala naman tayong bawas. Walang bawas sa armor. I mean, uncertain din tayo sa mga kabayan kasi wala din tayong idea kung nasa ba yung mga kalaban. So, that is the best thing to do. Save na lang din talaga. I mean, siguro meron silang sarili-sarili mga strategies kung paano nila mababawi yun. At alam ko sinabi nila, di kayo na lang kaya siguro maglaro.
Ang gagaling ng mga analysis eh, no? Ikaw na lang maglaro. Pero kung para sa mga nagtatanong guys, mamaya sasagutin ko pagdating dito sa regions. But look at this. Tatlong gumagapang, Vil.
Wala silang idea. Wala silang idea. Dito lang si Temps dito sa Gedli, mga kaibigan. Pero yung nga lang, eto na yung
guiding light?
Dog. Trailblazer. Nakita yung ulo. Oh my God, that timing of Temps. We're gonna take down two. But Highs with a big and really fast reflex, mga kaibigan. We're gonna shut him down already. Napakabilis na pangyayari dito, partner. 3v3.
Ooh, Aftershock, not gonna be able to connect, but gonna be able to delay the players para hindi pumasok habang nagpa-plant ng spike. Magandang delaying tactics dito pagdating sa side ng FCY. The timeout really worked out for them. They are able to now communicate better, but this is the Gravity Well not pulling anyone. The Brimstone, the Stimmy of the Brimmy is definitely here already, and BMVZ was able to kill him already. May biglang bumaba, and that is the chamber going down.
Okay, for Vera, he's gonna save na lang din talaga and probably push it sa 6-6 na lang din sa next 2 rounds. Pero partner, gano'n katagal hindi nakapaglaro? Tagal ba?
Matagal. Nag-unrated lang ako recently ulit. But it's been a while kasi nga nasa labas ako ng bansa. So wala akong maayos na setup talaga. But siguro mga 3 months. Tagal-tagal din yun, man.
Matagal din na hindi nakapaglaro kasi alam naman, trabaho tayo, di ba?
Pag nagtatrabaho ka sa esports, akala mo maglalaro ka araw-araw, pero hindi totoo yan. Hindi ka na makakapaglaro. Yan ang equivalent nun. Pero going back dun sa sinabi ko kanina, para sa mga nagtatanong kung anong regions ba ng mga teams na meron tayo, No Namers is actually from Singapore at Fancy United Esports, if I'm not mistaken, is from Vietnam. So,
yes, si Vietnam. Kasama sila sa MOSG. Sa
yun, man. So, makikita natin, ito yung dalawang regions from, of course, like I said, Singapore and then Vietnam. Makikita naman natin yan. Going on the second game later, it's Action PH. Siyempre, Pilipinas. Tapos Team Big BAAM na from Vietnam din. Bam! Time out eh. Time out, kantaan muna, best.
Ang sabi ng No Namers, hala, time out muna tayo, baka napapagod si Vil at si Taylor. Ay, maraming salamat, Enen, man.
Pagbigyan natin.
Sarap dyan, Singapore. Singapore sila, diba? Sarap dyan, man.
Galing nag-layover kami sa Singapore. Tapos, bawal kasing lumabas ng transit bubble, diba? So, yung layover namin, man, nagtitrend pa kami. Yung Skytrain ng Singapore, para lang makapunta kami dun sa ano namin.
Nag-swimming ka ba dun?
Oo, man.
Sige. May swimming pool sila dun.
Totoo ba?
Oo, totoo yun.
Actually, meron silang free movies, may garden sila, lahat kompleto. Pwede ka
tumira. Mag-Valorant dun
Pwede ka mag-Valorant dun, literal. Kayang-kaya. Pero ito na, going back to the game, they cleared out Garage completely. There is that fault line clearing out B as well. So kuha na nila yung B site dito and they have complete control of it. This is now the Sova ultimate, the Hunter's Fury coming in from Shun, attacking or actually reducing yung isang buhay ng isang player dito, which is BMVZ. This is the Trailblazers spotting Killer S. Medyo delikado yung posisyon mo dyan, sir. 39 HP remaining on him. And look at the guiding light actually blinding the teammate.
Yeah, that's a big mishap if ever, but BMVZ, the only man remaining. Can he do that big clutch aftershock? Will be activated. We're gonna stop the possible diffuse.
Hindi tumama sa nagde-diffuse.
Wala, sobrang sayang lang din talaga. Hindi nagkatamaan ng aftershock. Nangyari na dapat nangyari. And ito ang inaantay nga ng NN. Na talagang, they're gonna push it to a 6-6 if ever.
I think dun sa nangyari sa round, one of the reasons why it all faltered pagdating sa post-plant is actually this guiding light. It blinded the hell out of the one player that they have.
Ayun, hindi tumama.
Hindi tumama yung aftershock. So ito yung sinasabi kong mga maliliit na mistakes pero ang laki nung bigay pagdating sa mga teams.
Ano to, partner? Actually, ang kailangan gawin, iusog lang konti sa kaliwa. Sobrang napakanan kasi yung aftershock eh. Pero hindi naman tayo, wala naman tayo magagawa doon. Pero yung nga, matatamaan si Vera dito ng Trailblazer daw. Pero si Shun, wala silang idea at all na dito si Sova! Oh my god, the Shun with a triple kill onto that head. We're gonna shut the FCY down. But the Vera, ang bilis na mga pangyayari dito, partner. Ang sarap i-cast.
Ang ganda nung, actually, ang ganda ng plano nun na sa side ng no-namers if you think about it. Kasi, kung tutuusin, sobrang pangit na positioning ni Vera dun eh. Pero Shun came to the rescue. He was able to push in at mag-antay doon sa mga gustong pumush pagdating sa Jet. Kasi they know that the Jet is using the operator as well. So gusto nilang biglain. Kaso sila yung nabigla pabaliktad.
Paano yung itsura ng bigla?
Wala, hindi mo makikita eh.
Parang ano, parang sininok ka lang ah.
6-6. Pantay pa rin yung laban. Nakalain mo yun. Ang bilis nung mga rounds. Tapos pantay.
Isang linggo, no, ano eh, no? Napahinga natin, no?
Oo. Isang linggong quarantine ako nun, men.
Ang bilis nung pahinga. Pero hindi, men. Pumunta ako sa ano nun eh. Sa province nun eh.
Oo nga. Oo. Mabilis talaga kapag nag-e-enjoy ka eh, no?
Oo. Umitim nga ako, men.
Talaga?
Swimming kami. Oo, swimming kami.
Sige. Sa Singapore. But if you actually check right now, 6-6 yung score natin. Pantay yung laban dito between the two teams that we are having. No-namers again and Fancy United Esports, both from different regions. Singapore and Vietnam ang naglalaban dito. It's a very fast-paced game na playstyle na pinapakita ng dalawang teams. But along the way, I would say na mas madaming mistakes akong napapansin pagdating sa FCY.
Totoo naman, partner. I mean, nag-overextend eh. Yun yung number one thing talaga na problema, yung pag-overextend.
Di lang yun eh.
Sobrang ka-aggressive nila, hindi nila alam kung kailan sila hihinto.
Nabibigla din kasi sila, alam mo yun, parang mayroon papasok sila, gugustuhin nilang patayin yung Jet. Pero, there is the smoke, tapos biglang paglabas nila, nandun na si Shun. Ilang beses na nangyari yun, hindi lang si Shun yung players for the side of no-namers. So, actually, if you think about it, yung highlight dito, yung spotlight is actually towards dun sa communication skill ng no-namers. Ng no-namers, actually.
Yeah.
Ganun pa rin si Vil talaga eh, no? Deep analysis. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh. Yun yung partner. Ang importante,
mahalaga.
Nag-agree ako. Oo.
Totoo.
Pero meron ako napapansin, partner.
Ano yan? Wag sana.
Ang tagal natin sa 9 na.
Boss. Podcast?
Siyempre, I mean, tagal natin di nakapag-cast, partner. Isang linggo din yun.
Oo. Nag-cast ako nung isang araw eh. Pero tayong dalawa matagal magkasama.
Nag-post nga ako sa page ko. Nakita mo ba? Yung tayo dati. Yung sa stage.
Nakita ko yun. And anyway, we have English broadcast as well on Twitch, Valorant Esports 3, kung gusto nyo silipin yun, guys. Kung gusto nyo ng ibang broadcast rin as well. But going back to the game, we are finally back. Nakikita na natin, this is a pistol round for the second half na pinapanood natin. Killer S, dalawang players dito for the side of FCY being really aggressive for a defensive team. Look at that, 4-man push coming up. Nagkasagasaan si yung dalawang doggy-doggy. This is the guiding light popping out. There is also another guiding light. Labanan ng Sky dito, mga kaibigan. But they're actually just going away. They're just going around. Na-realize nila na, men, ang dami neto. Punta na lang tayong si lahat.
Oh no! That is the best thing that you can do, actually. Oh my God! Highs with a triple! 4v1. Akala nila is talaga ino-all out na ng FCY yung pag-push, pero wala silang idea at all na meron pala nagbe-bait dun sa may likod, which is si Highs, which is that Astra. Concuss, not gonna connect on to the players, which is si Shun. Ang daming natin kay Shun ngayon. At kung napapansin mo, partner, I mean, sa FCY, sobrang aggressive nila kanina with them being the duelist, pero we really never thought that they're gonna do the same thing if everyone is gonna name defenders.
Big risk, big reward, man. Big risk, big reward, nakikita natin pagdating sa dalawang teams. Hindi lang sa no-namers, hindi lang sa FCY. And they risk going really aggressively towards A main. You know, despite na hindi nag-work out, actually, dahil lahat sila nasa A main, di ba? Tapos na-force out nila lahat ng players going to C. Despite that advantage of players na nasa C na, tapos nakuha na nila yung site completely, nabawi pa rin na-retake pa rin ng FCY. Pakiramdam ko itong team na to, magaling sila when it comes to the defense. Feeling ko lang.
Pero dito sa FCY though, I mean, dito pa sa NN rather, maganda yung ginawa nila na hindi na siguro sila nag-commit dito na hindi na talaga nila binawi, pero yung nga lang Astronaut will gonna be flash right now, but Highs with that big trade-off na nangyari dito there with the 2K with that Sheriff. 4v3, BMVZ, Jessica and Killers needs to do something para siya talaga makabawi sila. Si Sky SG naman, yes, meron siyang Spectre, pero is that enough for you to take down the players of SCY right now? Pero nag-aantay lang sila taking someone off guard. DXN, tamang pot shots lang dito. Vera, 1v2 with just that Sheriff on hand. BMVZ, we're gonna be dead. Is this gonna be a big clutch? But Jessica says no.
Ang ganda ng flank nung FCY.
Partner, ang ginagawa dati is talaga nag-aantay lang sila ng smoke. Pagkatapos sa smoke, flash, concuss, ganyan. Pero ngayon, hindi sila pupush hanggat walang Beyblade.
Hanggang walang Beyblade?
Oo. Pag walang Beyblade, pass. Oo. Kailangan talaga
pass agad. Ang bilis eh. I mean, if you think about it as well, ang ganda rin nung rotations coming in from FCY. Despite Vera having the good shots when it comes to the Sheriff, kung iisipin natin, that big flank that they did actually turned things around for the team. So FCY, they have the advantage right now with the 2-round advantage we are looking at. Meron na rin silang, nag-upgrade sila dito ng dalawa. They have the Vandal on Highs. They also have the Phantom on Killer S. This is Trailblazer hopping out. Sinusubukan kung merong makikita. Si Vera nahuli ng fault line. There is not gonna be any push coming in from FCY here. Now they're standing strong, holding their grounds pagdating dito. Napakahirap basahin ng mga ganitong teams. Hindi mo alam kung pupush mo sila ulit, magiging aggressive ba sila ulit, or mag-aantay sila ng ganito.
Yeah, I mean, kung napapansin mo, si Sky, parang medyo kinulang ata siya ng vitamins dito eh. Parang siya yung nasa bottom ngayon. Dumating nga sa point na 0-9 siya.
Yun nga. Malaking factor din yun. Pero kung iisipin mo kasi hindi naman importante yung kills eh. Ang importante dito, makuha nila yung rounds. Yun yung sinasabi ko kapag banu ako.
Hindi importante na nasa bottom frag ka.
Kills, eh. Yun yung sinasabi ko.
Basta okay lang, kunyari, ikaw yung bottom frag pero ikaw yung maingay kung ano yung pinagsasabi. Okay lang. Panalo naman kayo eh, di ba? Okay lang, men. Pero, yung mga players ngayon ng FCY, tamang 5-man retake lang din talaga. Pero NN needs to try and fortify the fort that they have dito sa A as they're all waiting for that paranoia na mag-connect sa mga players ito. Ito na yung mga pagpasok na rin talaga ng FCY. Pero Sky, as you will take him down, nasunog yung kuya mo. But Sems and Vera, gumagawa rin sila ng shots dito para at least talaga makapatay sila ng mga players ngayon para syempre makuha nila yung score though. DXN, we're gonna fall down, but at least NN, we're gonna get that round 7-8. Sobrang dikit lang din talaga ng laban natin ngayon, partner. And maganda yung ginawa ni Sky dito na inaantay lang din talaga ng FCY na sabay-sabay sila makapasok. At ang gagawin lang ni Sky, sige, sabay-sabay kayong mag-push dyan, basta ako magmomolly lang ako dito para hindi talaga sila makapasok. That molly is actually really huge na ginawa ni Sky dito because without that molly, baka matalo pa ang no-namers dun sa round na yun.
Tsaka kung iisipin natin, Brimstone has the biggest damage when it comes to molly. At isa rin to sa mga pinakamatatagal, no? And this is now vulnerability para kay Killer S. Just the perfect timing to Sky to actually hop in and get the kill ng mabilisan. Now, we are looking at an eco round mula dito sa FCY. They have the Blade Storm though. Tignan natin kung makakagawa ng play si Vera. He knows na bumaba na o bumagsak na yung mga smoke and as well as the plant being, or rather the spike being planted. Looking at it, FCY, kailangan nila ng retake dito. May flank na naman sila. They always do this though. So, makikita natin for no-namers, mapapansin ba nila or hindi?
Asarolo with that shorty though. Kailangan nilang pumush dito kasi kailangan nilang mamatay. Si BMZ, fault lines, meron pa siyang matatamaan dito, medyo delikado. Medyo kulang din pero ito na, just waiting for all these exit frags lang din talaga. Hindi nila ina-expect na dalawa yung nag-exit frags sa kanila dito. Fault lines will be there, pero that short, it will not gonna be enough for you to take down these players. And then yes, he can. Tamang save lang din kasi syempre bumili siya.
Sumama sa hukay si Haiz.
Oo. Well,
kailangan niya ng pera ata. Yung isa kasi kompleto eh. Kompleto pa eh. May Phantom pa, meron pang 50 armor. Okay lang, save, go for it. But kung mapapansin nyo guys, 8-8 is the score, it's a tie. It's very close between the two teams that we have right here. But if you think about it, para sa akin, mas lamang ngayon ang FCY. They're really doing great when it comes to the retake and also when it comes to flanks. Kailangan mag-ingat ng no-namers when it comes to those flanks because they always do it by pair.
Yeah, pair. Hindi. Tamang body system lang din talaga yung ginagawa na dito mga kaibigan. Pero ito na yung mga players natin ngayon going in already. Acerola trying to take one down pero Highs just waiting patiently. Doon lang sa may backside though. And will push and in na talaga makapag-ikot din. Pero yung nga si Killers din sa may likod. Meron nakita yung Repolyo ni Sky. Pero yun nga lang, it's not gonna be that fortunate enough for you na ma-blind mo yung mga kalaban lang din talaga. 2v3 though. Sky, one smoke left for him. We're gonna be spotting out itong mga players lang din talaga na pwedeng pumasok dito sa side ng CT though. 3v2, is this gonna be enough para maklatch ito party? Medyo mahirap lang talaga. Ang layo ng mga players ng FCY. Meron tao sa mid, meron tao sa CT. And the best thing that they can do is probably just gonna save this gun again.
I would say they should surprise the players of no-namers. 3v2, not too difficult, especially kapag may mga utilities silang pwedeng gamitin. Ang mahirap dito, may utilities din na pwedeng gamitin pang delay. So they actually don't need to fight any longer. They just have to wait for of course, the Brimstone pagdating doon sa kanyang molly. Hindi ka na makakapasok kasi sobrang tagal nun. And it's gonna be too late already. And exactly like that is what happened in that round. Kailangan umatras ng dalawang players ng FCY. They just decide to save this and take it to the other round. Feeling ko magfa-force yung ibang players dito ng FCY na bumili as well para masabayan tong dalawang Vandals natin at saka Phantom.
Yeah.
Mahirap tong yung push din na nakikita natin pagdating dito sa dalawang players. Parehas sila ng playstyle din kung mapapansin mo, Vil, na may smoke, tapos papasukin nila yung smoke. Tapos mag-aantay sila.
Yun nga eh. Uy, gising ata si Rere.
Good morning, Ray.
Good morning, Ray. Kung narinig mo kami.
Please, mamaya na. Tulog ka muna.
Mamaya na. Tulog ka muna. Hindi ka naman magkakas ngayong araw eh.
Tayong dalawa lang ba magkakas para sa ngayon?
tayo lang.
Ayaw
mo ata eh.
Hindi, okay lang.
Alam mo, Bes, sa lahat, 3 lang tayo, di ba? Wala akong pahinga.
Talaga? Parang hindi naman.
Wala akong pahinga, man. Kasi ako nagkakasako bukas. Bukas wala ka, di ba?
Oo, day off ko yun.
Day off. Na-all my day off. Na-all ah.
Meron ka ding day off. May araw din. Wala ba?
Wala. Nakita ko na. Wala akong day off. Ano ba?
Kawawa ka naman.
Day off. Ano ba? I eat Valorant every day pa.
I wake up, Valorant. I eat, Valorant.
I sleep,
Valorant. Matik.
I take a bath,
Valorant. Sipin mo matutulog ka na lang yung 3 AM thoughts mo, Valorant pa din.
Man. Sipin mo
Teka lang, ano daw tayo? Reset. But
what's up?
Alam naman namin na miss nyo kami, kaya papakita muna kami dito sa inyong mga screen. But going back to it, No Namers, FCY, para sa akin, dikit yung 2 match natin so far.
At saka napapansin nyo, I mean, if ever lang din talaga na nagka-problema tayo, all I'm gonna do is just probably wait lang din talaga. Kasi, syempre, hindi naman minamadali yung mga bagay. Syempre, gusto natin talagang ma-experience ng mga players natin yung the best possible na playing area lang din talaga. Para syempre,
tsaka di naman natin sila mapipilit na i-start yung game. So, chill lang tayo dito lahat. Magsama-sama lang tayo dito lahat.
Pero partner, dito sa FCY tsaka No Namers, alam mo yung nakakakita rin talaga ako ng mga mistakes na din talaga dito sa 2 team na to.
Definitely.
And kanina dun sa last round, di ba i-contest sana ng FCY yung ano na yun, yung engagement na yun. Pero because of that molly na 300 pesos na molly. 300 ba molly? 200?
Hindi ko na maalala eh. Pero ang alam ko, worth it. Para sa side nila, worth it yun, man.
Balita ko nagmahal eh. Lahat naman eh. Pero yung mga... Isipin mo, yung because of that molly alone, ang sabi ng FCY, sige, pops out na tayo. Wag natin i-contest to.
Save.
Kasi wala nang oras eh. I mean, if ever na may oras, pwede pa kayong mamatay. So, nagsayang lang din talaga kayo ng 2,900 plus 400, 3,300. Nagsayang lang kayo ng 3,300. Bakit 3,300? Kasi half armor lang naman yung mga yung 2 players ng FCY. Kasi wala silang pera eh. So, silang dalawa, yung natirang 2 players kanina, sila ang mag-anchor para sa next round. Kasi walang pera yung 3 nilang kasama.
Mayroon silang mga siguro nasa worth 3K na pera. So, I'm not sure if they're gonna force it out. Baka bumili sila ng Spectres. Kasi other teams actually, for Filipino teams that we've watched, typically, or even Southeast Asian teams, or NA, even other reasons, typically, kapag merong 2 nag-save, or 3, sinasabayan talaga nila.
Ay, partner. Gising nga si Ray Ray. Oo, biglang favorite yung tweet ko eh. Ay, Diyos ko.
Sabi ko na nga ba eh, the curse is alive.
Kaya pala, the curse, it's not real, it's alive.
It's alive. It woke up. The curse woke up.
Gising na. Yan ang dahilan ko bakit hindi natin kinukuha at binubuksan yung mga tombs ng mga mami.
Kasi babalik yan eh. Comeback is real. Pagdating sa mga tombs. Pero, eto going to Southeast Asia, to Asia Pacific, kasi hindi na tayo Southeast Asia lang eh. Sa tingin mo, itong 3 representative natin, ilan sa kanila yung makakarating pagdating sa semifinals?
Silang 3, men.
3. Matik. Lahat sila actually champion.
Ayoko magpakabayas, pero hindi pang Valorant na talaga ang mahihirapan. Sino ba ang kukunin namin sa
sila yung mapapaisip, men eh.
Silang 3 na lang, men. Isipin nyo, ganun kalakas ang Pinoy.
Pero seriously speaking, pagdating sa 3 teams na meron tayo, I do believe that they are strong right now. Lalo na sa pinakita nila during the time na nagcast tayo for Philippines. Isipin nyo, tinanggal nila yung Zeal Esports, tinanggal nila yung Team Secret.
Ito yung problema lang din Ito yung problema. Yes, they can, pero there's a chance talaga mahirapan sila. Why? Because of the experience that they got. Number 1, Naos, really strong team, pero bago lang din. Number 2, Action PH, same goes with Action PH. Ang SBE, however, matagal na silang nagko-compete together as a team. Same goes with the Action and Naos, pero in terms of experience, mas maraming experience ang SBE. Nakita natin na ang SBE medyo shaky lang din talaga yung start nila, pero alam naman natin na parang diesel lang yan, men. Kailangan mo na painitan ng konti, di ba? Tapos sa dulo sila na talaga yung pinakamalakas. Pero yeah, I mean, seriously speaking, medyo talagang baka mahirapan din talaga yung mga Filipino teams natin. Pero of course kaya yan.
Kaya yan. Nagkwentuhan lang talaga literally. Kaya yan, men. Puso lang. Totoo naman SBE has the bigger advantage when it comes to experience. Pero kung iisipin natin, how Naos performed, completely dominating the entire Philippines pagdating sa matches na napanood natin. They actually won against APH, or not APH, Team Secret, or SBE din. Nanalo rin sila against SBE. But anyway, guys, since we are in a technical pause, pupunta muna tayo sa very short break. Huwag kayo mag-alala sa pagbabalik natin. Syempre, babalik din yung match na meron tayo. Kami nga pala ang inyong mga casters. My name is Taylor. With me is Vil. Don't go away.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my eyes see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my eyes see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back just far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my eyes see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my lies in your
We are finally back. Nandito pa rin kami para sa unang matchup of the day, para sa ating unang matchup dito. And of course, the teams that are playing, baka ka-tune in lang ng iba, No Namers versus Fancy United Esports from Singapore and from Vietnam. Pero bago ang lahat, syempre, papakilala muna kami. Kami nga pala ang inyong mga casters. My name is Taylor. With me is Vil. Ito na, nakita na natin, men, yung so far halfway ng match natin. So, looking at it, pag sinilip natin yung match na yan, so far so good when it comes for the side of FCY. The retake potential of this team, they are very capable. Ang ganda ng depensa na pinapakita ng FCY. On the other hand, No Namers, they had a good defense but it's not enough feeling ko nung first half.
Oh, tama. It's not really that enough. Pero at least nakabawi naman sila kahit papano. Ang first scores natin is 0-4 in favor of FCU. We really thought na talagang tutuloy-tuloy ng FCU yun. Fancy Esports. Fancy yun. Basta yun.
Fancy United.
Fancy United. Tama, FCU. FCU.
Hindi
ba?
Tama ba?
FCE.
Bakit nung nakikita natin FCY?
Fancy. FCY. Oh, kasi fancy. Okay.
Fancy. Pero Fancy United Esports naman talaga.
Fancy you. Pero anyway, yun nga, nabawi naman ng No Namers yun. From 0-4, nakapag-comeback sila ng 4-4 and 6-6 sa ating first half. Pero, dito ngayon sa second half, mga kaibigan, medyo tie lang din siguro yung score nila. 9-8 probably? Yeah? Correct me if I'm mistaken, it's 9-8. Pero, itutuloy ba talaga? Tutuloy-tuloy ba to ng No Namers sila talaga makakapag-comeback? Itutuloy ba nila sila yung mananalo dito? Kasi kung napapansin natin kanina, grabe ang Fancy United kasi simula pa rin ng second half, talagang nag-flank sila. 4-man flank ang ginawa ng Fancy United dito na quite siguro that questionable if ever lang din sa isang tournament na tulad na ganito. That's a first na talagang nakita natin na 4-man flank na ginawa nila. Pero as long as na nag-work din yon, edi Gino rin talaga. Kasi actually maganda yung ginawa ng Fancy dito Ano yan na sobrang malaking parang bahala na play if ever lang din talaga. Kasi isipin mo, 4 yung nagfa-flank. Tapos 4 sila nagfa-flank sa A, diba? Talagang hindi sila nagfa-flank though. Talagang pinupush nila. Pinupush talaga nila yung mga players.
Nilalabanan nila engagement kung engagement.
Sorry, that is not a 4-man flank. That is a 4-man push na ginawa nila. From A, papuntang
sa base. Sa base ng kalaban. Literal.
Papuntang attacker spawn. At saka, ano bang iisipin ng No Namers dito? Hindi sila pupunta ng B. Imposible na pumunta sila ng B kasi mahuhuli sila doon. The best way to go is syempre pumunta sa C. Pero partner, wala silang idea at all na merong nagbabantay na Astra dun sa C, which is 3 pa ang napatay ni Astra dun. So, from 4-man push, naging 4-man flank. So, I mean, alam mo yun, parang sige, gawin natin to, bahala na if ever mangyari to. Kung hindi nag-work yun, Diyos ko po.
Mahirap. Malaki nga Yun nga yung problema, or rather, yun yung meron sa teams na meron tayong dalawa ngayon. Parehas sila na ready to take the risk. Parehas silang risk takers as a team. If you actually check kung napanood nyo yung mga previous rounds na nakita natin, both teams are risk takers. Pagdating dun sa mga smoke, talagang ina-advance nila or umaabante sila dun sa smoke. Nag-aantay sila ng sinong tatawid. Problema, parehas na team din, yung mga smoke na entry na yan, hindi nila napapansin or hindi na nawawala sa isip nila na baka merong nag-aabang na malapit, no? Nagugulat na lang din sila minsan at nagkakaroon nga ng salisihan. And talking about the two teams, dito sa of course sa first match na meron tayo, pakiramdam ko when we look at Fancy United Esports, the big risk, they have big rewards and they get those rewards in. Nakukuha nila
I mean, parang high risk, high reward lang din talaga ang ginagawa dito ng No Namers din talaga ng FCY. Ang problema din, yung sobrang pagka-high risk nila, talagang sobrang nag-work din talaga. Pero hindi naman pwedeng maging ganoon kasi one wrong move lang din talaga nitong dalawang teams na to, it may lead to a big disaster for sure. And lalo na pag pag nakakuha ng momentum yung isang team tapos natuloy-tuloy, Diyos ko po, baka talagang malapit na tayo mag 1-0 if ever lang din dito sa mga matches natin. Pero hopefully, I mean, yun naman din talaga ang gusto natin makita dito. Yung talaga sobrang action-packed na labanan tulad ng nangyari kanina. Isipin mo, nagna-draft pa lang. Pagka-transition sa game, Diyos ko po, tapos na yung first round, di ba? Alam mo, yun yung gusto natin, yung mabilis lang.
Tapos biglang nag-tech pause kasi gumising na si Ray Ray.
Oo, yun nga, di ba? Guys, ganito yun. Kitang-kita nyo, ladies and gentlemen, nung nag-chat si Ray Ray, biglang, boom!
Matic!
Matic, di ba? Matic! Di ba? Kanina nung tahimik siya, meron, wala, ang bilis, di ba? Ewan ko ba, ba't kinukuha yan eh? Joke lang.
Ewan. Mahal natin si Ray Ray. Bayani natin yan last time.
3 bayani, 3 alay ng Pilipinas.
Oh, sige na, mamaya na lang daw. Sabi dito. Anyway guys, we're still waiting for the players. So might as well enjoy some tunes pagdating doon sa ating loading screen while we go into break. Huwag kayo mag-alala, pagbalik natin, sana matapos na to. Next match is gonna be a Filipino team as well. So let's see and let's figure out how they're gonna go. But right now, we're just gonna go in a very short break. Huwag kayong alas, magbabalik ang VCT Asia Pacific.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then they straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you put in your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it, I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met, it's time that you face it, so tell me.
Why you still testing my patience?
Something like this though, it's all about that dual play.
I told you, dude.
Welcome to the VCT Challengers APAC Playoffs. The journey to Masters starts here. VCT Challengers APAC Playoffs features the top 20 Valorant teams from Asia Pacific as they compete for one of 2 spots in the first global event of the year, Stage 1 Masters. The tournament runs from the 10th to 27th of March and is made up of 3 stages: the play-ins, group stage, and knockouts.
Members of Paper X now down, and bad guy comes in from behind and retaliates too.
The 2 teams which make it all the way to the grand finals qualify for Masters, where they will meet the best teams from around the globe, plus the lion's share of the $150,000 prize pool. APAC Playoffs begins with teams placed into the play-ins and group stages based on their performance at domestic competitions, and the goal of distributing teams from same region into different groups. The 8 play-in teams compete in 2 4-team double elimination brackets, with 2 teams from each bracket proceeding to the next stage. Things don't get any easier with the now completed 4 groups competing again in 4-team double elimination brackets, where again the top 2 from each group proceed. The surviving 8 teams will then be randomly sorted into a final double elimination bracket, with the grand finalists qualifying for Masters and battling in a deciding match to be crowned APAC champion. There is a rising tide in the Pacific. It is the rise of the next heroes, and it continues to grow stronger. For more information, please visit ValorantEsports.com.
Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water, blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution the planet needs metabolizing. Full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. What do people like? What they really want to know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? What do people like? What they really want to know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go where I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's effing from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop.
And it's time dito sa Valorant. Valorant Challengers Tour for the Asia Pacific region. Ladies and gentlemen, we are your cast for today. My name is Phil. Alongside with me is Taylor. And syempre, we'd like to apologize nga dun sa tech issues na nangyayari. Pero don't worry because mag-start na rin tayo really soon. Once again, you're watching
ASAP.
O ASAP, as soon as possible, mga kaibigan. Kasi, huwag kayong mag-alala kasi alam kung gusto niyo ng start. Huwag kayong mag-alala kasi
kami din.
And knowing na yung game number 1 natin, and once again, it's from MYSG region versus yung sa Vietnam region naman, which is ang No-Namers versus ang Fancy United Esports. Meanwhile, ang score nila is 9-8 in favor of No-Namers. Correct me if I'm mistaken. But still, Itong mga nakikita natin ngayon sa mga players natin, it's all out na sila lalong-lalo na dito sa play-ins. Because itong mga to is hindi pa to group stage, mga kaibigan, play-ins pa lang to, which is we will show you and we will actually see kung sino pa talaga ang mapupunta sa group stage next week. Later on, after this first series, ang APH from the Philippines is maglalaro na partner at kalaban nila ang Big BAAM.
Big BAAM! Yun, literal na makakalaban nila later on. But with that, like we said, sorry, we are experiencing technical issues. Of course, we want to wait for the players and everything for fair play and everything else. So right now, we are gonna go actually on an extended break, guys. So ito na yung chance nyo to actually get food and everything else para talagang relax na kayo when later on, especially for our Filipino matches as well. But right now, we just wanted to say we are sorry for the technical difficulties. We are gonna go on an extended break and see you soon. Don't go away. VCT Asia Pacific. We'll be right back.
Where's the Vinci? Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, these don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
Daanan mo.
This could be absolutely brutal. Flaring. Alive, but then Darion on the edge. What a dodge!
Something like this, though, it's all about that dual play. I told you, dude. Welcome to the VCT Challengers APAC Playoffs. The journey to Masters starts here. VCT Challengers APAC Playoffs features the top 20 Valorant teams from Asia Pacific as they compete for one of two spots in the first global event of the year, Stage 1 Masters. The tournament runs from the 10th to 27th of March and is made up of 3 stages: the play-ins, group stage, and knockouts.
Members of Paper X now down, and bad guy comes in from behind and retaliates too.
The 2 teams which make it all the way to the grand finals qualify for Masters, where they will meet the best teams from around the globe, plus the lion's share of the $150,000 prize pool. APAC Playoffs begins with teams placed into the play-ins and group stages based on their performance at domestic competitions, and the goal of distributing teams from same region into different groups. The 8 play-in teams compete in 2 4-team double elimination brackets, with 2 teams from each bracket proceeding to the next stage. Things don't get any easier with the now completed 4 groups competing again in 4-team double elimination brackets, where again the top 2 from each group proceed. The surviving 8 teams will then be randomly sorted into a final double elimination bracket, with the grand finalists qualifying for Masters and battling in a deciding match to be crowned APAC champion. There is a rising tide in the Pacific. It is the rise of the next heroes, and it continues to grow stronger. For more information, please visit ValorantEsports.com.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my life? See your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my life? See your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in a cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my life? See your hands. Delilah, don't you know my
Welcome back sa VCT. Andito pa rin kami, ang mga casters ninyo, para sa nanghihingi ng updates. Andito na ulit kami para ihatid sa inyo. Of course, we are having the first match of the day. Best of 3 series to. Kaya naman, unang match pa lang yun nangyayari. But we are halfway there. Nagkaroon lang na maliit na technical difficulty on the side of the players. But we are getting back to it. Kami nga pala ang inyong mga casters. My name is Terror at kasama ko si Vil. Kamusta ka, partner?
Okay lang.
Naluto mo na yung pancit canton mo.
Oo, naluto ko na.
Yung iba sa comment section, nakanood na daw sila ng isang episode ng Mindhunter, ng mga kung ano-anong Netflix villain chill.
Oo, tama. Di kasi, Netflix and Vil kasi.
Netflix and Vil? So, no chill. Pag ikaw ang kasama.
Ay my God, wala talagang chill yan, mga kaibigan. Basta Netflix and Vil, matik yan. Wala tayong matatapos na na movie. Kasi syempre, mag-uusap tayo. Ayan.
Panoorin din yung next episode din.
Oo.
Diba?
Pero,
akalain mo yun, nanonood ka TV series pero di mo tinatapos. Hindi next episode mo lang.
Next episode lang. Hindi naman importante kung matapos mo. Pero, ewan ko pa. Start na nga natin direct. Pero,
wow. Caster start the game. Literal, pag start yan tayo sisisihan. Pero ito, gusto ko lang sabihin na ngayon ko lang na-enjoy yung Neon Swag Kit.
Actually, sige partner. Next,
andito, ang daming kasama doon, men eh. Merong ito, di ba? Merong flask.
Kompleto.
May jacket.
Yung sa ulo.
Ay, sa ulo. Nandito, naka-ready, men.
Nakuha mo yung basketball. May basketball na kasama yun.
May basketball na kasama to? Hindi, yung jersey lang meron.
Yung jersey.
Pero walang bola.
PPGL, pwede ba naka-jersey lang ako dito? Tapos bigla akong gumanon no? Let's go!
Neon Swag Kit naman eh.
Hindi, sige, partner, mamaya sa second game, magaganon din ako para pareho tayo.
Yan. Para matchy-matchy.
Oo,
Partner
oo.
kung partner, di ba?
Oo, man.
So, anyway, guys, nag-aantay lang tayo for the next game right now. I know na impatient din yung iba dyan. Pero ito na yung oras para lutuin nyo yung pancit canton nyo.
Hindi, partner. Wag muna kasi balita ko magsa-start na daw eh. Magsa-start na ata.
Magsa-start na daw?
Oo. Pero kung gusto nyo magluto
Okay
habang
lang naman
nanonood, okay lang.
Magluto sila habang nanonood o kaya naman magluto na sila ng ulam nila para mamaya. Kasi syempre pag nagsimula na yung APH, wala na eh. Wala nang tayuan.
Oo, wala na talagang tatayo. Pero itong mga games natin ngayon, partner, talagang napakainit natin talaga. Knowing na sa game number 1 pa rin tayo ng first series. Parang napansin natin medyo matagal nga, di ba? Medyo lang. So, at least, iba, parang yun yung time talagang nakapag-usap-usap sila, yung mga tipong gano'n.
Actually,
so,
mabilis lang yung game eh. Mabilis lang yung
Oo,
game. Mabilis sila
lang yung
maglaro
game.
eh.
That's
Yung
true.
playstyle nila, parehas, fast-paced, bakbakan kung bakbakan. We saw
May mga ano
yun?
May mga rason talaga kung ba't hindi dapat ginigising si Ray Ray.
Oo. Ito yung isa sa mga rason na yan. Dapat hindi nyo ginigising si Ray Ray, guys. Kasi, tignan nyo, literal pag chat niya. Saan ba? Sa Facebook or sa Twitch?
Sa Twitch. Ay,
nag-comment
nga pala sa YouTube.
Oo, YouTube din natin. Live din tayo sa YouTube, guys. If you wanna see or watch the broadcast from there, baka mas okay para sa inyo. YouTube is also available for English and Tagalog. Silipin nyo lang yung PPGL page or yung PPGL channel. But, going back to it, nakalimutan ko na tuloy yung sasabihin ko kanina.
Going back to the core.
Pero ito, kasi dalawang team na to, i-keep up to pace lang natin yung ibang viewers. Baka kasi may mga kaka-tune in lang eh. Recently, we saw like different picks, different agent selection. May Brimstone, meron din tayong Omen. Pero may Astra din eh, di ba? Meron tayong Gravity Well na nakikita eh. So may double controller setup dito. I am just not sure if it's on the side of no-namers or on the side of Fancy United Esports. But we have a double controller setup. We have seen Omen, Brimstone yet again. Dahil yung patch na gamit nila dito is 4. Ano ulit yun, Vil? 4.4?
4.04.
4.04.
Yung live ngayon, yung ano,
yun na yung gamit nila.
Icebox, bagong Icebox, yung, yun nga, Astra Nerf, tapos binuff sila Brimstone, tapos medyo talagang makikita talaga tayo dito lagi ng Omen, si Viper medyo binalance ng konti. I mean, talaga ni-nerf talaga si Astra kasi binawasan yung stars niya. Kasi mahirap namin talaga. Kasi ganito lang naman yan, guys eh. Kasi if ever merong agent na hindi lagi ginagamit, kailangan talaga nilang i-rework yan. Rework or buff. Para syempre, mapasok ulit sa meta partner. Hindi sila nag-iiwan ng agent na hindi lang talaga gagamitin. Kailangan talaga na lahat yan ipabago-bago ng meta para syempre makapag-adjust yung mga teams. Kasi ganoon naman talaga esports eh, no? I mean, hindi to katulad ng traditional sports na kunwari basketball, kunwari ni-nerf.
Ni-nerf si si Lebron. Walang ganun, walang patch notes pagdating kay Lebron.
Parang kunyari yung ring, 'di ba? Tinaasan yung ring, 'di ba? Ganung mga klaseng nerf, 'di ba? Hindi naman na pwede. Kunyari, binuff yung shot clock eh. Dapat 24, ginawan 2 oras yung shot clock. Di ba? Parang baliw naman.
Hindi naman, 2 oras mo hawak yung bola. Papasahan lang kayo.
Oo, ganun lang. Kung paano kanya never mind. Tapos alam mo yun,
na-realize mo rin.
Na-realize ko, mali yun eh.
Mamaya na lang, pag nagkakas na lang ulit.
Mali yun. Tapos alam mo yun, pakiramdam na sa esports kasi guys, alam naman natin na kayang-kaya talaga natin mag-nerf tsaka buff dyan. Wala tayong iniiwanan. Lahat talaga dapat magbago ng meta kasi ito yung chance sa mga players na mag-adjust eh, di ba? Yung tipong, kasi may mga players kasi na malakas lang pag ganitong patch, tapos the next patch, pag kunyari hindi na sila comfy, medyo talagang humihina na rin talaga ng kahit papano. May mga ganun talaga, lalong-lalo na mapapansin mo yan lalo sa mga MOBA, sa MOBA games talaga. So, lalong-lalo na dito sa FPS, yung right click ng classic, alam niyo yun? Dati malayo ko lang. Ganito sa classic, guys. Malayo ka, magkalayo kayo. Left click, right click. Pak, chang! Ganun yung gawin mo. Matik patay na agad yung kalaban mo.
Parang
last year, best!
Full tutorial yan, best.
Oh, best. Last year, alam mo ba yung pinaka nakakainis sa lahat? Baki na grappler, men. Nakakainis yun. Isipin mo naman.
Magkano lang yung Baki?
800!
Oh.
900 pala, 900 pesos. Isipin mo, meron ka ng one hit delete.
Dumikit ka lang no? Dumikit ka lang. Pumasok ka lang sa smoke, one hit delete yung mangyayari sa mga players. There was changes in the meta for sure at gamit nga natin ngayon is yung recent patch. So definitely we're gonna see some changes on Icebox gaya nga nasabi ni Vil as well. At nagtatanong dito, magaling na ba daw ako? Nakauwi na ako ng Pilipinas. Isa lang ang ibig sabihin niya, negative yung result ko. Kaya nakauwi na tayo. So ayun, magaling na ho. Share ko lang para sa inyong lahat.
Kasi syempre, at least, di ba, yun yung partner ko, mga kaibigan.
Ingat kayo, guys.
Kahit may karamdaman yan, talagang nagkakas pa rin yan, di ba? Kaya, yun tama, mag-ingat kayo dyan. Always think positive na okay kayo.
Huwag kayong mag-positive.
Dati kasi parang sinasabi natin, di ba? Parang lumapit kayo sa mga positive people, 'di ba? Dapat
mahirap na ngayon yan.
Ngayon kasi mahirap 'yun eh pag
iiwasan mo na 'yan, men.
Delikado yung mga positive
pero guys,
people. Pero guys,
mag-ingat kayong lahat. If ever, get your booster shots if you need to. If you are available. Kasi ang laking tulong talaga. Ang grabe pinagdaanan ko, hindi ako makahinga and everything. So, share ko lang ulit. Tapos nagkasa akong Valorant. Galing!
di ba? At saka syempre, yung pag-vaccine, ladies and gentlemen, it's a social responsibility. It's a social responsibility yan. And big shoutout nga pala kay Mr. Red Garcia, ladies and gentlemen. Like and
Idol
share,
namin
add
yan.
nyo na rin. Yeah, pero yun nga, ito na guys, game na. Tara.
Game na yung
Game number 1. Dito sa No Namers versus Fancy United Esports, ladies and gentlemen. Pero bago muna tayo mag-game, we're just gonna head on to a very, very short break. Once again, we are casters, the mods. See ya.
At totoo na this time around, kami pa rin ang inyong mga casters. My name is Taylor. With me is Vil. Nandito pa rin tayo sa first game of the day. At least, kalahati na nung first game natin kahit papano. Dalawang series ang mapapanood natin para sa araw na ito. But unang series is of course No Namers, and of course we have Fancy United Esports. Looking at the two teams right now, pantay ang laban so far. When it comes to the scorings, meron lang lamang na +1, +2 kung hindi ako nagkakamali. At feeling ko, this time, it's time na talaga eh. It's time.
It's time! Dito sa second half ng ating game number 1 dito sa VCT APAC, talagang akala natin sobrang bilis no? Kasi grabe yung first half
Fast-paced sila maglaro.
Yung early game natin, sobrang solid, sobrang bilis, pero it's just wala, nangyari na dapat nangyari, and syempre wala naman tayong magagawa doon, hindi na rin namin start yun.
So, wala tayong magagawa kung hindi mag-antay.
Out of control na natin yan, guys. I mean, ang importante talagang at least nandito tayo sa parang sobrang fair ng lahat, syempre. Hindi naman pwede yung isa nagkakaproblema. Syempre, dapat lahat talaga tayo pantay-pantay lang para syempre mas maging exciting yung laban na makikita natin ngayon. Once again, you're watching MYSG region versus the Vietnam region, mga kaibigan, dito sa ating first series. Don't worry because ang ating second series is APH ang kalaban ang Big BAAM.
Big BAAM. Later on, maya-maya yun, guys. So, I think it would be around, feeling mo ba magto 2-0? Gising kasi si Ray Ray Feeling ko 3 games.
Sana.
Hindi, kung iisipin natin, parehas kasi sila ng style Alam mo yun? Parehas sila ng play style kahit pa paano. And, mabilis naman sila maglaro at the same time. Kaso nga lang, when you look into it, just a quick recap on what happened. Like we said a while ago, double controller agent setup meron dito. For the side of No Namers, they're facing Fancy United Esports right now. Kung sisilipin natin yung map ban and also yung map picks natin, Fancy United actually banned Breeze. And next up, what they actually picked is Haven. Itong first map natin. So, pick to ng Fancy United Esports. So, importante na makuha nila yung tamang momentum pagdating dito sa first game natin. Dahil, of course, on the second match, it's gonna be a pick on the other.
Yeah, tama yun. Which is Ascent. Tama, Ascent ng map 2, which is ang pumili nun is No Namers. Knowing na No Namers, sila yung lamang dito sa ating scoreline 9-8 yung score natin ngayon. So, talagang medyo delikado rin talaga ang Fancy United Esports if ever, kasi kailangan nila mag-step up knowing na broken by ang Fancy United dito sa round na to. So, paano sila makakabawi if ever? Partner.
Yun nga mahirap magkaroon ng ganung problema. But at the same time, nakita natin from the start, Fancy United Esports, they went 4-0 immediately, like right off the bat. They were able to take the pistol round, they were able to take the bonus round, and the buy round that they have. So nakuha nila yung 4 na yun. But No Namers, ang bilis din nila kasi mag-adjust. Nakapag-adjust sila agad. On the other hand, they took another 4 rounds consecutively against Fancy United. So pabalik-balik lang, parang nagrarally lang sa volleyball. Itong dalawang teams na meron tayo, No Namers and Fancy United Esports. So, once we get back into it to the second half, makikita natin talaga kung ano yung capabilities nila. But I would just say that Fancy United Esports performing really well on defense. They have good retakes so far. They have good planned strategies. The flanks is just good as well. So, ang problema dito is No Namers, mabilis sila mag-adjust So, marirealize nila yung ginagawa ng Fancy.
Yeah. I mean, talagang nakadepende naman talaga yun sa playstyle lang din ng mga players natin ngayon. For Fancy, they try to be really that aggressive dun sa match na nakita rin natin, pero nag-work nung una, pero nag-adjust din sila nag-adjust sila dun sa gameplay na ginawa nga rin talaga ng No Namers din dun sa early matches na nangyari dito sa game natin ngayon. But itong ito scoreline natin mga kaibigan is there's a chance talaga na baka manalo pa ang no-namers dito if ever kasi tuloy nga nakita natin 9-8 yung score nila broken by ang sa side ng Fancy United Esports. So all they need to do for no-namers is capitalize everything that they have the money, they have the lead, all they gotta do is win no matter what. Dito naman sa Fancy United Esports naman is I mean wala, dalawa yung mag-anchor sa kanila eh. Ang mag-anchor sa kanila is actually that Astra and the Breach na meron sila though. Pero ang tanong, gaano katagal nila yon pwedeng ma-hold if ever? Kaya pa ba nilang bawiin yun? Kaya pa ba nila na namatay yung scoreline kahit broken by sila? And yeah, let's see lang if ever na pagka-start ng ating game. But dito naman sa side ng mga buhay namin, okay lang naman kami.
Okay lang naman. Tinitignan ko, sinisilip ko actually yung stats ng mga teams natin. When it comes to no-namers, pagdating sa mapa like Haven, this is again a map pick by Fancy United Esports. And looking at their Haven, it's a 67% win rate. So 2 wins, 1 lose, not much when you count yung mga games na nilaro na talaga nila, because it's actually just 3 total matches. But it's a 67% win rate. They always use up, of course, they have the Chamber, Astra, and all other. Pero nagbago nga yung meta natin eh. Bagong patch tong gamit natin, guys. Paalala ko lang ulit para sa mga viewers na nanonood. If you are curious what patch we are using the 4.04 patch notes. So this is fairly new for everyone. Still, everyone is still adjusting with how the playstyle definitely completely changed because of the controller setup.
Yeah. Pero part I'm gonna ask you, tingin mo ba makakapasok ang Action
PH?
Ang makakapasok ang Action PH dito?
Oo naman.
Dito sa Group A kasi. Group A, ang makakatapat.
Wala nang pakialam sa ibang team eh. Basta PH, pasok yan, man.
Hindi natin kakilala yung mga ibang team sa'yo. Wala tayong pakialam. Pero yun nga, dito sa Group A, it's actually Action PH, Big BAAM, Full Sense, tsaka ang Onyx G! Sila yung mga nandun eh. Full Sense isipin mo nandito. One of the best teams, not just here in Southeast Asia, not just here sa buong Asia Pacific region, pero sa buong mundo rin, kasi knowing na sila ang currently third sa buong Asia Pacific partner.
Talaga?
Ang first is ang Xerxia. Ito ang X10.
Yeah, yung dating X10 players. Yan sina Crows. Kung di ako nagkakamali. Sino-sino pa ba yung mga players nila doon?
Search dito si Crow, si Scary, si Foxy, Sushi Boys.
Yappy.
Ito sila.
Malakas yung team na yan.
Next, ang rank number 2, Team Secret. Alam na natin kung ano yung nangyari. Hindi natin pwede pag-usapan yan. Mag-move on na tayo.
Kalimutan na natin yan. Move on
na tayo. Next is Full Sense. Andito sila John Olsen. Andito sila.
Yes, si John Olsen. Hindi lang yan hindi lang sila top team when it comes to Asia Pacific region. John Olsen is also like number 1 din for the Radiant at one point. So I'm not sure about right now. Pero at one point, yun nga yun. At one point, naunahan niya si Vil. Siya yung naging top player sa buong region when it comes to ranked games. So, obviously, this player is cracked. But as a team player, he's also crazy. So, malaking factor si John Olsen dun sa team nila.
So,
napunta na tayo sa kabilang dako ng teams eh. No? So, ayun. Share lang namin.
Ang next dun is Paper Rex.
Paper Rex.
Ito, yung mga tropa natin to mga Paper Rex. Andito sila sila Benkay, tsaka sila Davai.
Si Wolf.
Andito si Wolf.
Si Wolf. Kamukha ni Wolf kung naalala niyo pa si Wolf, guys. Si Benkay yan eh.
Kung nasaan ka man Wolf, pitikin mo na lang.
Paramdam ka na lang dito sa amin. Pero Paper Rex, they're a very formidable team. Nakita natin how they played on Champions as well, and definitely a force to be reckoned when it comes to Asia Pacific region. Isa yan sa mga teams na I'm sure that will rise to the top. Parang top 4 yan, Matic. Parang ganun yung tingin ko para sa kanila.
Tapos ang top 4 partner, top
Sino?
4 partners. Crazy Raccoon. Ayan, sila Munchkin. Ayan, men. Sa Japan sila. Naalala ko na naman yung ginawa ni kaibigang Sambi. Nilagyan na naman ng subtitle sa mga pinagsasabi ko, di ba? Nagkahampasan ng Longga Dog, men. Diyos ko.
Oo. Inedit pa, kabo.
Grabe talaga yung mga edits, bro.
Sino nga ba? Sino ulit yung team na minention natin? Crazy Raccoon. Crazy Raccoon. I feel like yung Japan region kasi,
sila
they have a very, very, very different kind of play. Ang parang hindi ko siya maintindihan, but at the same time, may sistema sila. Alam mo yun?
Totoo yun.
Kaso nga lang, hindi nag-workout pagdating sa ibang regions. Talagang nahirapan sila.
Except Split. Pagdating sa Split, dun malakas ang Japan. Dun malakas. Hindi ko alam kung bakit sa Split sila sobrang lakas. Kasi syempre, yung Split, hinago yan sa bansa nila.
Diba?
Kaya nga may ramen, ganyan. Tapos maliit lang kasi yung Split din if ever. And dito naman sa ang panglima.
Panglima. Isa-isahin namin to, men.
Isa-isa na lang, men. Namin pag-usapan eh.
Diyos ko. Ano yung next team?
Ha?
Ano yung next team? After Crazy
Teka,
Raccoon?
kumalma ka. Wait lang.
Sorry. Sorry akin. Pero, ito, nakikita nyo yung mga top teams right now when it comes to rankings. Pag sinerch nyo to, it basically covers
Velocity
yung
Gaming.
mga ginagawa nila from their own specific regions. So, makikita natin yung mga points na accumulated, kumbaga, kaya sila nasa taas ng mga teams instead of, other teams that you might be thinking that would be at the top. Pero yung Velocity, actually, nag-disband yung team na yan for their female league, for their female team. I think they're focusing on a new perspective, if I'm not mistaken. And they're trying to rebuild yung kanilang brand. If I'm not mistaken, Velocity.
Yeah. Dito naman sa Velocity is India.
Yep.
Sa India ang Velocity Gaming. Pero yun nga, mga bagong pangalan din kasi hindi din natin sila na-cast back then. Pero yeah, sila Vibor, sila Deathmaker,
sila
Health,
Vibor,
Right to Waste, MW1, si Marzil, si tropang Marzil.
Akala mo tropa mo talaga eh, no? Actually, ginawa namin tong broadcast na to para talaga sa podcast namin ni Ville.
Ano yun?
Total, hinahanap nyo naman kami lagi.
Lagi na kami hinahanap, diba? I mean, kailan ba magsasama si Taylor tsaka si Ville? Ito na yun.
Ito na. Tapos kayo na, nagre-reklamo kayo.
Ang susunod, mga kaibigan, is Boom Esports 7. Ito mga pinag-uusapan namin ngayon. Actually, maganda rin to kasi kasama rin to sa buong APAC, diba? Yun. Si Boom Esports, mga kaibigan, dito sila Frostmind, si Blaze King, si Flips, tsaka si Berserk, tsaka si Tebutol. Pangalan pa lang, di ba?
Tebutol, malakas yan.
Ang gusto ko makas...
napanood natin yan.
Ang gusto ko makas sa talo yung Bonkers.
Si Bonkers?
Yung Bonkers, yung team, yung taga-Australia.
Pag iniisip ko pa rin kung paano nila lalaroin yun. Pero problema na nila yan. Madami na ang problema. Dadagdagan pa. Diba? Parang isipin pa natin yun. But going back to what we were talking about, kung hindi nyo alam or kakarating nyo lang dito, pinag-uusapan namin actually is yung ranking ng mga teams with regards to Asia Pacific. Tama, Vil? Asia Pacific yung tinitignan nating rankings.
Yeah, Asia Pacific. Tama.
Kung ano yung current score nila, current timeline ng team, at kung ano yung mga naging recent tournaments nila, kung nananalo ba sila. Basically, all compiled into one. And to be honest, we are having Bren Esports down there as well. That's not too bad for a fairly new team. And for fairly young players as well. Mga mga young guns na pumasok talaga on VCT and they made a show out of it, definitely. On the other hand, hindi nga lang sila nakaabot pagdating dun sa finals.
Hindi pinalad. Pero, yeah, I mean, next naman dun is Zeta Division Japan na naman. Ito talaga yun, no? Ang Japan talaga, they really have their own dun talaga na. Kasi ganito kasi yun, sa Japan server kasi, if ever naglaro ka dyan from Southeast Asia, Southeast Asia and Japan. I mean, pag naglaro ka dyan from the Philippines, or sa iba't iba, medyo hindi kasi ganoon kaayon yung ping, medyo mataas sa Japan if ever.
Mga 90
kaya
ganun.
Kaya kung napapansin nyo, yung laging laro ng Japan is laging sila lang.
Sila lang yung nagkakakitaan.
Totoo yun. Totoo yun, men. Pero, tapos pagdating sa Masters, meron silang sariling slot dun. Swerte, di ba?
Japan.
Oo,
kasi may sarili silang region.
Oo, meron
Tayo,
silang sarili.
Southeast Asia, kailangan natin paglabanan yung tatlong spot sa napakaraming teams din as well. So, just a quick background then for you guys. Kung ano nga ba yung nangyayari when it comes to VCT circuit, the entirety of the circuit.
Ayun basta isipin mo ang Valorant Champions Tour nila, Stage 1, Challengers Playoffs, pag nag-champion ka doon, matik seeded ka agad sa Masters.
Pwede. Hindi pala pwede. Sure na pala. Sure. Pero honestly, hot take, feeling ko mas malakas yung Zeta kaysa sa Crazy Raccoon.
Actually,
I like how they played based on what I saw from the performance doon sa Masters natin. Or was it Masters. Nagustuhan ko yung performance nila compared to Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, pero ito na. Ito na, ladies and gentlemen, mukhang nararamdaman ko na at mukhang mag-start na rin tayo. Pero before that, mag-hello muna kami sa inyo. Hello.
Hello, kamusta kayo? Sana okay lang
Sana
kayo.
okay
Share
lang
nyo na
kayo.
yung stream. Baka naman.
Share. Don't forget to like and share the stream, of course. Don't forget to give shoutouts to all the team that you're rooting for. Para syempre, if ever, like kunyari, taga-ibang bansa sila, pumunta sila dito sa PPGL, makikita nila, hala, meron pala mga taga-Philippines na gustong sumuporta sa amin.
Ay, game na! Akala ko nagpo-podcast tayo
Game na?
Joke lang. Ito na, rack na ito. 8-9 is the scoreline. And No Namers is up to a lead with just one round advantage. Isang mabilisan na labas for the players of FCY right here. They were able to spot Vera and that is Vera out immediately. 26 HP na lang ang natitira para sa Sky na to and that aftershock will definitely kill him. Shun on the other hand, nakita niya yung kalaban pero nga lang hindi niya na nakuha yung trade-off na yon. This is now left to the three players in the hand of the three players of No Namer. Sean, Sky SG, and DXN. Mukhang entry na to towards C.
Pero itong mga players natin ngayon, naghahanap na sila pwede mapatay dito sa may C. But yun nga lang, that Aldo not gonna spawn anyone dito sa side ngayon ng FCY though. But yun nga, that is Sky with a spike being implanted right now. Pero itong mga players naman na No Namers, it's time for them to do some quick retake lang din if ever makakaya na nila kahit 3 lang sila dito. Kahit 5 pa sila lang natitira dito mga kaibigan, 3v5 retake, kaya na nila yan. Pero dito naman ngayon sa side ng No Namers to, sila yung may lamang pero kung napapansin mo, sabay-sabay silang naghahanap dito na mapapatay. Highs with a 2K. It's all up to 1. DX and all men remaining. And mga kaibigan, the game is now tied up by 9. Ito for the side of No Namers, talagang sama-sama talaga sila, no? Leave no man behind.
Kaso, yung problema doon, Vil, once na merong makaspot sa kanila, tapos hindi agad na trade-off, instant triple kill Nakita natin yun from the previous rounds a while ago as well, na pag nahuli nilang gumagapang, may nahuli silang gumagapang, meron talagang casualty, may collateral damage, either 2 kills or a triple kill is happening left and right. So they have to be really careful with those pushes.
Tayo yun
Oo nga, ayun
Oo
si Ray chill lang.
Tira mo, malayo siya sa amin, di ba?
Malayo siya sa amin. Natanggal na yung yung curse. TP is ready. Tour de Force up in action. Pero wala siyang masaspot on C. C is actually completely clear.
Pero ito rin mga Repolitis kay mga kaibigan. Catches one. Acerola is now down for the count. Highs with a big trade-off na nangyayari dito 4v4. Napakabilis na nangyayari. Stems though with that Trailblazer. We're gonna spot one out. Probably si Highs nakita na yan. Pero yun nga lang because of that smoke. Hindi talaga sila nagkakakitaan dito. 4v4 on this round right now. In terms of utilities, in terms of ultimates, meron si DXN. And dito naman sa kabila, they have the ultimate dito kay BMVZ. Pwede siyang mag-Rolling Thunder if ever, pero kailan niya gagamitin iyon? Si BMVZ, siya ang pwede siya ang biggest factor dito if ever, pero ito na nga yung Rolling Thunder na nilabas dito ni BMVZ rather, pero meron tayo dito sa may window do. BMVZ, tamang Pachasan din. 1v2 situation onto this corner right now, pero walang nakita si BMVZ kahit isa. 9-10. And NN still leading this game. Meron bang pera ang FCY? Last pera na nila ito, partner.
Pero taghirap. Yung iba kailangan half buy or they would go for half armors right here. Just a quick replay on what happened. I really assumed that it was gonna be a good retake because to be honest, you have the Rolling Thunder, meron ka ding Astra Ball, nandun yung Cosmic Divide mo, pero hindi nila na-capitalize lahat ng utilities na yun. And now they are back to zero when it comes to those utilities that they need. Wala nang Rolling Thunder, yung retake capability, medyo mahirap for the side of FCY. But now they have the operator yet again on the hands of Killer S. Let's see if she can, or rather he can actually take one. That is 48 HP down for Killer S para sa kanya. And there is a heal capability on the side of Sky. Ito na naman yung no-namers. Sama-sama na naman silang nag-aantay dito. They're just playing default, playing completely safe. Baka sakaling makapitas sila.
Tamang slow play lang din talaga. Kung napapansin mo, talaga mabilis talaga sila mag-react dito if ever. Hindi na sila nagpo-push, hindi na sila nagiging aggressive. Dumarating talaga sa point na medyo mabagal din talaga sila. Pero ito na yung mga players natin ngayon sa NN. Mga kaibigan nag-aandal sila, pwede mapasok dito. Plus, that Hunter's Fury onto the side of NN will gonna mess up with the utilities and syempre with the positions of FCY right now. As with another one, DXN kills one already. Pero ito na nga, nakaisa pa si SG. So it's all up to Killers right now. Yes, meron siyang Blade Storm, meron siyang Operator, pero ang tanong, magko-commit ba siya or hindi? Probably not. Ang problema lang din talaga, NN, they're 1 point away for that match point after this round.
Oh, double-digit score for no-namers. Alam na natin, kapag double-digit score, there's no more room for errors right now. Killer S, still with the operator, probably gonna be a save para sa kanya. Meron siyang blades up and online, pero I don't think nagagamitin niya to. Gamitin niya to probably for the eco round instead. And this is Sky hopping out. The kill comes in. Now they know the position kung nasaan si Killer S. Hahanapin, hahuntingin nga ba nung players ng no-namers? Malalaman natin yan.
Hahuntingin nga kasi si Soba hunter yan eh. Pero ito pero si Killers,
the hunter.
Oh, hunter yan, man. Pero yung alang Killers, makakit siya pa ba siya or not? Probably not. And yeah, he will keep that operator. Ang problema lang din talaga is walang pera at all ang side ng FC White. Kung napapansin natin si Acerola, yes, meron siyang spare money. Probably gonna get that Spectre up. Pero itong NN, all they gotta do is just wait and syempre capitalize everything that they have at pwede makabawi ang FCY dito pag match point na ang NN. Pero kung napapansin mo, partner, in terms of ultimates, Sky with that orbital strike. Yes, meron siya orbital strike para lang syempre makapag anti-diffuse lang din talaga, anti-retake if ever. So, ang gagawin lang ni Brimstone dito is dun ka lang sa likod. Vera sa harap, Sky sa likod.
Kung iniisip nyo kung sino yung Sky, hindi yung literal na Sky Agent. May pangalan kasi Sky din para kay Brimstone dito. But heading back to the game, this is the guiding light popping in, pero wala namang malapit dyan. The Stimmy from the Breamy, andyan na rin yung mga smokes and utilities na kailangan nilang ilatag. Yes, I can. Yan ang sabi niya dito with the kill on that Sheriff, pero the trades are happening left and right. This is now yet again up to Killers with the operator. Paano na naman siya makakahanap dito ng pick-off? Meron siyang Blade Storm na pwedeng gamitin for this retake, pero kailangan niya munang makapitas. This is a very aggressive push para sa isang operator. Hindi niya nakuha yung shots na yan. This is now the Blade Storm up and online and no use at all. Vera shuts him down completely. 12-9 na yung score natin and match point na for no-namers.
Match point it is at meron pera ang FCY dito. Partner, isipin mo, this is the map na pinili ng FCY. Next map, mapa ng no-namers naman yun. If ever nalalo no-namers dito, kailangan kabahan ng FCY if ever. Sa next round.
Map pickers. Baka may map pickers tayong nakikita. Hindi natin alam.
Yeah, that's true. Pero ito nga, It's just the corners lang din talaga. Tamang off-angle lang din ang ginagawa ng mga teams natin ngayon. Pero, ito kay Killers, ang problema lang din, partner, papansin
Feeling ko
mo,
dapat di niya
wala
na
siyang pera.
ginamit eh.
Wala siyang pera. Yun mo, 3K lang pera niya.
Kasi good effort, there was the effort, yes, but you lost the operator, you also lose the Blade Storm. Was it worth it? I don't think so. Probably the operator kung mawala, hindi siya nakakuha ng pick-off eh. Hindi niya napatay yung nasa hell. So, immediately, bawas agad yung percentage mo when it comes to having that retake potential, especially in a 1v3 situation.
Tama ka dyan, kaibigan. And Killers, kailangan niyang, hindi, bibigay sa kanya ata Vandal, ako yung Phantom. Si BMZ ang magbibigay ng Spectre. Sige pre, Spectre ka na lang. Bigay mo sa akin yung Phantom mo. Kasi si BMZ naman, hindi naman niya talaga kailangan pumasok eh. Kasi ang pseudo duelist dito sa side ng Fancy United is si Yasikan with that Sky. Pero yun nga lang, walang pakialam si Vera kahit ma-fault line siya dito. Medyo delikado lang din talaga kasi what if meron sumilip dyan. But Killers right now. Magandang position na dito, tamang bait and switch down together with Temps dito sa A, pero meron pa sila makikita. Pero nga lang, Trailblazer will gonna spot Killers right now, pero hindi niya alam na baka meron din dito sa gilid which is si Teps, pero ngayon alam na nila. Nakakita na sila, they have the information already, and for sure they're not gonna push A long. Probably they're gonna go B, walang tao dyan, pero yun nga lang, kayang makapag-switch agad ng FCY. And yun nga, because of the rotation that they can do. But here in B, they said, and they saw it already, na parang the coast is clear, we need to go here in B. Pero, partner, ito yung pinaka talaga nakakatakot dito. Si Temps, 1 orb away for that ultimate. Sky SG, meron siyang orbital strike. Yun ang kailangan nilang isipin.
So may mga utilities talaga sila dito na pwedeng gamitin. Especially when you get a kill like that, immediately na-punish mo, nabawasan mo na agad yung man capability or rather yung firepower netong team na to. The double pick is there, but Vera, Bladestorm up and online para sa kanya. The right click didn't connect at all and this shot will definitely do. Heizi on the other hand will go down and it's finally done and over with. First game of the day goes to No Namers.
No Namers winning that first game sa ating best of 3 series. And tulad ka nakita natin, it's just ang pumili nung mapa na yun is ang Fancy.
Yuppie.
Pero
ang pumili nung mapa na yun, sabi nga ni Vil, Fancy, kaso nga lang natalo sila on that map pick. Malalaman natin on the second game later kung may map pick curse nga ba, because the next map later on is gonna be, of course, Ascent, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see, let's double check on that. It is Ascent. So, going to stats, of course, silipin natin kung ano ba yung nangyari for this as well, and pag-usapan natin kung ano ba yung nangyari during the first half and the second half. Pag-usapan na natin yung first half. On the second half though, natuloy ng No Namers yung momentum na meron sila.
Oo. And there's a lot of mistakes lang din talaga. Actually, doon nga sa ginawa ng No Namers, hindi ko alam kung ba't nila ginawa yun. I mean, they have that round already. 3v4 ang situation na yun. Pero tatlo sila talaga nag-push papunta dito sa may defender spawn. From C to defender spawn. Pero yun nga lang, they're actually caught off guard by Heizi. Oh, kasi si Honey Glaze naman, dalawa yung inya, pero Honey, hindi naman Honey Glazy ang tawag.
Heiz with the double E.
Oo. alam mo best, mapapa-Heiz ka na lang talaga sa nangyari.
Pero No Namers, they take this game number 1, best of 3 series to. Fancy United Esports, they have good foundations. May foundations na sila eh. And at the same time, kailangan lang talaga nilang linisin kung ano yung meron sila. Because it's been a bit messy during that first and second half as well. But of course, the momentum shifted towards No Namers. Aside from that, of course, the technical pause, it would take a toll for the players as well. So I feel like pagdating sa match-up na ito, I just want to see the second match where kung saan do or die match para sa kanilang dalawa.
Hindi pong bahala na si Batman talaga. And knowing na si Batman maglalaro mamaya partner.
Oh, talaga?
Oo. Ano yan?
Stand-in?
Siya ang stand. Oh, nag-stand din siya. dito sa side ng APH kasi si Modski hindi siya makapaglaro. Actually, tinanong ko nga pero hindi ko na-reply.
Yung tropa natin dyan. Pero ito ha, just a quick replay, just the game highlights for today that we have. Multiple times mga pumapasok sa smoke and then hindi nila napapansin it's already on the left side, on the right side. Ang ganda ng Brimstone pick because when you go to A site actually, you have the smoke, the sky smokes being set up already. But of course, you also have the molly when it comes to the retake of the other team. Batuhan mo lang ng molly and they're gonna be shut down already. Ang laking delay na agad nun kasi covered yung buong A main eh. Or rather, covered yung buong A link.
Yeah, that's true. And nakita talaga natin, and actually ito partner, hindi naman ganoon kalakas and kataas yung kills ni Brimstone. Pero yun nga, because of the molly, na kayang i-delay ang pag-post plant ng FCY. Sobrang laki na nun. Yung ultimate niyang orbital strike.
Pati yung yung steam beacon.
Pati yung Beyblade niya, man. Solid.
Yeah, yung Steam Beacon talagang it really changed up the pace of the game. We see faster games now, especially because of the speed boost that it actually gives off dun sa mga players then as well. So that was game number 1 for you guys. We finally finished our first game of the day. On the other hand, best of 3 series to. Ibig sabihin, gaya ng minimension ko kanina, do or die itong magiging second match natin. Mapupunta ba sa 2-0 with no-namers winning it all? O kaya naman, are we gonna head into game number 3 with Fancy United Esports taking it back? Let's find out once we come back. VCT Asia Pacific playoffs or play-ins. We'll be right back.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thoughts as I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever made. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my
test me.
Yeah.
And we are back here in VCT APAC. We are casters, VIL, and theater here. At kami ang
The Mods. Andito pa rin kami. Kailangan talaga ipapasa mo sa akin pagdating sa ganung mga punto no? Hindi ko alam, hi talaga. Pero 1-0 na ang score natin para sa best of 3 series. Hopefully tuloy-tuloy na to para sa dalawang teams na meron tayo. But talking about what happened during game number 1, may nabasa akong comment actually, Vil. Si Sky SG, pangalan niya pala talaga in real life, Sky.
Oh, talaga?
Oh, tinignan ko, sinilip ko actually para mamaya fake news tayo eh. Syempre, re-research tayo. Pangalan niya Felipe Sky Lim. Ah?
Wow.
Sky talaga
Maraming salamat sa impormasyon, KO. Pero
walang problema.
Alam ko nag-iisip ka rin, pero pero ewan ko ba? Ito mga players natin ngayon, once again, next map natin is actually Ascent. Well, not really big of a map and not small of a map as well. Pero itong map to, ito yung map na pinili nga ng no-namer. So they're really that confident to play here in this map. And knowing na natalo ng no-namers ang FCY sa mapa na pinili nila will give them that huge of an advantage if ever. Pero ito part na ito yung thing din ito talaga yung mga panahon na pwede nating pag-usapan ngayon, mga underdog stories. Kasi underdogs ngayon, syempre no-namers. Kumbaga sa buong VCT na Philippines, meron na silang mga pangalan for themselves, for sure. Sa MYSG region, kilala na sila doon. Pero yun nga, medyo wala ata silang nakuha.
Ang matindi dito, yun nga,
para
diba?
silang LFO, para silang LFO.
Yun, looking for orb, kumbaga, no? No-namers, yeah, we have that hard storyline na underdogs talaga sila. They beat Shiba, kung naalala nyo pa si Shiba, and friends, and the homies na team. So, kung naalala nyo pa yun. Aside from that, deadly duo talaga nila dito is si Vera tsaka si Temps. At nakikita naman natin yun. Temps was on the Sky a while ago, the pseudo duelist. And Vera, on the other hand, performance-wise, when it comes to that Jet, it is good, but I think there's more to it.
Yeah, for sure. Pero dito sa Ascent, mga kaibigan, there's a lot of course, strategies that you can do here. Lalo na if ever you are trying to be that aggressive of a Jet. Talagang your mid is actually a big playground for you. Pero here's the agent select natin, mga kaibigan. Makikita natin ngayon, are we gonna see a new pick or not? And kung napapansin natin dito, Omen being the top pick agad dito sa games natin ngayon. I mean, bakit VIL? Kasi napipili naman lagi si Sova at si Jet. Yun ito kasi yan. Dito sa last VCT, mga kaibigan, hindi lagi ginagamit ang Omen. Because, number one, sobrang mahal ng paranoia. Yung katabi mo na nabablind din if ever. Tapos si Smokes, alam mo yun. Just get a Viper or an Astra. Kahit mag-Omen ka pa, at least mas maraming magagawa yun. Pero ngayon, mga kaibigan, na siya binalance na siya sa current meta, na buff na rin siya ng konti, lalo na si Brimstone. But we're not gonna see a Brimstone right now because papasok ulit si Pastor Chamber, mga kaibigan, nandito na siya. Maghahanap na siya ng makakasama niyang mag-pray.
Talagang para sa teams natin dito, nag-iba yung agent selection na meron. May KO din tayong nakikita right now. Remember, this is Ascent map. So, a KO is a very viable pick. Ang daming corners mo pwedeng
wala
iba
palang
to.
chamber.
Iba to yung knives. Walang chamber, men.
Oh,
Pwede
kanina kasi.
Nakita mo
meron
chamber.
Nakita ko yung
Okay
chamber
lang yan.
kanina eh.
Tao
Sorry,
lang.
sorry,
People make mistakes. Sabi nga niya.
man.
Pero eto nga, KO very viable pick when it comes to Ascent. Ang dami mong corners pwedeng batuhan yung knife. At the same time, hindi mababasag yung knife. Lalo na very tight yung A main. Ganun din naman sa B. But if you have a Sova on your team as well, pwede mong ilipat A and B at the same time. So, like I said, I've seen a lot of teams use KO pick nowadays. Lalo na si Kakarot, grabe mag-KO yung batang yun.
Oo. Sipin mo, nag-sorry na nga siya sa no? Nag-sorry na nga siya kay Chamber kasi nga hindi na niya pinipick si Chamber KO na lang din talaga. Actually si Kakarot, napanood ko siya maglaro live. Nasa likod niya ako noon na naglalaro sila. Oo. Ako yung bagong coach nun.
Ikaw yung bagong coach ng Naos.
Kung merong ang tawag dito, ang coach nila si Backstab, di ba?
Oo.
Ako si Sidestab.
Ikaw si Sidestep. Kung may dubstep, ikaw si Sidestep.
Oh.
Parang ganun lang. Pero mukhang push na naman ang gusto dito, ang nais ng FCY. But there is actually no one around na pwede nilang mapatay dito. Because the plan is to go all the way to A side. Ito na naman yung triple flank setup na meron sila. And Heisey, he doesn't even need to see anyone para makapatay. That is Vera down already. Trying to pinpoint kung nasan yung mga kalaban dito. Naghahanap siya na pwede pang makapatay o pwede pang maging casualty. But the Sova drone will detect him at call completely, and the stars are being set up already. A 5v4 situation, the pull comes in. Mayroon bang kasamang backup yan? Mayroon bang kasunod? May follow-up. Dems goes in, but he doesn't get the kill. As Arola was able to take one. 2-to-1 trade lang para sa kanila. A 4v1 situation. Talagang dispose plan situation is gonna be quite difficult. Napaka-imposible na neto, especially kapag pinush ka ng ganito. So, it is definitely FCY round that we are looking at. But the good thing is, no-namers, nakapag-plan sila at least.
Yeah. So, extra 300 din
Matic.
yan. 300 na ayuda.
May ayuda no? May pamigay. Para dun sa 5 players. May pambili.
May pa 300 si Mayor, mga kaibigan, dito sa mga
One.
mapa natin dito sa Ascent BGC.
Ascent BGC. Kanina nakita nyo sa waiting screen, BGC Tondo Dito, Ascent BGC tawag dito. Pero,
uy! Diyos ko,
what a
unahan.
shot from Killer S doon sa Marshall na yan. Nako, 1 down na naman agad yung no-namers dito. Pero nakita naman natin kanina na 4-0 tong no-namers. Nakabalik
Yeah. It's just a comeback lang din talaga.
Baka lang. Yung pagsimulang mga rounds, yung pinapakiramdaman mo pa.
Pakiramdaman lang din talaga. It's just gonna be a deja vu of what happened a while ago. Pero nga, so we're gonna fall down. We're gonna fall down to the hands of High Z. 2v5, DXN and Sky SG with just a Shorty and Frenzy on hand. Can they still do this? Pero nga, that is the flash plus the swing of Yes He Can.
Ang ganda
Yes
rin ng
I
pool.
Can. It's Yes He Can. Yes He Can or Yes I Can. Probably gonna go with Yes I Can.
Oh,
What do
ganda
you
nung
think?
pull dun. Actually, yes, I can pag talagang nakakuha siya ng kills. But just a quick replay on what happened. The fault line, the pull, the guiding light, communication is key.
Pero eto na. Yung mga matches natin ngayon and dito sa side ng FCY, yes, they're gonna stick lang din talaga dito sa mga barrel na meron sila kanina. Pero yung nga lang, papansin natin dito, Keller trying to be really aggressive, pero nga lang, na-punish agad nila Vera at ni DXN. Agad-agad, Vera with the 2K already. Vera super low on HP, meron ba silang heal? Wala.
Wala silang healing galing dito na pwedeng gamitin for no-namers right now. Smoke? Wow, what a kill from Yesican. Nakuha niya yung kill na yun despite having that Omen smoke. This is now the spike being planted para naman sa side ng no-namers. A 4v2 situation para sa kanila. This is a flank being set up already. Alam na nila na nandito sa mid itong dalawang players, probably one as far as they know. But the guiding light, nasira yung guiding line. They know that there was someone pushing there already. So kailangan nilang umatras dito. The turret detects them, repositioning themselves. Pero that takes so much time.
Yeah. That's true. 4v2. Wala, I mean, they need to die if ever. I mean, kahit meron silang Spectre, kahit meron silang 2-9, lalo si Yes I Can, yes, they have that Spectre and the full armor. Yung full armor na yan, kailangan talaga niyang, kasi 1,000 din yan, men. Okay lang yan, na mag-save siya dito, pero yung isa, bawas yung armor niya, para magiging times 2 pa yung, yung gastos siya dito if ever. So, at least, gusto lang talaga nila na ma-equalize lang din yung economy nila if ever. Kasi ako napapansin mo kay Vera, di ba? Yung bigla nang napatay si Killer S dito. I mean, yes, from up top, bigla kang bumaba dyan. Ang problema lang din, wala kang idea kung ilan ba ang nag-aantay sa'yo. Sobrang basic ng ginawa ni Vera nung pinatay ni si Killer S.
Totoo. Oh, ito yung mga delikadong part eh. Alam ng mga jetmate, oh, that is a smoke. I'm not sure if supposed to be on the recon, pero that smoke from the Omen definitely saves the day. And I assume itong smoke ng Omen is actually from no-namers. Because they usually, typically, pagdating sa attackers, they smoke mid to have control over it. So, that smoke definitely saved the day. 5v4 na nga lang agad with temps out. This is a little bit of a problem, but I wouldn't say not too much, you know? Kasi si Sean nandyan pa rin naman eh. For example, for that recon, for the Sova drone, they still have that at kaya nila tong gawan ng paraan even without temps. On the other hand, kailangan ma-shutdown din yung operator. Matanggal sa kamay ng FCY. Dahil definitely like immediately cut off the economy.
Yeah, that's true. But dito naman sa mga game natin yung mapapansin natin dito are Yola. Si Rola pala. With that paranoia, BMV with the kill onto that aftershock. So, pero yung mapapansin natin dito mga kaibigan, just yung mga players ngayon ng NN talagang nawawala na isa-isa. FCY, mukhang makapag-comeback ata sila dito, partner.
Comeback is real? Game 3 is real? We don't know yet. But this instant replay will show you definitely kung ano ba capabilities ng isang FCY as a team. Look at that duo that happened right there on A main. Insta-flash, peek out. Communication is key para sa side ng FCY and it actually very much improved on this first 4 rounds that we saw. Heading to round 5 though. This would definitely change things kung hindi nila masya-shutdown itong si Killer S. Talagang umaabante, bumabanse. With the help of the Trailblazer, that was an almost shot. I don't know how that didn't hit.
Yeah. Pero itong mga games naman natin ngayon, part din talagang kailangan na mag-take care din talagang NN kasi it's just pag tinuloy-tuloy ito ng FCY mawawala na naman sila ng momentum dito, knowing na wala naman silang sustain na meron ng FCY.
Nagko-crossfire. May nagko-crossfire sa Valorant, man.
Oh, man. Pero yun din ang ginagawa. Ito, dalawa nagko-crossfire dito. 2v2 crossfire.
Oh, hindi sila nagkakakitaan. Nandun na sila sa labas lahat.
Oo, di ba? Sa FCY nagko-crossfire si Omen tsaka si Sky. Dito naman sa NN si KO tsaka si Jet, pero nagkalabasan na nga dito. Vera with a kill onto one though. Yes I can with that flash, but being denied by the players right now. Pero yung si Highs andito din sa likod, pero tamang pop flash lang din talaga. Diyos ko po, diretso Sean, DXN and Sky SG, the only men remaining for the side of NN, pero yun nga lang, nasa loob sila ng
the
B
spike
already, and it's time for them to do a big retake. Sean catches one but failed to take down Yes I Can kasi dalawa naman tao doon. So, 2 versus 3 retake pa din lang gawin dito mga kabiyan. Meron tao isa doon lang sa may gilid ng entrance, which is Sky, at saka yung isa andun lang din sa may gilid ng site ng B, pero yung that is a swing from DXN, catches one, pero napakadami utilities ito ni Bridge para lang at least mawalan dito ng posisyon si DXN if ever, pero BMV is gonna fall down into the hands of DXN together with Heisey as well. DXN, one-man team ng NN at buhay na buhay para ng NN dito. Akala ng FCY na sila mananalo, pero sabi ni DXN, nope, hindi
Habang pinapanood nyo yung action na yan, literally, pinapanood ko yung minimap. Ang ganda ng hold dito ni DXN. Complete control on what he has. Na-blind siya actually eh. Na-blind siya nung not blinding light, but the breach. Yung breach natin, nakapag-blind siya. Kaso nga lang yung drop niya, masyadong mabagal, masyadong matagal. So nahuli siya doon nung Killjoy. On the other hand, yung smoke din ng Omen was able to actually not let anyone pass through immediately. Kailangan i-check talaga ng maigi dahil may maliit na gap yun actually. So mahirap na mahirap yung sitwasyon na yun, but they made it happen. No Namers back on track yet again. 3-2 ang scoreline natin dito. Vera, wala siyang barrel, but definitely yung Blade Storm gagamitin niya yan for sure.
Gagamitin na lahat ng pwede niyang magamit dito partner, pero nga medyo delikado si Yes I Can. Op! Na-swing. Napakagandang timing na ginawa dito ng NN. Muntik na sila makuha dito. Pero yung nga lang dito lang sa may mid, wala silang idea na sa HiZ nagpupush na rin. Sky SG, it's time for you to do a big wraparound dito sa mga players ngayon ng FCY. Pero saan ba sila pupunta? Si Vera, wala siyang barrel dito. It's just the blade serve na hawak niya. -1 updraft, pero eto na. Sa mid, Killer S, siya magiging sagot if ever ko pa nila gagawin to. Tamang pop flash lang din para syempre mawala yung mga pagtingin-tingin. Oh my God! Napakabilis na pangyayari dito. Killers, oh! Flash na takedown 2 already. Solo up to the Shun. Solo up to Shun na Sky SG na lang dito sa side ng NN. 2v5. Halos wala pang bawal dito ang side ng FCY mga kaibigan. Sky SG, dire-diretso! Wala siyang pakialam sa mga nararamdaman nyo!
My God, the flawless round right now para sa FCY. 4-2 ang score natin na meron ngayon. The force to an eco is what No Namers are. Mabilis ang timeout siguro for the team of No Namers. But look at this, Killer S. Na-shutdown niya yung isa. Merong ready mag-trade kung sakasakali man. Hindi siya namatay doon, which is si HiZ. On the other hand, siya yung nakakuha ng kill para sa bait and switch na nangyari doon. On the other hand, Azarola, just hop out. Use the smoke, hop out, get the kills. That's it. Like I said, No Namers on a timeout right now. Sa tingin ko, mabilis naman nila itong mababalik eh. May plano to para sa eco, feeling ko.
Oo. Lahat naman sila may plano naman talaga. Hindi naman sila pupunta dito na empty-handed. Bakit ka makikipag-barilan kung wala ka naman dalang bala?
Yun nga. At the same time, feeling ko, iba yung gagawin nila for this round. I bet it's gonna be an aggressive push. Or it's either very aggressive or very, very careful. Na maghahanap sila ng pick-off using the sheriffs, but that's quite not possible. Pero nakikita natin may Marshall eh. So feeling ko default na default to. Tingnan natin. Feeling, dami kong feeling eh, no?
Pero alam mo, mas masarap na feeling.
Ano?
Yung ka-feeling mo siya.
Pwede po bang lumabas na din?
Ka-feeling mo naman.
I know! What a
Diyos ko pa, nagkakaantay na sila dito. Oh my God, hindi nakita na Vera. Agad-agad si HiZ dito. Oo, tama, pero nagpupush na naman yung mga players. Ang dami na nangyayari dito. Tamang push lang din. Sky SC mo na right-click ng classic HiZ. The only man remaining, partner, meron na silang plano. Ang plano na yun, hindi ko na-gets dito sa mid. Sobrang sila naging aggressive base.
Feeling ko may plano yung No Namers. Tapos yung FCY, naisip nila rin na feeling ko
kitang-kita
magiging
mo.
aggressive to. Labanan natin sa mid.
Oo,
Oh
isipin
my
mo
God,
ha. Ito. Besiwap, kung napapansin mo ha. Tingnan mo yung mga X dito sa mid. Diba? Tatlo ang pumush sa FCY. Bakit kayo nagpupush? Alam nyo nga na kayo na nga yung lamang. Eh, nagpupush pa kayo. Walang tao sa A, walang tao sa B. Lahat sila nasa mid.
Puso mo.
Bigyan mo ng tubig pag nasa mid.
Di, pero kung iisipin mo, ang ganda na sana eh, nung bulag.
Diba?
Ang ganda na nung bulag nung Omen eh. Kaso nga lang, huli pa rin talaga eh. Imagine they only have classics. Uuwi sila na may Vandal. What a plan. What a plan right here. Wow, what a push though for No Namers. Talagang may plano sila dito. Vero was able to take 2 kills already. Yes, I Can was able to take down Temps. But of course, the rest comes in. Ganun-ganun lang, nabuhay na naman ang patay. 5v3 situation. The swarm being set up already. The delays are there para lang hindi talaga pumush yung ibang players ng FCY dito. Makakuha sila ng magandang posisyon when it comes to the post plan.
Eto na. 5v3. Parang ito nga yung nangyari kanina. Partner, napanood ko na to eh.
Nakita ko na yan. Parang replay na to.
Oo, napanood ko na to. Walang choice ang FCY.
Sama-sama silang magsisave.
Save na lang sila. Save na lang sila dito. Okay lang mag 3-man save. Ito sa mga nanonood ngayon, if ever, na kunyari 3 pa kayo, tapos 5 pa yung kalaban nyo, at medyo alam nyo alanganin kayo, hindi kayo bayani, okay? Napapahang lang kayo bigla-bigla. Pwede kayong mag-save. Guys, it's fine to lose some rounds. Okay lang yan. Kasama yan sa paglaki.
Kasama yan sa pag-grow.
Oo.
Pero totoo, 3-man save is actually very much formidable. Kasi nga naman, 2 na lang yung bibili. So, kung may pera man sila, then bumili kayo. On the other hand, kapag nawala yung mga Phantom and Vandal, mawawala din yung mga nila, yung mga armor nila. Mahirap yun. Mas mahirap para sa kanila. 4-4, nahabol na naman ng no-namers ang FCY dito. Fancy United Esports, I think like mabilis silang mabasa ng no-namers. Or really, no-namers is just very, very fast to adjust. Oh, what a TP. That's very wrong. Azarola was shut down already. 5v4 immediately. Huling-huli habang nagtitipi. This is now the spike being planted. Ang bilis gumalaw ng no-namers dito. Pero yung rotations mula naman sa FCY is definitely right around the corner as well.
Yeah. Pero paano sila paano nila i-wrap around yung mga players in dito though? Well, 4 pa naman sila. Killers with that. Blade Storm, pero nagkahatian na nga ng mundo dito mga kaibigan, pero that is the aftershock para lang at least to prevent all the possible push of the players right now. Pero nga na si Ver, isa pa dito, pero meron tayo sa may taas, but DXN nandun lang sa gilid.
Ang ganda ng post-plant situation. Uy, ngayon ko lang narinig yun Pero ang ganda ng post-plant situation dito. Huling-huli nagkamali siya sa TP out Or sinadya niya na may fake TP. I'm not so sure, but that was a big mistake coming in there. Namatay ng walang kalaban-laban ang nangyari para sa Omen doon on the side of FCY. And of course, they have to fix those little mistakes. Doon kasi nahuhuli ng no-namers They realize that, oh, you know what? They keep making mistakes here anyway, then they'll just do it. Rolling Thunder comes in. Sinusubukan mag-TP dito ni Azarola. There is that TP. There is the blind from the breach. Nagkakaroon ng problema when it comes to communication. They have to regroup and go back.
Here. They super need to go back dito. Still, alam mo partner, ito sorry, pasa ko lang Gusto ko makita maglaro na yung bleed. Kasi yung bleed, kasi may import sila, di ba? Pero yung nga lang, pinapapansin natin dito, Azarola catching 1 down agad-agad, pero si Vera at least nakapag-trade off naman dito. Pero paano iikutan ng NN ng FCY dito, partner? Meron tao lang dito sa may Cubby, kompletos Ricados. Yung position ngayon ng FCY if ever. But yun nga, Temps shot him down. And the rotation is now up. Dalawa lang ang tao dito sa may A, which is yung Jet tsaka yung Breach. Pero Temps, oh my god, tumatalon pa! Diyos ko!
Nako po, ito na setup na naman para sa side ng no-namers. Kung kanina mabilis ang setup, ngayon naman, they would take all the time that they need. Ito na yung post-plant positioning nila dito. 2 on A main and isa that would be left on site. Watching probably Heavens and A short, but the door is closed anyway. So alam nila kapag nabasag yan, saka sila maglilipat ng positioning. May iikot? Yes, I can. I don't think so. Right now, it's so difficult para sa kanya. At the same time, parang hindi na worth You're too far already. This is gonna be a save for sure.
Yeah. It's really not that worth it anymore. Pero mali mo, makayanan, di ba?
6-4 ang score. No-namers, sila yung lumalamang na naman dito. Feeling ko, snowball na naman ng momentum to for no-namers when they get back to the defense.
It's gonna be a big snowball if ever. Nandun talaga na gagawin nyo dito. They can actually do a glass cannon, pero Mahirap. They're really not that confident to do it though. Pero ito na, lamang na naman ngayon ang NN with just 2 only. Pero for FCY though, they need to make it really worth it. They need to work this thing out and make it really worth it. Na kahit Cherry Flare yung gamit nila, makakuha sila dito. Na kahit 2 o 3 okay na. If ever hindi kayo manalo dito, just try na sirain na lang yung economy nila. Pero ang problema lang din talaga, si DXN, tignan mo. Men, pa 9,000 na.
Kumpleto na talaga eh. Lahat-lahat na. Kumbaga, nabili na. Pati yung lupa hanggang Haven. Going back to the game though, literally setup ng ultimate ng Killjoy, lapag, alis lahat, pasok. Yun yung, ganun lang ka-basic, yung setup nila dito. Pero ang setup ni Azarola is actually the blind coming in from the Omen. Nabulag yung sariling kakampi for Vera right there. That was a mistake. FCY 1-by-1 being punishable para dito sa side ng no-namers. Isa na lang ang natitira and that is DXN. And Azarola too will just get the kill immediately. The defuse ng Spike definitely here at this would be a 6-5 scoreline. Malapit na maging 6-6 na naman. Depende na lang sa dalawang teams na meron tayo. But that was such a good round for FCY.
Nag-message sa akin sa Eliza.
Ako?
Natawa ako eh. Kasi totoo naman. Ikaw ba?
Sakto lang.
Nol. And
6-5.
6-5 partner. Kasi syempre, pag may game 3, talaga i-push natin sa game 3. Kasi ba't hindi, di ba?
Bakit hindi? Hindi ko rin alam eh. Pero immediate shutdown for Killer S. Di niya in-expect yun, men. Walang nakatingin sa
Walang tumitingin sa kaliwa niya, men.
Mali na naman, sir. Ang bilis gumalaw. Once na pumasok yung no-namer sa A-site, talagang makikita mo ang ganda ng post-plant nila dito. Sova, with the ultimate Hunter's Fury being used already, may nasama. Merong malaking bawas dyan, and that is Yes I Can going down. Temps, that is such a flawless round for no-namers. Lots of mistakes for the side of FCY. And one of those is the aggressiveness. Sabi ko nga, high risk, high reward. But that didn't give them any reward at all yung ginawa ng Fancy United dun.
Tamang replay lang muna, partner, para syempre makita natin kung ano talaga yung nangyari dito sa game na yun. Pero yun nga, it's just slowly and surely bumabawi rin talaga ang FCY. Pero it's just at the end of the day, that first half will go to the side of NN. Pero dito lang ngayon sa FCY, are they gonna be, parang are we gonna see the same thing all over again? Kasi malakas ang FCY pag what do you call this? Pag attacking.
Actually, no-namers, malakas sila on the defense as well. So, mahirap talagang matansya kung ano ba yung capability ng dalawang teams natin. Kasi we have very, very limited pool pagdating dito sa nag-match up na ba sila dati o hindi pa. Because of course, we are seeing as well new teams, old teams coming in here in Asia Pacific region. So, you might be the strongest team pagdating sa region mo, pero once you come to Asia Pacific, biglang nagbago yung lahat. Bago yung playstyle, bago yung pacing, and most teams, especially newer ones, get shocked sometimes. But no-namers, they are not. Talagang nakukuha nila yung mga rounds na kailangan nilang kunin. You see, if they use a timeout, they actually have a plan afterwards. There is execution when it comes to those plans as well.
Second half, partner, it's time. Makabawi ang FCY. Alam mo, guys, ito, sa mga nanonood ngayon, medyo chill lang kami ngayon. Pero bakit kayo chill? Kuya Vil tsaka Kuya Terror. Ate Terror.
Bakit?
Kasi, yung next game kasi, dun kami babawi.
Oh, relax lang kayo. Yung next game, Filipino team na eh.
Oo. Kalma lang, men. Shoutout sa manonood.
Alam mo, yung isa sa kailangan ayusin dito ng FCY, communication nila. Minsan talaga parang nakikita mo parang hindi nag-uusap yung nangyayari pagdating sa execution. So, doon sila nagkakaroon ng problema eh. Minsan lang talaga lumalamang sila when it comes to the play or the execution ng specific players lang. But as a team, I feel like there is miscommunications left and right. Remember, second half natin to, No-Namers was able to take that pistol round. Yet again, makakabili sila for the next round, of course, with the Spectres at a higher chance of actually winning the next round again.
Diba? Kaya like and share for the higher chances of winning.
More entries, more chances of
Oo,
winning.
di ba? Just don't forget to set your post on public.
And use the hashtags.
Don't forget to use the hashtag PoggyCivil and Terror. Diba? Ano lang, man, easy lang. Pero ito ang kinakabahan ng ito ang isa sa kinakabahan ng FCY pag meron ng mga Spectres ang side ng NN. Wala, panalo sila last round. So, automatic na yun. Pero so nga lang, si Vera, trying to be really, trying to play close. Pero wala silang idea at all na dalawa ang pupush ngayon. We have the Killjoy. We have that Jet as well. Pushing in dito sa may B main. Medyo pinipigilan rin talaga yung pag-push dito sa side ng FCY. Pero kung napapansin mo, partner, di ba? Ang bilis na ng pag-travel ng Omen Smoke.
Yuppie.
Di ba? Ang bilis namin. Binago na eh.
May sama-sama na naman, Meron na namang mag-audition,
Ito na yung pag-audition nila mga kami. Pero Trailblazer was gonna stop them off. Pero Killers, super slow on super low on HP. Pero tamang pop flash lang din talaga dito. But Killers will gonna get that kill on 2 times right now. Si Acerola. Iba na naman masabi ko. Acerola will gonna fall down. Together with BMVZ as well. 9-5 NN. Just focus lang sa goal na 2-0 agad para syempre mapanood nila ang Action PH at ang big
excited na kasi silang panoorin yung Action PH kaya tinatapos na nila yung game na to eh. Pero kung totoo iisipin natin guys, FCY is just really tough. Lalo na may Spectre, lamang na lamang talaga yung No-Namers doon kasi may Spectre sila eh. I-delay lang nila, labas lang sila ng labas ng pop flash and yung mga smoke na yan. Mahirapan talaga sila makapasok. Lalo na with an Omen Smoke na saktong reset din once they feel or he feels na nandun na. Tapos ang bilis pang bumaba ng mga smoke na yan as well. Pati yung blind binago rin nila with a recent patch. So really, really viable option here. IZ, patay niya na dito si Vera. Malaking opportunity for the side of FCY to actually make a play. Dahil wala na yung isa sa mga duelist dito ng No-Namers. Actually, the only duelist that they have. So, entry-wise, mahirapan ang No-Namers. Or rather, retake-wise, wala silang duelist. But this is fine. Pagdating naman sa side ng FCY, huli yung dalawa. Oh my God, walang follow-up na kasama sa isang player na hindi nabulag. Yes, I can. Is on the corner with the classic right now is Temps. Talagang sinasarado niya, kinu-close niya yung opportunity niya. The triple kill is here. The knives are out. Here is the other players of No Name. What a round. And also, at the same time, nakikita mo yung communication.
Mistakes man. Isa ba the mistakes na meron din talaga na nagagawa nila dito. Pero hindi sila kailangan magpaka-overcommit. Kasi alam nila na Phantom ang gamit ni Acerola dito man. Phantom is still a Phantom. Kaya niya pa rin talaga ma-clutch so if ever. So all they're gonna need to do is just wait for him to get that spike. Nag-aantay lang sila dito. Hindi nila kailangan magpaka-overcommit, overextend. Kasi problema na ni Acerola to. At hindi nila kailangang problemahin yung problema ni Acerola. Kasi sila dumaling lamang. Pero partner, ang score is 5-10 already.
Wala na siyang makukuha ng kills dito din eh.
Tama. Walang pera ang FCY next round. Paano na?
5-10 na yung score. Doble na yung rounds ng advantage ng No-Namers dito. Mahirap habulin, pero wala eh. Nahihirapan talaga sila eh. You would see the comms. Tignan mo naman, nabulag din yung isa. Kaya nagtago siya. Yes, I Can was actually blinded as well on the replay. I finally saw it. But that is such a good flash. Isipin mo, nagbato ka lang ng magkano yung worth ng isang flash, tapos 3 yung mahuhuli mo. ROI talaga.
sobrang ROI lang din talaga dito. Siyempre, I mean, kailangan talaga nating ano, kailangan talaga nating lahat ng binili natin, kailangan may kapalit na amount. So, pag bumili ka ng Vandal, mas okay kapag meron ka na patay kaysa wala. Kasi plus 200 lang din na, pero, killers.
Good one-way smoke right there.
That kill is huge already. Okay yung kill niyan. Kasi at least magkakaroon sila ng opening na pumunta na tayo dito sa A kasi merong isang libreng baril dito. Pero sino ang kukuha ng baril na yan? Meron dapat kumuha ng baril na yan. Okay, kukunin Sky. Alright, yes I can. We're gonna get that Phantom up na lang din talaga. Pero Temps, yes they have. Oh my god, but Temps from up top with that spray and pray na ginawa na dito. Acerola trying to be really aggressive right now. Catches one. 2v3 partner.
Good timing coming in from Acerola pagdating dun sa mga smokes as well. And of course, they have that double control setup. They should have control over the map actually. And maganda yung pick agent select nila dito. Talagang nagkakaroon lang ng miscommunication. Sean on the other hand, ready to take on the action. There is that recon. The pop out was there as well. But Acerola is just definitely on fire. Heisey to finish things off. 6-10. Sabihin ko lang, ang ganda ng timing ni Acerola on that specific round. Everything was just perfect for him.
Yeah. Everything is absolutely perfect. Din talaga nakita natin dito mga kaibigan. And I mean, look at that lineup na ginawa na dito. Just waited patiently. You waited so good. But it's just Acerola with all these off-angle plays. At least nakakuha na rin sila ng isang kill dito. Ng isang point rather. At kung napapansin mo, partner, Acerola with 15-9 killers with just 5 kills. He really needs to step up.
Insta push. What's gonna happen with this push? There's so much things happening within the map. Pero ang nakikita ko dito, sandwich na itong dalawang players or si BMVZ. Kailangan niyang umatras saglit. And this is just players popping left and right. Wala nang tao or wala nang pumapush on B main right now actually. They're just literally waiting for Acerola to hop out. At ang maganda dito for no-namers, kung napapansin nyo, once na makakuha sila ng pitas, like enough is enough. Kumbaga, wag ka nang mag-overextend, wag ka nang maghanap kung hindi mo naman kailangan maghanap. Because specifically like this, in a position where Acerola has the spike, kahit saan pwede pa siyang makapag-lurk, baka mahuli pa niya yung ibang players dito, knowing na 3 na lang din sila. So really, they should just build the fort and make it stronger.
Yeah. It's time for them to fortify everything that they have. This is gonna be a 6-11 or Acerola, lagi na lang siyang dito na parang natitira mag-isa
30 seconds left.
And it's just parang he's super helpless, man. I mean, he can't do anything. Ano din talaga. Pero if ever pupunta siya ng A, magandang desisyon to, partner. Magandang desisyon na nag-aantay lang siya dito sa A at piniping lang din ng mga kasama niya. Malay mo, merong alarm bot dito. Pero, oh no, DXN. Okay lang yan. Nasa baba siya. That turret will just spot him out. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, wala ng oras dyan, kapatid.
That's the time you literally realize na, oh, my turret, they know my position already.
Oh,
and
finik niya.
Napatay pa siya.
Oo, nag-fake pa siya na, ba't pasaway? Pero wala eh.
Matagal mo hindi nasabi, nagawa yun ah.
Oo, men.
Kasi wala nang nag-o-omen ng mga nakaraan. Ngayon, bumalik na ulit eh. It's time para sa Vilomen. Vilmen. Wala, di bagay.
Oo. Ako sa'yo. Problema mo. Pati ba naman yun?
Ang nahihirapan dito. Alam mo, dami ng problema. Nahihirapan dito,
alam mo,
obviously, si Killer S-Men. 5 kills, 14 deaths. Wala siyang ma-entry-an.
Pero ito na, kalampag-dampapag dito lang sa maybe mga kaibigan. Killer S-Men, delikado siya dito kasi baka mamatay na naman siya. He is super low on HP. Diyos ko po, kahit kalabitin mo na lang yan, typats na yan. Pero sabi ni Sky SG, yep, tama ka dyan, Vil. Pero Sky SG with a double kill renovation. Just waiting patiently lang dito sa may gilid ng speedway mga kaibigan ng DXN. Inubos.
Men, isipin mo, kung di ako nagkakamali, yung KO doon, which is si Temps, of course, ginamit niya yung ultimate niya, instant 5 assist agad yun. ang bilis lang, fast lang para sa kanya. Look at that. He was shut down, but the ultimate already is punishable enough for the team of FCY. Ang ganda ng timing na pinapakita dito ng no-namers, and I think they really deserve to actually win the series, I must say.
Oo. Ay. Tinanong ni Nico Chu. Ano pa nilalaro niyo bukod sa Valo?
Bukod sa?
Valorant. Bukod sa Valo.
Wala. Valorant lang.
Valorant lang.
Kasi yun ang tunay na.
Bang. Minsan nilalaro namin ng mga poste ni Meralcos. Hinahampas.
Pag bored kami.
Oh, sumasabit-sabit kami ng mga
Match point na, my God!
Pag nandun ko kasi napaka-electrifying ng feeling.
Electrifying. Doon lang kami nakaka-feel ng, alam mo yun, excitement.
Yun literal na napaka-mind-blowing. Ano ba?
Literally.
Oo, literal. Flash.
Walang tao. Ano dito, sa FCY, broken by sila. Meron silang mga TP, ay, hindi TP eh. Meron silang mga armor. Yung iba wala. Naku po, sinalo lahat. May aftershock pang kasama.
Nilusaw! My God! Ang hirap nun! Ano na? Diyos ko po, narikon pa! Ang kawawang FCY! Diyos ko po! Ano yun?
Dominating win coming in from you. Or rather, no-namers making a name right here on the Asia Pacific stage. My God! Ano yun?
Yan.
Oh, ayun pala. Pillow buff pala.
Oh, yan si Sky SG. Siya yan eh.
Siya yan?
Yung may jowa na yan eh. Oh, kasi nakita ko kasi nag-comment kanina eh. Basta yun. Solid.
Nakita nyo naman, di ba guys? No-namers, like I said, they actually deserve win that series. That 2-0 was definitely for them. You could just see the communication of the team. Ang ganda ng post-plan situation nila from the first half. Not that perfect, but I would say their defense is just phenomenal.
Yeah, phenomenal. Wow, grabe naman yung part.
Oh my God, syempre, galing tayo sa English kasi mga natututunan natin doon, mga regrowth. Ano yung pala tawag sa Heal ng Sky? Walang iyang yan. Alam ko, healing galing eh.
Ang alam ko na si Healing of a Hea. Alam ko, ganun lang eh. Ganun pala pangalan yun.
Yung pala yung tawag doon, guiding light tsaka regrowth. Joke lang guys, pero ito na nga, no namers making a name, 13-6, a clean 2-0 for them. Nag-snowball lang yung momentum na meron sila kanina. No? Magandang momentum yung nakuha nila despite the technical issues that they faced. Both teams faced. At least, they made it to a 2-0.
And yeah, itong match natin ngayon, medyo matagal lang din na natapos, pero importante na 2-0 na rin talaga ng NN ito.
Importante, APH na yung susunod na maglalaro, men.
Yun ang importante, walang game number 3, guys. Diba?
Oo, ibig sabihin, APH na. yung inantay nyo kanina, parang game 3, ito na yun.
Ito na ang most unbiased casting, mga kaibigan.
Ito na yun.
Okay, maganda kasi kalmado lang naman kami.
Relax lang kami dito.
Wala kaming pakialam.
Wala kaming pakialam.
Kalaban.
Sa kalaban eh, sa kakampi, pag Pilipinas naglalaro, may pake kami.
Partner, nagpaalam ako. Okay lang po ba na maging maging unbiased ako bukas? Sabi nila, oo, basta sa PH team lang. Edi okay! Sige. Ito
basta sa PH team lang?
Oo, pag ako pinagalitan, Diyos ko po, meron akong resibo.
May resibo.
Pinayagan ako maging unbiased.
While we're watching the game highlights, makikita mo along the way, FCY, nakakagawa sila ng mga plays eh. Ang problema nga lang, they can't function as a team. They function solo. They can't get the trade-offs. Always no-namers. Lagi silang nakakakuha ng triple, double. Look at the perfect flashes from Temps as well. That easy 3K for him. Nakikita natin ang gandang positioning coming in from these two teams. Ang bilis din ng rotations nila. No-namers is definitely a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, for sure. Pero at least, tulad nga na sinabi natin, next game yan ang pinaka-importante sa buhay natin, guys.
Kasi yun na yung APH, maglalaro na sila finally.
Oo.
Pero,
alam ko naman na yan ang inaantay nyo.
Oo, yun ang inaabangan ng mga viewers natin. Ano ka ba? Pero yung last round na yun, no? Parang hindi ka panipaniwala na last round na.
Diyos ko, I mean, nalungkot ako eh. Nalungkot ako, promise, para sa FCY. Kasi isipin mo, di ba? May alarm bot na, tapos meron dalawang nano-serve kayo, yung pahaba, so buong 3 talagang malulusaw ka. Eh, hindi ka naman pwede makapunta dun sa may kabila. Kasi nakasmoke yun, wala, baka magulat ka na lang, may bomb reload yun sa loob sa'yo ng smoke,
Tapos hindi pa nakabili ng wala pang armor yung iba. Wala talaga eh, mahirap yung posisyon nila.
Tas yung iba, hindi ka pa mahal. Alam mo yun, wala talaga.
Mahirap talaga yung mga ganyan. So nakita nyo naman, no-namers. Hindi ko alam kung ba't ko pa pinapalagpas yung mga ganitong banat mo eh. Sinasakyan ko pa eh. But definitely no-namers is a 2-0 right now. That was the first series of the day. On the second series, ito na ang inaabangan ng lahat. Filipino team. Pilipinas, mag-ingay. It's finally time. APH is gonna play their game. But right now, we're just gonna go in a very short break. Syempre, may panel din tayo. Pakinggan natin sila mag-English at malaman natin yung mga totoong pangalan ng mga skills at utilities doon. Maraming salamat! We are gonna be right back.
I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey. I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to who you were sure. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water, blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Well, No Namers actually started off with a clean 2-0 victory there against Fancy United Esports, and this is the first time I actually had my predictions right. Welcome back to the panel. We're just going to be talking about the game that happened earlier on before we move on to the next series. I'm Nomad. Alongside with me is Black and Blue and Raf, and I'm going to start it off with you, Raf. We brought up names such as Temps and Vera, and here they are carrying the team to victory for No Namers.
I was just making sure that the world could hear about, my opinion on this situation. Yeah, again, No Namers, they really surprised everybody. I did talk about that the lethality that they have really comes from that shock and awe factor. They really don't have a lot of data. And again, I just kind of want to point out it is day one, so there's still a good feeling outstage. Although what I have to appreciate is that Fancy United, they had fantastic efficiency on the pistol. Almost always they would win the first 4 rounds. But assuming they still kind of need a little bit of time to warm up, that heat retention from the previous stage, or rather the previous qualifier, isn't completely there yet, so still ways to go.
Yeah, we've kind of seen them, I guess, fizzle out near the end of, actually not even near the end of things. As soon as they get out of the gates, as you said, they win 4 rounds straight and then they just lose all steam, and they really haven't been able to, I guess, pick themselves back up and continue that forward, what was working for them earlier on. But much of that is also to the credit here of No Namers, who I think are really good at adjusting. They give those first few rounds, right? They play a lot more aggressively, but then they scale back. Attacking side or defensive side, they scale back. And they realize maybe turtling on that defense is really where Fancy will struggle to go up against on their attacking side. We saw that on the defense, but not only that. I'm not saying that they turtle and just play super passively, because No Namers had some very, very good active rounds where they make a play on the defense as well.
And yeah, we'll have a look at the series highlights just to get a quick recap on what exactly we are talking about there. We first started off on Haven, where it kind of looked like it was Fancy starting it off really good, but then it went down to a 6-6 half there until No Namers started to pick up the steam there, and Vera and Temps, the deadly duo that No Namers had, started coming out straight. But there are also times there where Fancy United Esports still shown throughout the entire game, Black and Blue.
Yeah, and the problem it also seemed like from Fancy is, they've had a bunch of players who get themselves going, but never the whole team together. And it's not really going to work up against a team that are like No Namers, who, as the name might suggest, don't really have that data to go against. But it seems like it wasn't a lack of preparation versus a specific opponent here from Fancy, but maybe just jitters on their first game here back at APAC, or rather to APAC, but they really just didn't seem outclassed, especially once we went on over to the defensive side here in Ascent.
Absolutely. Again, there were fairly obvious moments where the team looked like they were kind of melting down. Once again, like this one, right? Temps just kind of mauled everybody, mowed everybody down, and now we see the re-aggression still coming, even though they had a fairly free site to move. But again, moving forward, it is the first day. There's still quite a bit of notes for everybody and quite a facets. But that is not to discredit No Namers at all, because we did mention that they've taken for the likes of Pastel and Shiba and the homies. But again, if you're gonna go on a round by round breakdown, we did see No Name make the similar mistakes. For example, I think this was round 6 of the second map, where they wanted to take mid control, but they sent their Sova to lurk on A long, so that dart that would have given them a little bit more space to press on forward wasn't all that present, and they were running into a jet with an op, so a little bit of a head scratcher there. Still, day one, that's all we're gonna go back to.
And the day one, the first match of the day, was really something for No Namers there. The underdogs have finally started to make a name for themselves here in this matchup. But of course, we also have to talk about the next match that is going to be coming up on our screen. It's going to be a Big BAAM versus Action PH, the last series that we have for the day, and it's Action PH showing up here on the international stage, looking into making a name for themselves, but as well as Big BAAM trying to redeem themselves from the Vietnamese scene. Let's have a look at that Vietnamese team. Let's go to Big BAAM. Vietnamese third seed is what we have here is Big BAAM joining in on the fray, and we got Dorf, Pina, Cuppy Cake, N2K, and both Black and Blue.
Totally. These guys, you know, we saw them during last C Challengers, and we were really expecting them to be one of those teams to pop off, especially coming from the Vietnamese scene. Sadly for them, they kind of get relegated here into the play-in stage, as Cerberus are the ones who move on for the region. But you're looking at like a team like Big BAAM, another team that we're coming in here from Vietnam, and we know that that is a region that has had powerhouse teams in other FPS games, and now here especially, they are trying to prove that with them losing basically their star player in Crazy Guy. How will this team come back when they lose one of the best players in the country as a whole? It really remains to be seen, because they've had a very, very good run during their qualifier stage, during their group stage, and only lost to the other two Vietnamese teams that are here, which is Cerberus and Fancy. Yeah, you're exactly right. And we just saw. So I mean, it's not necessarily a bad thing for them just yet, but they have kind of almost stumbled without Crazy Guy on their team, but they got themselves this far, so one has to believe that they can continue on forward.
With a cornerstone like Crazy Guy, who's been an absolute beast throughout his tenure of not just Valorant, but of course the entirety of the tactical shooter genre, yeah, it will take quite a bit of time to adjust, and they're doing their best to absolutely do that, because again, Big BAAM is one of those teams that are consistently good when it comes to the map spread we have, or at least on the maps available. And they've been pretty creative with their agent lineups. They're showing that they don't shy away from all these experimentation. Maybe we'll even see more of that in our APAC. But again, day one, that's the third time I'm going to come back in the last like 10 minutes. But yes, that's the overarching theme for all of us here.
All right, well, the next thing that we're going to be introducing also lost a player for themselves, but they do have a pretty formidable stand-in for now. Let's introduce Action PH. For you, ref. Action PH Philippines, third seed with a new name to the roster, who's just currently going to be a stand-in. That is a Batman, but he's together with RUM and Georgie and Zero Death Yo, ref.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And Action PH is again one of those teams that are true to their name. Action in or out of the game, there's roster moves, and the theme continues. They lost yet another keystone to theirs. They might be taking a little bit of time to mend those wounds, but Action PH, oh boy. Belief is a beautiful armor, but makes for the heaviest sword. That's why when we see this team going, they are gonna go. But once we see them slow down too, it's the same thing. They do get bogged down pretty hard, and the way they recover is something that they have to take note of and really have to improve on. They haven't had the time to really develop a strat book either, but come APAC, maybe they're gonna surprise us.
Might be the heaviest sword, but man, from the pommel to the guide to the blade of it, it kind of seems double-edged here for the Action side. You talked about how, you know, they're very momentum heavy, and they, I mean, true to their name, do love to bring the action to the front lines, but sometimes it kind of gets them, and in more ways than one, overextends their welcome, both like maybe position-wise and basically what they're trying to do time and time again. We have seen that when it comes to maybe a tactical timeout on the opposing side, or the opposing side starts to get momentum of their own. Action PH just cannot pick up that momentum, cannot pick up that steam to keep things rolling up, because they start going downhill.
Yeah, and I feel like we are gonna have to stick to the theme here, where these guys are playing with one of their cornerstone members that you guys have pointed out, away from the play, and especially even more so for Action PH, that have just started to play here with a Batman, and him just joining a couple of weeks prior to the Asia Pacific Challengers definitely might be a threat for Action PH, but might just be the the agenda that they want to get that victory against Big BAM. And let's actually have a look at the head-to-head and have a look at the tail of the tape to see which players we have to look out for this entire series. And for now, the screen is going to be showing not Thong 2K and Georgie. No surprise there. 260.3 ACS, 267.4.5 ACS for Georgie, and everything is relatively even for themselves.
Yeah, both of these players are really, really good, man. And especially, when you have a player like Na Tong picking up those reins, when you lose big cornerstones of your team that brought you into C Challengers time and time again last year, in players like Red Neville and Crazy Guys we talked about, you really have lots of weight on your shoulders to pick that, take that all responsibility and really push it forward. But Raph, I'm pretty sure you are aware as well that Georgie, he is not shy to doing exactly that. And ever since he has splashed on the scene, no matter what team is on, that's a task that has been put on him. And for the most part, he's almost always delivered.
Almost always delivered is definitely something that we have to look upon, because both these players have the responsibility of being the tips of their respective spears. They're both as explosive as they can be, but one thing that I feel like would set them apart is the usage of that operator, because we know that Georgie is incredibly well versed with that and prefers that big old one-shot potential. So again, this is one of the more explosive head-to-heads we're gonna have. The question is, I'm really curious if Action Page are still gonna go with that all their abilities, all their, well, basically, for the lack of a better word, balls through the walls type of playstyle.
Yeah, we may definitely see that. Having a person like a Batman enable the rest of the roster for Action Page may just enable that type of playstyle as well. But let's have a look at where they will be playing here, as we have to go into the map veto to see what the bans and picks are going to be for these two teams. And for the most part, as far as I'm concerned, Fracture is not a map that Big BAM is a fan with. Definitely going to see that being banned out immediately right off the bat. But we have a couple of maps here that may just be the choices here for Big BAM and Action PH, that might just be Bind and Haven, Black and Blue.
Well, we haven't really seen Fracture coming in from Big BAM, so I don't think Action want to take that risk, especially seeing how in the local VCT they really did struggle when playing on Fracture. So, it's actually BAM who insta-bans it, so I'm sure Action would be happy with that, looking at what is left on the table. Potentially, maybe they're going to be taking out Ascent here. It's a map that they haven't really been successful on, and we know that they want to bring it to Haven. That's where Action make their mark. But they go for Breeze instead, which I think would actually be a pretty good pick, considering that BAM are not a bad team on Breeze. They're a 67% win team. Small sample size, yes, but those wins were pretty convincing that they're capable of winning those.
I feel like, pardon me, on the side of Action Page, this is more really weathering the storm on BAM, because we have mentioned that BAM has a very impressive win rate across all throughout their maps. So really, it's a pick your poison type of situation. Now we see the Icebox here, and I feel like this is going to be the first time we might be seeing the birth of a new meta, maybe potentially no more Viper, who knows? Me personally, I'm a big Viper fan here. Action Page, though, they have to be a little more cautious with this pick, because they don't want to give this up to Own. They actually go with Ascent, which, again, it is a little bit of a head turner, considering Ascent is, I would say, a decent map, but they still have Bind left on the table. They had, Haven left on the table. For this to be their first pick, yeah, I don't know, Chief.
Yeah, I don't know either. We're going to be seeing Split being banned out. Only the choice of Haven and Bind now, depending on Action PH. And if you're looking at Action PH, they have a better chance on Bind with a 67% win rate, but they played more on Haven, and that is the cornerstone Filipino map, I should say so. I feel like Bind is going to be banned out, and it is banned out for themselves, and we're going to see Haven as the decider here, Black and Blue.
I think it's the right call for them to go into Haven, but I think they should have picked this first. I mean, it works out for them that they get Fracture and Breeze out, the two worst maps of Action by far, statistically. But I don't know, Ascent, when we saw them in the local, Filipino qualifiers for the VCT, didn't really look the most convincing. And if anything, it's a decent map as well coming in for BAM. They're not bad on it, neither are Action, but just very curious that they kind of want to take a super 50-50 map for their second map and decided on what is a good map for both teams. One might argue that you might want to put Haven first forward, but hey, it's a decision. It's the decisions that they live with and ultimately are going to have to deal with.
deal with. Real, like I said, it's weathering the storm, man. The Big BAM have proven to the world, or rather their region, that they've been fantastic. And I feel like we have a little more to see going into the game. The feeling out process is definitely not done, and we're about to see yet another test of compatibility of playstyles.
Yeah, and with that, we'll see the compatibility of your predictions here going into this series. Let's start off with you, Black and Blue. All the maps already given, all the players with their new players going to be playing in. Who's your pick to win the series?
Oh, it's a hard pick, honestly. I mean, you know, BAM, previously they beat teams like Full Sense. They made it, which obviously Full Sense made it all the way into champions. So it's hard not to take that history as part of what they've already done their tenure, but they've lost two big cornerstones in that. And Action, they are really feeling it right now. To be honest, BAM, not looking as good as I would have expected, but that's not saying a lot because, to be fair, Fancy and Cerberus in their own local qualifier were really good. So saying all that, BAM are great, but I think Action are better. I'm going Action for this. If they take map number 1, I think this is going 2-0, but otherwise, I'm going to give the respect here 2-1 in Action's favor.
Oh, man. It's so hard to not disagree with you, because I really wanted to go BAM because I'm a man of numbers, I am a man of data. But if you, again, look at their match history, they went against Fancy United Esports. And from what we saw from FCY today, they have that great momentum swing that is just all too familiar with Action PH, and I would say maybe to an even bigger extent, because the thing about Action PH is if you get 1, or if they get 1, that suddenly becomes a 9 in a blink of an eye. So they definitely have experience in fighting against that momentum, not being super successful at it. So yeah, I'm gonna go with 2-1 Action PH.
All right, I'm once again going to go up against the grain here. I'm going to go 2-1 for Big BAM, only because of the fact that Big BAM has seen themselves in the stages, and even despite the fact that they lost Red Neville, they lost Crazy Guy, pretty sure that they will still be able to deliver the same performance that they have in the international stage. And with that being said, with our predictions on the board, we have to let the players decide the fate for themselves as we throw it on over to the first game of the day between Action PH and Team Big BAM.
And it's time, ladies and gentlemen! Hashtag Laban Pinas! APH, Action PH versus Big BAM. From Vietnam, makikita natin ngayon kung paano ba dudurugin ng mga pusong Pinoy ang mga players ng Big BAM ngayon.
Mapapakanta ka ng pusong bato, men.
Oo, wala na talaga magagawa dyan. And eto na At kung napapansin nyo, kami na naman dalawa ang casters ngayong araw na ito.
May
ako nga
absent.
pala si Phil.
At ako
kasama
naman.
si Taylor.
Tama. Dito
Kami
naman.
ang.
Ikaw naman. Diyos ko.
At kami ang.
Yan. Ito na inaantay ng lahat ng viewers natin dahil dito sa Filipino stream, syempre, unbiased casting ang meron dito.
Unbiased, ladies and gentlemen. At actually, 2-0 na nga talaga
Oo, nasusulat na yan Saan?
Oh, sa Vilblia, mga kaibigan. Na isusulat sa Vilblia na 2-0 at APH ang mananalo. At ang ginagawa lang nila ngayon, syempre, formality lang ito.
Formality lang para merong makita yung viewers na 2-0 talaga. Kita nyo naman kung gaano kami ka-unbiased dito. Silipin natin yung agent select, man. Silipin natin ano bang mga gagamitin netong mga tropa natin from the side of APH. Are you on that Viper? Batman is playing for today, standing in for Modeski. On that Killjoy, si Emma naman with the Sage, Georgie on the Jet, and Zero Death Yo. Alam na natin yan, Sova-matic.
And dito naman sa kabila, si Dorf with that Killjoy. Basta nakita na yun. Hindi ko na sabihin.
Alam niya. Si Pina. Naalala mo ba si Pina?
Pina, alam mo. Asa.
Para
pero,
makapag 3 games, Asa.
Oo. Pero actually, ang talagang pangalan ni Pina, tapos TUK4. Pinatuka. Manok naman pala tong kalaban natin Manok naman pala to eh. Pangsabong naman pala ang laban
Ibig
nito,
sabihin, pag sabong ang laban, matik Pinoy ang panalo. Bibilis kaya tumakbo ng mga sabongero pag parating na yung barangay sa amin.
Alam mo ba, yan ang gusto ko. Gusto ko talagang mapunta sa...
Sabungan?
Oo, sa arena.
Oo!
Gusto ko mag-cast ng sabong, mga kaibigan.
Isabong.
Saya siguro nun eh, no?
Ewan ko lang maraming nawala eh.
Ako rin eh. Ayoko nang pag-usapan yun. Pero ang hindi mawawala dito, APH versus Big BAAM, guys. Kung naalala nyo, nakalaban na natin tong Big BAAM dati. Matibay rin tong Big BAAM, pero may nawala na team member sa kanila na importante dun sa mga panalo nila last time. Si Mr. Crazy Guy.
Yappy.
Na napunta sa Nigma Galaxy. Si Crazy Guy, ito yung talagang, ano nila ito eh, parang IGL nila ito eh, no?
Crazy Guy.
Hindi ko na nga sinabi. Basta yun. Tama, totoo yun. Si Crazy Guy, mga kaibigan, siya talaga ang buo ng pundasyon para sa Big BAAM. Pero wala eh. Nakakuha ng Nigma Galaxy.
Isipin mo, Georgie galing sa Nigma Galaxy. Tapos walang Nigma Galaxy dito. Tapos yung nakapasok yung Big BAAM. Wala si Crazy Guy. O, diba? How the tables have turned.
Okay, nangyari na ang dapat nangyari. Pero it's time! Dito sa Icebox, magpapainit sila sa malamig, ladies and gentlemen. Kasi alam naman natin na sa Vietnam tsaka sa Pilipinas, mainit dyan, di ba? So, saan ka pupunta? Sa malamig. Parang yung treatment sa'yo ng jowa mo ngayon, malamig.
Wala ako dito sa mga sinasabi ni Vil, hindi ako kasama dyan. Pero, going back to it, ito na, simulan na natin. Pistulan ang labanan. Ay, may mukha!
May mga mukha sila! Ayan ang gusto ko! Nakikita natin si Natongtong.
Kapag talagang bulag na bulag.
Oo, di ba? Up! Mukhang nakakatingin na sila dito, mga kaibigan. Pero dito kay Natong 2, ladies and gentlemen. Makikita naman si Georgie! Ayan na! Eto na si Georgie, ladies and gentlemen! Hindi naman si Georgie yan eh!
Hindi naman si Georgie yan. Nakita yung itsura ni Georgie.
Ano nangyari? Ano nangyari kay Georgie? Diyos ko po, pati si Georgie ninerp. May change lags.
Hindi si Georgie yan, guys. Ito, ayusin nila yan, walang problema, pero maganda yung nakikita natin yung mga itsura nila habang naglalaro.
Oo, gusto natin yan pag nakikita natin yung
mga clutch nila.
Yung pagkabukas ng bibig nila. Nababasa na natin, lalong na si Witz. Ayan. Pero meron Dorf. Pero it's fine. MNFS vertical onto Dorf right now. 3 versus 4 situation. Ano ang gagawin ng BAAM para makabawi sila? Kasi kahit anong mangyari, lamang pa rin ng APH.
Kasi kami ang casters. Ito na, yung pagplant ng spike, sina Eman, uma-adjust lang saglit, nasa likuran. Ang iniisip ko lang dito, maganda kaya yung magiging synergy, chemistry, knowing that a Batman is playing in the team instead of Modsky.
Pero ito na. Pero ito mga NTK1, hindi man na makatawa para sabi ni Evan, bakit ako titigil? Pero si Buff, nakachamba na shock dart dito. Pero si Batman, wala silang idea kung si Batman dito, mga kaibigan. Nakakita na isa, pero NTK1, nakachamba ng isa.
Siyempre, yung mga bida, anong ginagawa sa umpisa? Nagpapabugbog.
Nagpapabugbog yung mga bida sa umpisa, ladies and gentlemen. Kailan nyo nakita si FPJ malakas sa simula? Walang ganon, men. Walang ganon. Nakita nyo na ba si Maui Taylor tsaka si Kacha Santos na malakas sa simula? Walang ganon.
Hindi ganon yun. Talagang slowly but surely. Kumbaga, 1-0 is nothing.
Diyos ko. Unbiased mga kaibigan. Tinan mo naman, Tinan mo ang BAAM, nagulat, wala nang gumalaw sa kanila kahit isa.
Patay tayo dyan, mahirap pag walang gumagalaw. Mapapaisip ka, feeling ko, tech pause eh.
Hindi, nga eh.
Kaya
okay na yan, tinan mo, walang gumagalaw sa BAAM. Wala eh.
Insta-win, give up.
Pati sila nanigas. Kalaban natin yung APH, nanigas sila, pre.
Wala silang gagawin dito kundi mag-antay, men. APH,
kami rin.
Chill lang sila. Kami rin mga casters, chill lang kami. Kala nyo sumisigaw kami, pero hindi. Hindi totoo
Chill
yan.
lang kami sa lagay na to.
Wala pa yan, Kamo.
Wala pa. Hindi nyo pa nakita ang true form namin ni Taylor.
Wala pang 100%. Hindi pa namin nilalabas yung 100% energy.
Kumbaga sa fine dining mga kaibigan, kakapasok pa lang namin ng pintuan.
Oo. Kumbaga, wala pa, hindi pa namin nadadala yung entree.
Oo.
Appetizer.
Wala pa kami sa main course.
Tubig pa
Wala
lang
pa,
yan.
men. Hindi pa nga eh. Parang parang kakaupo pa lang natin eh. Pero eto na. Game na ata, men.
Gina.
Oh, bandal agad sila tutukoy. Kala mo naman talaga, oh.
Tingnan natin kung meron siyang mauhuli dito. Siyempre, frag kills eh. So, matik yan. Mahirapan yung APH. Obviously, with the amount of guns that they have, classic lang ang puhunan dito on their side. Pero, tingnan natin kung makakakuha ba sila kahit isang pitas. Nakikita natin yung mga players.
Ito na. Ito na yung mga picture nila. Pero si Moff, nakapout habang
Oh, there is the kill on Natong 2K. Nakakuha siya ng 2 kills pero 2K lang kaya yan ang pangalan niya. Aryu on the other hand, he was able to take a trade-off galing doon. Imagine this is just a classic. Of course, lamang talaga ang BAAM dito. Importante para sa side ng APH, makakuha lang sila ng kills as much as they can.
Enemy remaining.
Okay lang yan, partner. Zero death, yo. Piso. Wala siyang HP ngayon. And all they gonna do, zero death to, is syempre hanapin lang kung nasa ba yung mga players ng BAAM ngayon. Partner, ganito lang yan eh.
30 seconds left.
Ang icebox mapa ng Pinoy yan. Ang ginagawa ng APH ngayon sa BAAM is syempre, parang nagiging hospitable lang sila mga kaibigan.
Tinatanggap lang nila.
Give chance. Give chance to, kumbaga.
Oh, si Zero Daddy, makakakuha ba siya? No way! Nasaktuhan lang siya doon, pero sayang yung kill na yon para kay Zero Daddy. There is the one casualty on the side of BAAM. Meron pa rin sila ditong kapit ng mga Vandal. So, good decision making coming in from them to upgrade the Vandal immediately. Medyo risky, pero it worked out for them. Madami silang pera ngayon.
Marami silang pera. Hihingi na lang tayo dyan, kumbaga.
Papadrop na lang tayo sa kalaban.
Oo. Ito na. Kala na, ibalik niyo yung face cam! Gusto namin sila makita. Si Georgie kanina,
si Georgie na-nerf eh. Nag-iba yung
na-nerf si Georgie.
Nag-transform.
Balik muna. Balik dito kay Natong 2K mga kaibigan. Kitang-kita naman natin kung paano gumalaw. Pero, ano ba ang gagawin ng APH para makabawi sila ng isa dito? Nakakita na nga sila ng BAAM yung turret dito ng APH. So, medyo delikado sila dito for sure. Wala pa rin nagkakabawasan dito at syempre in terms of firepower, labang na labang ang APH pero si NTK 1 naka-champa na lang isa pero si Abatwal gonna fall down to the hands of BAAM as well. 2v3 situation. Are you just right at Georgie? Si Georgie with a 3K! Kitang-kita natin yung noo ni Georgie mga kaibigan!
Man, wala.
2v1!
Hindi nag-connect yung shock dart. 2v1 situation. Alam nila na nasa ilalim lang yung Sova na yan. Si Mouth. Nakita na natin kanina. There's Georgie.
Oh, diba?
Man,
diba?
Hindi kailangan tignan ni Georgie. Kailangan niya lang i-skip yung noo sa monitor.
Pinalabang lang! Gusto pang manalo! Diyos ko!
Mawawalan talaga tayong boses bukas.
Okay lang! Sipin mo!
Oh. Noo lang
ko
yan.
po,
Paano pag sinawi na lahat? Matatignan nila lahat.
Tinan mo yung bangs niya, di ba? Kalahati! Yung bangs sa kalahati lang, yung kanan lang na noo yung meron. Diyos ko po!
Ay,
kalahating kimpi, men!
Ay, may nagpaparamdam. Si Wolf.
Sino?
Nagpaparamdam.
Si Wolf? Yan,
si
yan.
Benkay ng Pinas.
Si Benkay ng Pinas, mga kapipala si Aryu. Kita natin si Aryu, ladies and gentlemen. At least ito, di ba nakikita natin yung mga mukha ng mga players natin, which is ito ang pinaka-important talaga. Pero ito, si Georgie. Ang kalahating kimpi, mga kaibigan. Ito si Doraemon! Si Doraemon! Ito naman si Moff, mga kaibigan! Grabe naman talaga, kita natin yung mga yung mga pimple ni Moff dito, mga kaibigan. Pero ito si Natong 2K, ladies and gentlemen, let's see if ever makakakuha ba siya. Pero yung nga lang, that recon bot, we're gonna shut them down kahit walang bawas yun.
Basag yung wall. Basag na yung wall, man. Si Emma nakakuha na rin ng kill. 4v4 situation. Si Mo nakakuha din ng isa. And that is Georgie out of the equation. 4v3. Lahat sila may Vandal dito. Aryu was able to kill one, pero the trade was there. Pina able to take a 2 or 3 to 1 trade. Pina. Pinaubaya lang.
Pinaubaya lang. Pinamigay kumbaga. Okay lang. Kasi
Partida.
ayaw naman, pinartida. Tama dyan, parte. Kasi ayaw naman ni APH na umuwing luhoan ang BAAM.
Siyempre, bibigyan nila yan ng kahit 2 rounds.
Oo.
Okay na yun, syempre, charitable yung APH. Baka madagdagan pa, di natin alam. Alam mo naman, generous.
Oo. Ay, nako. Meron tayong ano dito nakapagpaalam kami at pumayag.
So kung gusto nyo talaga ng bias casting, sa English, unbiased dito eh.
Unbiased doon, men. Ito na ang Paro-Paro Gaming League, mga kaibigan, on the way. Papunit sa Icebox, pero wala silang idea. At tol, si Georgie nasa likod lang. Saan kayo tumitingin, baby boy?
Nahil. May kasamang heal, pero syempre wala
bago na kasi yung
armor
Icebox eh.
yan, men. Ayaw nga, bago na yung Icebox. Syempre, bagong patch na yung gamit. Ay, sinasaksak yung... Si Eman, sinasaksak yung wall.
Gumagawa
ng ice, ng ano yun?
Hindi. Gumagawa lang siya ng halo-halo, partner.
Scramble ang ginagawa ni Eman. Siyempre nga, hospitable tayo eh. Si Batman naman, hawak lang niya yung maliit niyang dragon.
Oo. Maliit ng dragon, mga kaibigan. Hop! Nakakita ng isa. Would actually take down 2. Pero, muntik na sinatong 2K dito.
Kala ko, aabot pa. 4-1 ang score natin. Big BAAM. 4 is what is the last score for them. Tingnan natin, no? Looking at the replay, though, ang ganda ng, to be specific, ang ganda ng take dito ng Big BAAM. Of course, obviously, it was an eco round for APH, kaya mahirapan talaga sila. Kailangan talaga dito, when it comes to buy rounds for APH, talagang makapunish sila eh. Si Georgie may operator na siya ngayon. Feeling ko, ito na, it's time na talagang i-shutdown lahat.
Pero delikado ata si Zero Death Yo eh, no? Para naging 0 kill yo.
Oo nga eh.
0-5-0. Pero sana makabawi naman siya. Napanood na natin to partner. Ganda ng skin nila, no? Wala pa niyan.
Wala pa niyan.
Oo.
Pero
sila lang meron yan, men.
Sila lang yung meron. Georgie, kailangan nilang umatras dahil sa lockdown na to. Si Eman, kailangan niya mag-set up ng wall para makatawid. But that's not gonna be enough. The kill is there. But Georgie was able to punish one player. Make that
NTK.
2. May kasamang revive? Magre-revive ba si NTK?
Magre-revive ka pa? Sasayangin mo lang yan, baby boy! Sayang lang yung revive mo.
Sayangin mo lang.
Pero ito, Aryo, nakikita lang isa pero hindi na alam kung saan siya puputok. Meron sa taas, meron sa baba. Pero NTK, magpapag-grim pa ata dito. Tamang grim wall lang. Pero hindi mo yung magagawa sa daliri ng Pinoy. Aryo, with a kill on to NTK, 4-2. And your champions!
Wala pa.
Sorry.
Okay lang. Testing lang yun, wala pa. Pero 2-4 na ang score natin dito.
Oo.
Pagdating sa side ng Big BAAM, meron silang 2-round advantage. Yung take ng APH retake, especially with Georgie on the operator, talagang makakapag-long range siya. So, saktong-sakto yung buy niya dito. At the same time, talagang nasaktuhan din nila na si Georgie yung nasa B-side. Kanina kasi sa A siya pumapwesto eh.
Oo, pero ngayon tama lumipat na lang siya. Diyos ko po, Georgie, pag naipanalo mo to talagang unlitiris ka sa akin. My God, kasi sabi na gusto daw niya ako tirisin. Diyos ko po, pag nanalo ka dito, walang sawa hanggat mapudpud to.
Ang alin?
Ewan ko kung ano yung titirisin niya.
Binabasag lang nila yung wall ni Eman dito. Natong, there is that dash. Not quite sure kung saan talaga papunta. But there was the kill on Zero Death Yo already. 4v5 situation. Up and online dito yung mga utilities ng tropa natin sa APH. Meron silang Viper Spit. Meron silang Lockdown. Meron silang Res. Kaya naman kompletos recados para sa kanila. At the same time, nakapitas na naman dito si Georgie, men.
Oo, Georgie. Tamang pitas lang yan, brother. Ako nagturo mag-jet dyan eh. Kaya talagang napakalakas ni Georgie ngayon. Pero yun nga, medyo tinago ata nila yung player camps ngayon. Pero bubuhan ulit nila si Pina para syempre makakuha sila ng advantage. Kahit konti man lang kasi alam naman natin lahat ng advantage na napunta dito sa APH. Pero yun nga lang, let's see if ever makakakuha pa si Georgie dito ng isa. We're gonna get that advantage. Pero eto na yung Longadog, ladies and gentlemen, all the way from Vietnam na wala naman tatamaan dito. Eman FPS will gonna fall down as well. NTK just finding that perfect entry. The clock is ticking already. Paano kukunin ng retake ng APH ito?
Ooh, gonna be quite hard. Pero si Georgie magandang flank to kung sakasakali. He gets 1 kill. Is he gonna get the double? Yes, he did. Triple kill na siya para sa round na to with 5 HP remaining. This is gonna be quite difficult. Pero kung makakakuha pa siya, it's not gonna happen with that nano swarm. Dorf, he settles it out. 5-2.
Oh. Okay lang yan. Nag-iinit pa lang sila, Parang diesel yan, men. Kailangan mo munang painitan ng ilang minuto bago
mo i-drive, men.
Bago mo i-drive, di ba?
Matik. Kaya...
Boracay Jet.
Kaya ang makikita mo si Georgie, mamaya full banks na to sa sobrang stress ng laro nila.
Wala. Men. Wala eh. Sipin mo, banks mo kalahati.
Georgie Rizal talaga.
Georgie Rizal talaga, man.
At napatime out. Sino kaya to?
Alam mo yung medyo pakulot pa yung dulo. Alam mo yun? Talagang...
pakulot pa yung dulo. May pitik sa dulo yung bangs ni Georgie.
Kumbaga sa basketball, parang pinektusan yung back. Parang pinektusan yung bangs eh. Konti lang tayo. Okay na yan.
Feeling ko talaga, sinusubukan kasi ni Georgie, alam mo yung buhok ni Bieber dati. Kaso,
men. Wala eh.
Hindi gana eh. Pero okay lang. Isa siyang bayani, Georgie
Rizal.
Men,
bayani siya.
Mas okay yun, mas pipiliin ko yun. Pero...
Korean yun eh. Korean si Rizal eh. Alam mo kung bakit?
Bakit?
Rizal Park.
Ang daming beses ko na narinig. Kaya ako natatawa. Kasi sobrang luma na joke mo, men eh.
Sorry.
Ang init.
Napagluma. Nainitan ka.
Napapaghalataan yung age na.
Sorry.
Nag-awa yung drone na.
Naging crash gear mga kaibigan. Parang zero death yo! Ito na hampas na long katog sa A mga kaibigan. Pero wala man lang tinamaan kahit isa. Walang barel ang APH ito. It's just the sheriff tsaka classic lang din. Pero napaka-generous naman ata ng APH. Pinagbibigyan ng BAAM. Pero feeling ko bumawi na kayo eh. Tama na eh.
Masyado na namin kayong pinapagtanggol. Please. Ito. Eco na naman sila. Syempre, alam mo naman, pag eco, mahirap yan. Lalo na, makakatapat mo dito, puro Vandal tsaka Phantom. Binabagalan ngayon ng BAAM at tingnan natin, once na pumasok sila, lalabanan ba ng APH o 5-man retake yung gagawin nila? That really depends on them. But if you are in a situation like this, typically, kapag eco yung mga teams, nagiging aggressive sila eh. Pero APH, hindi.
Pero ito na, NTK na kayo. Pero Diyos ko po, nalulusaw si NTK dito mga kaibigan. Pero nakatong fall down as well. Move getting that upper hand with that high ground advantage. Pero yun nga lang, it's just hindi na talaga mabawasan, hindi na talaga mapatay si Abatman at saka si Zero Death dito mga kaibigan. Abatman will gonna get that head. Dorf with that alarm para syempre magkaroon siya ng idea kung nasa ba yung mga players dito ng APH. Pero Dorf, NTK, waiting patiently dito na sa loob ng Viper's Pit. And kung mapapansin niyo, ang Boracay Jet mga kaibigan, hinahanap kung nasan yung Viper. Pero pinatay si Zero Death yo. Abatman will gonna be revealed. Wala siyang idea na nasa tabi niya lang talaga, pre. Georgie binigay on to 1 though. 2v2. Dorf with another one. Pero Georgie gusto saksakin.
Hindi ko alam, Georgie ah.
Ewan
ko ba. Pero wala eh. Ano na kasi. Nasa punto na it's all over. Kumbaga, silipin lang natin, quick replay on what happened. Of course, there were nano swarms set up mula dito sa players ng APH. But like I said, lalabanan nila to because they are on an eco. They have to be aggressive and maybe get a pick-off. But of course, not gonna be enough to actually destroy the whole team of Big BAAM. This is their opportunity, lalo na nakabili na sila ngayon ng kanilang mga item, ng mga Vandal, ng armor. Kompleto na lahat. It's up to the players of APH. A very aggressive position here for Georgie right now, just waiting patiently kung sakali man meron namang trade-off na mangyayari with RU just waiting around the corner as well.
Yeah. Ito, ang BAAM, isa yan sa pinakamalakas na team talaga sa Vietnam. And nasa APH yan kung paano talaga nababawi ito mga kaibigan. Pero nga na, Abatman nakakita na sa pero nga lang, Dorf with a big kill onto Abatman right now. Nagpaka-aggressive siya ng kahit konti lang doon. Probably siguro sana hayaan na lang talaga nila makapasok yung BAAM dito sa loob. Kasi bahay naman nila to eh.
Yun nga eh, may titulo yan, men. May titulo, nasulat na lahat-lahat. Si Zero Detio, medyo nabaliw siya ng slide tile. Di niya alam kung saan nanggaling yung shot na yan. Dahil pinatumba na. 4v4 situation. Tatlo ang natitig partner. Shock dart lang dito. Pero hindi nila napansin, merong nasa kaliwa.
2v3 situation right now. Buhay pa si Eman, 2v3 pa to. Buhay pa si Eman, buhay pa si Georgie. Pero Eman nakaisa lang ka, pero NTK1, delikado siya dito. Kasi Eman FPS was just gonna take him down. 1v2, oh my god, what? Dorf! Ano yun?
Huwag naman ganyan, sir.
Eto nagpapaka-hospitable tayo dito sa Icebox. Pero tama na, men. Tama na.
Too generous na yan, men.
Oo.
That nano swarm kill.
Knowing
na ang ganda typically at the same time knowing na yung dalawang players ng APH low on HP na nasaktuhan talaga sila. Ang ganda ng pagkakasetup. Aside from that, may isa pa silang nano swarm na kailangan patayin eh. Hindi na nila napansin yun. Look at this very beautiful kill right here, of course brought to you by this player. As we can see, nakikita natin push lang talaga ng push dito yung Big BAAM eh.
Tama ka dyan, partner. Hindi sila titigil dito, pero ang problema lang din talaga is just punong-puno na yung mga players dito ng APH ng sama ng loob. Hindi pera. Kasi kailangan nila makabawi dito ngayon, pero ito na yung gagawing retake ng side ng BAAM, mga kaibigan. Not to be the kill on to 1 right now, pero dalawang players dito sa may rafters though, pushing it to a 3 versus 4 situation. Lamang pa rin ang APH kahit wala silang barrel. Georgie, siya lang ang merong vandal dito. Kailangan na makapatay ng isa, pero naririnig ni Georgie na meron tao dito sa may taas. Meron ka lang, Georgie! Ginamitan na nga ng X-ray, nakakuha pa ng isa. Dorf, let's see if ever kaya ba nang patayin to. And Georgie, inuubos niya ang mga players ng BAAM. Pero si Pina, asa ka lang! Gusto mo pa? Hindi na! Are you gonna defuse? 7-3 and yun! Wala pa. Sorry.
Okay lang. 3-7 ang score natin. Isang round pa para sa ating first half dito. Kailangan talaga kumuha ng mga rounds ng APH right now. But I feel like in a map like Icebox para sa APH, malakas sila ang attacking. Lalo na kung ganito gumalaw si Georgie. Kasi mapapansin mo talaga when Georgie plays out the jet, especially in a map like Icebox, malikot talaga sa malikot. Para yung nilagyan na asin. Di ba? Na talagang makulit kung makulit. So, tingnan natin kung yun ba yung makakatapat sa playstyle ng Big BAAM. So, while looking at it, wow, time out agad yung Big BAAM dito. A good decision making coming in from teams like this na maagang time out agad-agad kapag may nakita silang pagkakamali or maybe just a breather. Kailangan yun eh. Kailangan alam mo kung kailan mo gustong mag-time out.
Yeah, tama. And magandang ginawa yun ng BAAM kasi wala eh. Mukhang galit na ata ang APG. Ito isipin mo, 4 na pistol tsaka isang vandal. Georgie siya nag-anchor, talagang pinush na yung bahala na si Abatman. Ganyan ang nangyari dun sa side na talagang naka-thrifty sila. Pero BAAM, broken by sila dito, kapatid. Dorf, hindi. Tama, broken by sila. Walang pera si Move tsaka si NTK.
Kaya sila nag-time out. Paplanuhin nila yung take nila dito. Lalo na final round to eh. Force kung force yan dapat.
May nagtanong, first time ba ng APH mag-C? First time nila dito, men.
Pero yung ibang members nakapaglaro na sa against other Southeast Asia players like Georgie, of course.
Pero ito na, yung mga players ng APH ngayon, sila ang lamang at bukan narinig ata nila tayo na sige, tama na yung pagiging generous. Tayo naman. Guys, itabi nyo, kami na.
Ako na. Nakikita naman natin, this is the last or final, not the final round actually. We still have one more round to go. Are you a Batman? Nilagyan ng Vandal yung kanyang turret dito, Vil. Nakakuha ng kill.
Tinan mo! 6v5!
6v5 ang labanan dito. Meron tayong tropa, may kakampi tayong turret.
Isipin mo, turret ka, hindi mo mapatay eh! APH pa kaya?
Are you? Are you gonna find someone? Eman FPS, nakahanap ng isa. That is Dorf going out. Dalawa na lang dito. Mof and NTK, they had to save this round so they have money for the next round if ever. And that is a win para sa side ng APH. Right now, ang goal dito, focus sila sa goal dito, maging 5-7.
Tama, men. Focus lang, men. Focus sa goal. Hindi sila nag-iisip eh.
Basta naka-focus lang sila sa goal.
Focus lang, men. Iwan kahit pamilya mo pa.
NTK, my God, yung si NTK, medyo deadly din para sa isang Sage.
Oo. Wala, I mean, pero nating sabihin na hindi naman talaga yan sa agent talaga. Sa way mong pumutok, sa way mong bumirada talaga. Pero kung napapansin natin, Diyos ko po, Georgie nangunguna. Mukhang na jet lag ata si Natong dito. Georgie uulit niya yung ginawa niya kanina. Probably gonna catch one pero wala siya nakita dito at all. Pero they know it already na push ang mga players ngayon ng BAAM dito sa may B. Pero si NTK nakaisa pa dito. Batman is now down for pero yung kanan Zero Death with a big 2K! Oh no! Muntik na yung saya pero that is a shock na pala na syempre mabasa pa yung mga ibang players dito ng BAAM to. Georgie will another one with a blade storm! Tikman mo ang tinidor ng Pinoy mga kaibigan!
Nakita nyo naman, APH, the thing about APH, seriously speaking though, nakakapag-adjust sila agad. Nababasa nila kung paano maglaro yung ibang mga teams dito. Not only for Asia-Pacific teams, but they also did this during Philippine qualifiers. Aside from that, malaking adjustment din yung ginawa nila. Kasi, of course, they are playing with another player as well. That is a Batman. They've played with each other before, maybe in a tournament, maybe in like a proper normal rank game or whatever. But as a team playing for Asia Pacific, I don't think so. So kailangan talaga mag-adjust when it comes to the synergy of how Modski plays before and how the strategy is before as well. Kasi parang biglaan din to eh. Recently lang yung news na merong tao or rather na inalis si Batman on AE or Alpha Esports. And right now, bumalik siya dito, still back with APH as a team. We are on a pause, so we have to wait for the players right now. But basically, guys, itong second half, importante na makuha ng APH para maging tie.
Oo, para maging tie lang din talaga. And ito na yung comeback na pwedeng gawin ng APH ngayon. Tulad nga na sinabi namin sa inyo mga kaibigan, syempre parang diesel engine yan. Kailangan muna magpainit. Diba? Isipin mo, look at Georgie right now, really popping off. With 15-9 score. Tsaka sinato, tinan mo, 10-12, jet lag, tsaka jet dip, lahat ng jet meron na. Pero si NTK, solid. At ito, if ever kung nakikita mo Taylor ngayon, yung distribution nila ng kills, pantay-pantay 10-10-10, 9-8. Everyone is contributing.
Yun nga eh. Lahat kasi sila trabaho talaga ang trabaho. So, everyone is contributing in the side of BAAM. On the other hand, for APH, it seems to be the same. Just Georgie really shining through as well. But, of course, yung mga aggressive pushes niya, yung mga aggressiveness na pinapakita niya kung saan siya pumupwesto is a big factor as well. And winning those engagements is one step closer to APH getting those rounds.
Yeah. Tama ka dyan, partner. Pero ito na.
Tama ka dyan, partner.
Ito na ang pagbango ng api. APH, kailangan mo makabawi dito. Georgie, gonna lead the pack with just that goes. Alam nila na andito lang yung Sage dito sa may mga kaibigan. Pero let's see, Georgie! We're go on to one. Gusto mo jet pa? Natuto ka lang mag-dash jet main ka na?
Oh my God, Georgie was pounced down by NTK with a double kill on that classic as well. May kasama pang heal. And this is Dorf getting a kill. 4v2 situation. Ipit yung lahat ng players, halos lahat ng players sa may likuran ng site right now. Eman, he was able to spot already someone. Kaso nga lang, there's just too many of a players na meron dito. The spike is dropped on the site. So si Ryu mahirapan talaga siya. He has that 25 armor that could help him out. Alam nila yung position because that alarm bot gave it away. And this is the recon as well. 20 HP, that's the flank, the perfect flank from Pina. 8-5, BAAM takes this round.
Sobrang bait ng APH, ladies and gentlemen. Pinagbigyan ulit ng BAAM kahit konti man lang. Pero sa totoo lang, It's just that Sage, man. Ang hirap lang din talaga na, ang hirap makapag-push with that Sage, sa totoo lang. NTK really being on point. And kung napapansin mo, partner, what more kung Ghost ang gamit niya? That is just a classic. Ginamit niya yung wall niya para syempre ma-stall ang APH sa pagpasok ng A. And with just that classic, with all these huge damage na ginawa niya, and yet buhay pa siya.
Nathong waiting patiently kung merong mang sisilip. This is just a Marshall but it's still deadly knowing this is the second round. Walang mga utilities or rather walang armor pa yung ibang players dito. Or rather lahat ng players ng APH. Kaya delikado to si Natong. Medyo malaki yung opportunity niya to actually take lots of kills if ever he's fast enough. On the other hand, for APH, mag-aantay lang sila hanggang mabasag o mawasak tong wall. They don't want to make any sound at all. Give the opportunity for Big BAAM to rotate. And they are just gonna keep this very quiet. Kaso nga lang, that quietness, that slow push is gonna take a toll. Especially kapag gusto nilang pumuesto ng ganon. The spike is dropped already. NTK is just bursting through. That is a 4K. A flawless round.
Grabe, NTK. Really solid Sentinel. Really solid player talaga. Na parang, tinan mo, siya na yung top frag dito sa BAAM. I mean, doon pa lang sa point na attacker ang side ng BAAM. It's really hard for you to take down NTK. He is really on point. He is really performing so good. 5-9.
Just to take note, this is actually a map pick by Big BAAM. Big BAAM yung pumili ng Icebox and the next map is gonna be Ascent which APH have picked. Pero alam natin na malakas ang APH when it comes to Icebox as well. Isa rin to sa mga map selection or map pick na meron sila. Kaya they know what to do. On the other hand, there's a lot of changes in Icebox as well. Oh, that is the spray down coming in from Dorf. And TK1 was able to take one as well. That is Eman Georgie, Ciro Detyo, the only guys remaining for the side of APH yet again. Pag namatay sila dito, pag natalo sila sa round na to, there's not gonna be enough to buy para sa susunod na round. That is economy damage.
Economy damage. Ganun na mangyayari dito pero hopefully sana makabawi ngayon ng APH. Masyado na kayong generous. Sobrang bait niya na dito ha. Pero yun nga lang, that Marshall not gonna connect onto Georgie. Pero wala, mahirap din talaga. Dalawang players nasa harapan mo, isa pa yung nasa gilid. Pero M&F FPS with just that spike being piloted right now. At sobrang bilis ang pangyayari dito, partner. Isipin mo, natag lang with a kill agad-agad. And Georgie, the only man remaining. 1v2. Binuhay ang patay. 1v2 na nga, partner. Pero, kaya bang kunin ni Georgie ito? Kaya ba niyang i-clutch to, ladies and gentlemen? Makakakita ba tayo ng nice o wala? Pero kung napapansin mo, NTK, again and again, with his performance, shutting the players of APH down.
Georgie, he tried to make a big swing at nagantay siya doon na lumabas si NTK. On the other hand, meron pa siyang dalawang smoke na pwedeng magamit sana. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to use it any longer. I think gagamitin niya yon for the post-plan situation as well. At with 19 HP, literally that's just one bullet away. Parang 1 HP na lang din yan kung tutuusin. That is the defuse, and of course, with that round, double-digit na ang score dito ng Big BAAM. 5 rounds advantage para sa kanila, and they really want to take this home, like proving na kahit wala si Crazy Guy dito sa team na to, we still have that power.
Siyempre, basta power, Pinoy.
Pag power, it's a sign, Pinoy.
Oo, Pinoy talaga yan, man.
May kasama pang daliri yan, power.
Ayan, may isa. Alam naman natin, basta daliri ng Pinoy, mabilis yan, di ba, partner?
Matik.
Oo, di ba? Walang makakatalo sa daliri ng Pinoy, basta paunahan, men.
Bibilis yan, magre-refresh ng mga flights, alam mo yung mga piso sale, matik. O mag-Valorant.
Mabilis yan, men. Diyos ko po, partida nanginginig pa. Pero ito na. Georgie with that blazer, mga kaibigan. Meron tao din lang dito sa may gilid ng generator. Pero let's see. Oh, NTK will win a kill. Win a 2K! Oh no! Wow. NTK with his performance. Wow. Win a 3K. Win a 4K! NTK! Diyos ko!
Oh my god. This guy is unstoppable. That clean 4K. Alam mo yung pag tinignan mo siya, parang alam na alam niya yung ginagawa niya. Parang alam na alam niya, hindi siya lost at all. Imagine Georgie was already with the knives out. No one saw him. There was this guy na pumupush, na huli niya agad. Just the perfect timing, perfect angle. Ang ganda din nung angles and execution.
Ito sobrang kalmado ni NTK.
Yappy.
Di ba, partner? Sobrang kalmado lang yan. Pero sobrang nag-perform eto. Pag hindi pa rin nanalo ang APH dito, sobra silang naging hospitable dito sa Icebox. Babawi na lang sila sa next map.
Bawi na lang. GG next muna.
Oh, GG
ganun
next.
na yung mangyayari.
Oh,
Pero,
may next game pa naman.
Alam mo, pag Icebox, ano yan eh? Pag sa Pinoy, puro yan mga comeback usually. Mahirap din kasi mag-adjust na ngayon ng strategy in a very short time frame na lumabas yung patch notes. Honestly.
Oo. Pero ito, nagpapakiramdaman lang sila. Hindi nag-work sa A, baka sa B mag-work tayo. If ever matalo dito ang APH, it's over. Wala silang pera next round, partner.
Wala silang pera for the next round in case they have to really take this away for Big BAAM. Kundi lalaki lang at lalaki yung gap na meron sila dito. On the other hand, if we check the utilities, si Zero Detio lang yung may ultimate and also Eman. So they have the rest. They also have the Hunter's Fury as well. On the other side, Big BAAM doesn't have any ultimates available. Zero Detio, tinanggap niya yung damage na tanggap. Isipin mo, Sova rin. Sova main din kasi siya eh. Alam mo yun?
Pero eto na, anong Sova main? Sova main, mananalo dito sa round na to ang APH, partner. Yun ang importante. Tignan mo si Natong, hindi na siya magpupush, men. Meron siyang operator. Pag pumush to, patay to, pero NTK, it's fine. Mukhang aasimin ata. Pero dalawa ang katapat mo. Catches one. Tamang jigger, pero a Batman with a kill on to NTK. It's all up to Natong.
All up to him with the operator. Lalabas pa siya, Georgie. Georgie!
Oh my God!
Timing na sana! Kaso nahuli pa! Ano yun?
Nahuli pa!
May mata sa likod.
Diyos ko po, ang daming mata, men.
Well.
Isipin mo, men, yung kaliwang mata nakatingin sa kaliwa, yung kanan nakatingin sa kanan. Men, ganun sa katingin.
Magkahiwalay. Ayun ang hindi tumama. Isipin mo tumama kay Georgie, pero yung...
Oo, di ba?
Yung kitang-kita mo sa malayo, hindi tumama.
May magnet, may magnet yung yung bara ng operator. Sa mga jet lang tumatama, men.
Yun nga eh. May magnet kay Georgie. Well, that is a round for APH. They need to take rounds as much as they can. Literally, make or break rounds para sa kanila. No more room for error. No more space to make mistakes. This is the final time that they should do like a proper comeback. Syempre, sa akin, yung meron sa ekonomiya ng Big BAAM right now. They still have that operator, of course. Are you just setting up the entire map for the team? There is that Sova drone locating, trying to pinpoint kung nasaan yung mga kalaban nila. But there's actually no one close. Everyone is just playing from afar.
Wasakan ng pangarap dito, partner. Magkakaalaman kung sino ba talaga ang mapupunta sa group stage. An APH, this is their first game. They only have 2 chances, partner. Kasi if ever matalo sila dito, mapupunta sila sa elimination. Meron pa tayong lower bracket. Okay, mag-alala dito sa play-in, so it's fine. Pero, Eman, together with Oreo, gonna go here. Dito lang sa may B, mga kabili. Pero Diyos ko po, nalulusa. Pero ito na yung Vipers with Georgie with a huge kill. Will actually take down P na ngayon. Halos wala pang bawas sa mga side ng APH, partner. 6-11, BAAM sila ang may lead. Pero Batman, inubos yung dalawang players ng BAAM.
Oh my God, that is Dorf going down. Georgie, nakakuha na naman siya ng isang kill dito. Kailangan nilang mapatay, ma-shutdown yung operator ni Natong. Hunting game ang gagawin nila dito. A Batman is just closing in as well. Kailangan niya mag-ingat, parang kagaya ni Georgie kanina. Baka mahuli din habang umiikot, habang naglo-lurk. He still has enough time to actually try and find Natong. He kinda knows where the position is. Not just quite sure kung saan babaril. Pero si Georgie ang mata.
Oh, nice! Nice!
Nice!
Nice one, Georgie! Let's go! Ayan, yun ang gusto natin, men.
Yan ang sinisigaw nila. Sinasabi lang namin sa inyo, guys. Nice!
Nice! Yan. Tayuan na yan. Parang nag-champion na.
Matik yan. May kasama pang fist bump. Pero side lang ng ng kamay.
Hindi sila nagkatamaan eh.
Oo, yung nagkaiwasan pa. Yung mag-a-appear ka na lang, nagkaiwasan pa.
Oo. Pinalamang lang, gusto pang manalo.
Gusto pong manalo.
Oo, pinakaba lang, men. Pinakaba. Para naman alam niyo yung feeling ng ganitong score, di ba? Ganyan yung ginawa ni APAC.
Para makuha yung thrill. Alam mo yun?
Oo, di ba? Oo, alam naman natin. Pero yung alam nato, try to be really aggressive right there. Pero sana makuha siya dito. Pero that is a blade storm coming in from Natong. Pero yung Aldron.
On the orb.
Oo, tama. Kitang-kita. Plus, eto na. Ang lockdown na nilagay ni Batman, mga kaibigan. Pero let's see if makakayanan pa ba ng mga players ng BAAM yan. Georgie, tamang palipad-lipad lang din. Naghahanap siya ng magandang posisyon dito. Pero kung napapansin natin ang AP, ang BAAM mukhang magpa-flank ata. Actually, napakadaming tao sa likod man lang. Pero paano ang gagawin ng AP dito para talaga makuha natin itong round na to? Plus that spike being planted by Eman and TK taking down Georgie agad-agad. I actually don't know how. Pero Pina, pang jiggle peek lang. Pero tawang silip-silip lang dito. Pero nga lang, Pina, what a shot! What a kill out of zero that kill. Natong with that blade storm though. NTK again and again with all these frags, with all these kills. A Batman and Eman doing a good job. A Batman with a kill Eman. 1v1 with a great one. Pina, bubuhayin yung patay. Pero Diyos ko po, catching them off guard. Sasaka na! A Batman with a kill! Let's go! Muntik na! Diyos ko po!
Nice!
Nice! Pinakaba na Batman, di ba? Diyos ko po! Kinilig ako, men! Diyos ko po yung ano ko, yung pet ko, men! Mukhang ano eh! Napatayo ako eh!
Napaklay!
Diyos ko po! Kala natin, mamapatay na yun eh! Ayan o! Diyos ko po, walang bala ang kuya mo! Pinaasa! Pinakilig ka lang! Diyos ko!
Kaya kailangan kong huminga.
Pero, men, nalakas na yung NTK.
Ang lakas ni NTK eh. Pati si Pina, on point din sa mga shots niya doon. Actually, dapat kuha niya na yun eh. Sure win na yun eh, para sa Big BAAM. Kaso, na-excite siya, binaril niya agad.
Oo, diba? Kamot ulo. Yan, tuloy.
Yan. Napa-time out.
Napa-time out tuloy, diba?
Napa-team meeting eh.
Oo, usap-usap muna tayo dito, guys. Ano nangyari doon? Anong ginagawa mo, Pina? Diyos ko.
Grabe yun. Parang hindi ka tanggap-tanggap kung saan nangyayari.
Men, kung ako yun, mag-uninstall na ako ngayon eh.
Kung ako yan, mag-quit na. Magre-retire na ako.
Kung ako yun, last game. Last game ko na to eh. Pina, kung ako yun. Isip-isip ka mabuti eh. Tigil mo na yan.
Bigay mo na eh.
Quit ka, alt-F4 ka na eh.
F5. Ano ba yes?
F6 best.
F6.
Tignan mo! Nato! Aldron lang yan! Aldron lang yan, kaibigan! Hindi mo papatamaan! Diyos ko!
Nabisi siya sa Aldron, men!
Aldron lang!
Panoorin mo si Georgie. Ganyan pumatay. Ganyan mag-shutdown ng Aldron. One hit delete lang.
Partida! Naka-timeout pa yung BAAM! Ayan, tama na.
Yan, ipaplanta ng spike. 5v3 situation. Yung economy on the side of Big BAAM, okay pa rin naman kung tutuusin. But on the other hand, Georgie just getting kills left and right. Triple kill na para sa kanya.
Georgie!
Up na naman.
Nakita na isa.
Paglabas si Pina.
3v1 Pina! Pina install! Pina uninstall pala! Ni Eman FPS 911. Alam mo yung kada round, sabay tayo lagi
nahihirapan ako huminga. Tuwing nakikita ko napapapikit din ako ng slight.
Slight lang naman. Pero Diyos ko pa si Pina, boom, isa, Pina, chamba!
Pina kill, pinapatay lang. Isa, nakatatlo lang. Gusto lahatin pa.
Oo nga no? Diyos ko, ano, birthday mo? Hindi mo birthday!
Araw-araw, Pasko?
Oo! Diyos ko.
Ito Philip na ba ito? Kasi wala nang pera eh.
Oo, bahala na.
Philip natin, si Moff, naka-bulldog. Pero very viable pa rin yung bulldog. Napakasakit niyan, Kuya Eddie. Si Georgie, he misses the shot, but he can reset completely. An attacker, very confident on that operation.
Si Natong nasa taas. Oh, anong ginagawa mo dyan, Natong? Naisahan ka pa? Opo, anong ginagawa mo dyan, Sage? Pero nakachamba ka lang biglang biglang lumiko yung ulo no? Pero eto na, ang lockdown na nilabas ni Abatman, mga kaibigan. FPH just waiting patiently kung meron dito pumunta dito sa may likod though, but natong 2K buhay na naman dito. Eman with that spike being planted right now. 4v5 lamang ang BAAM.
Lamang sila when it comes to that, but when you think about it, kailangan mag-retake pa rin dito ng Big BAAM. Walang magsha-shutdown ng lockdown na yan. Lahat ng players for the side of APH nasa may likuran na. Actually, dapat merong isang naglo-lurk on mid, but that's not gonna be possible anymore. Oh my God, Georgie, nakakuha siya ng isa. Sige,
Nice! Let's go! Diyos ko po! Tapa, dalawa pa. Nice! Let's go, Georgie! Hindi mo kailangan makita yung kalaban mo! Give me the ace! Ibigay nyo kay Georgie yung ace, mga kaibigan! Oh, let's go!
Hindi na tayo casters, natutuwa.
Oh, man! Hindi!
Nakiki-cheer na lang kami sa viewers.
Si Georgie, hindi niya kailangan makita yung kalaban niya, men, kasi meron siyang sixth sense. Meron siyang spider, ang tawag doon, spider sense.
Si Georgie?
Oh, men, Diyos ko po.
Hindi ko mawari. Bakit ganun? Nakukuha niya yung kills kahit di niya nakikita. Spray transfer, ang ganda Tapos may umisa pa.
Alam mo kung bakit? Chamba!
Nagde-defuse kasi.
Oh, pero chambahan ni Georgie.
Chamba na lang.
And that is a really good chamba na ginawa ni Georgie, men.
Diyos ko, walang pera ang Big BAAM dito. Economy damage.
Chamba.
Natong, that is such a nice kill. An opening for the team of Big BAAM to stop Georgie at his toes. 4v4 still. Eco round pa rin to ng Big BAAM. Pinatay na si Pina.
Pinatay! Pinatay si Pina with a 1 for an eye. Pero si NTK nakachamba na naman ng Marshall, ladies and gentlemen. Pero Batman, anong nangyayari sa'yo, kaibigan?
Right here.
3v4. Nakapag-plant na ng spike. Retake to para sa Big BAAM. That is gonna be slowed down by, of course, Sir Odette.
Let's go!
With Eman. Very nice kills coming from him. Isa na lang ang natira. And that is Zero Death getting the kill. 11-11. Make a wish. Sana manalo ang APH.
Pinalamang lang. Gusto pang manalo! My God, 11-11! Sabi ko sa inyo, kailangan mo na magpainit ng APH, men! APH yan F! Ano?
Ayya! Grabe, on point na lahat. Gising namin. Ito na yung diesel engine na inaantay natin.
Ito na.
Ito
Alam
na
naman, maingay ang mga yan diba? Kaya kailangan talaga gamitan talaga ng konting padjak lang para mas uminit, pero eto na, operator na. So sabi ni APH, kalma lang tayo. May operator yung BAAM, baka manalo pa. Pero walang pera ang BAAM. Tignan mo naman, pag natalo dito ang BAAM, it's over. Wala silang pera, men.
Oo. Kumbaga nilapag na nila lahat dito, men. Nilapag na nila lahat ng pera nila. All in, kumbaga kung all in, para makuha yung match point na yan. Let's see kung magiging successful ba. Make or break situation for both teams that we have right here. Nag-aantay lang dito slowly si Georgie. Kung meron man dadaan, may tatawid ba ng mid? There is no one. Everyone is playing safe. Everyone is playing carefully. That is the kill. No trade-offs. Dahil hindi nakaabang si Abatman. Recon in. Wala ring madedetect. Talagang nag-aambahan. There is that rest. Binuhay ang patay.
Pero 3 players lang nandyan sa A, mga kaibigan. Pero Natong, ladies and gentlemen, nagbabata na dito. Eto na ang longgadog ni Moff. Wala namang matatamaan yan. Diyos ko po, hindi naman masarap ang longgadog niyan. Iba pa rin talaga ang lasa ng longgadog ng Pinoy. Pero eto na, Georgie, nagbabata na dito sa taas. Pero yun nga lang, si Natong nandun lang din sa may rafters though. 3v4. Oh no! Natong with a 2K! Pangalan talaga na yun!
Pangalan niya talaga yun. Georgie, on the other hand, kailangan nila mag-plant.
Si Rodetio, mga kaibigan. Si Rodetio, op. Kalma ka lang, pre, kalma. Oh, okay lang. NT.
May pera ba? May pera?
May pera yan! Lo, gumagulo pa, kala mo naman talaga.
Umaamba pa.
Umaamba pa. Sipin mo yung bagong rest na patay ka?
Trash talk ka na.
Bagong rest na patay ka pa? Nakatutok ka lang ha?
The easiest shot of his life.
Hindi na nga gumagulo yung kalaban mo, napatay ka pa? Diyos ko po.
Buti na lang, hindi nila tayo naintindihan.
Oo, sila. Alam mo guys, ganito lang yan. Sa mga nanonood ngayon, for sure, sa bansa nila, ganito rin sila. Pero wala tayong pakialam doon kasi sila lang naman yung nakakaintindihan doon.
Tayo lang naman din nagkakaintindihan dito. O bakit hindi natin gawin? Suportahan natin yung meron tayo dito. Big BAAM already on that match point. They only need one more. Ito na yung drone, or rather, yung Hunter's Fury ni Zero Detyo. Hindi nag-connect sa kahit sino, pero the space is being opened up para sa players ng APH. They have the capability to do an entry. There is one watching the flank. There's not gonna be any flank dahil sobrang safe play na maglaro ng Big BAAM dito, Vil. Hindi na talaga sila lumalabas ng basta-basta lang.
Takot yan eh.
Takot eh. Kinabahan sila eh.
Diyos ko po. Mukha pa lang ni Georgie. Ano?
Kabahan ka talaga.
Kabahan ka na talaga eh. Isipin mo, kiimpi niya, kaliwa lang eh. Georgie, mahal kita, tandaan mo yan.
Magtitirisan pa kayo mamaya.
Magtitirisan tayo. Kahit mapudpud mo to, okay lang.
Going back to it though, 40 seconds remaining para sa side ng APH para makapag-plant ng spike. A big decision coming in from them to completely rotate and go to A instead. Dalawa lang yung players na nandito. Nathong was able to punish one already. Knives out din para sa kanya. He has the capability to do absolute damage and completely wreck the opposition. But the thing is, nakapasok pa ang APH dito. Makakapag-plant sila. Tingnan natin kung mapapatay nila yung op na yan. And that is Eman getting the kill. One more chance para sa kanila. Parang John Lloyd lang, tsaka Bea.
Mapapa one more chance ka talaga. Bakit ba? Pre, Georgie, sumisilip-silip. Nakasilip din pero nilabas ngayon. Oh, Diyos ko pa, bakit mo ginawa yun? Pero ito na, spray and pray. Pero Aryo and Eman ang buhay dito sa side ng APH ngayon. Pero Eman, balik ka naman. Pina, ikaw na naman mag-isa. Aryo, ha? Pinalamang lang gusto pang manalo. 12-12 na to. Ha? Kanina ka pa, Pina. Diyos ko, pinatalo mo na naman talaga!
Pangalawa na yan, sir! Pangalawang beses na yan na siya yung natitira. On the other hand, just a quick replay, rundown on what happened on that round. Si Nathong nakakuha na siya ng magandang positioning dun eh. Nakakuha siya ng isang kill. Ang maganda naman sa side ng APH, it seems like despite, kasi di ba yung ibang mga teams, kapag merong nakapatay ng operator, umaatras sila completely, tas natatakot sila, nagda-doubt sila, nag-iisip sila ng 2 beses bago sila pumasok, and doon nagpo-falter, doon nagiging domino effect. But APH as a team, talagang kapag nagdesisyon sila, A-side tayo papasok, A-side talaga sila papasok.
Hindi ko alam kung may bonus pa ako bukas pero okay lang, wala naman PH team bukas eh.
Chill lang natin bukas.
Walang kailangan ika-excite. Balik na lang kayo guys kung may i-excite na joke lang. Manood kayo araw-araw.
Hoy, manood kayo.
Meron tayong quiz.
May quiz tayo sa last day. Tsaka minsan yung mga giveaway, di ba, about sa mga games. So, manood kayo. Zero Detyo, he was able to punish one already. A Batman, oh my god, APH just killing left and right. Si Natong na lang natitira dito. And he's not gonna get it. APH takes this round. Match point para sa kanila. One more round to take it away into a 1-0.
For the first time ever, mga kaibigan, APH ang lamang sa BAAM. Isa na lang ang kailangan ng APH para makabawi dito. Ha? Kung ako sa inyo, Pina, mag-isip-isip ka na.
Ganda ng hawak. Ang ganda ng hold ng APH on this specific round that we are looking at. Ang nagkakaroon sila ng problema ng kaunti when it comes to the attackers. Naghahanapan lang sila ng kung saan sila papasok eh. Minsan kasi meron isang member na nakakapunish ng marami. Pero yun lang yun eh.
Naisusulat sa Biblia, ladies and gentlemen, chapter 6 verse 9. 1-0 APH ang mananalo. Tignan mo. Wala na silang magawa dito. With that wall, Georgie, with that high ground advantage right now, pero wala ta siya makakuha dito because of that owl. Gusto talaga tumama sa kanya daw. Pero nga, shot not gonna connect onto these players of APH as well. Pero merong low din talaga at least nakapag-heal na si Emma dito sa sarili niya kasi super low siya kanina. Pero nga, nato 2K. Nag-aantay na siya na pwede mapatay dito pero wala kami mapapatay dyan, baby boy.
Nagahanapan na. Bars. Nagahanapan na. Yung mga players dito, parehas sila. 5v5 pa rin to ha. This is a 5-man retake coming in from Big BAAM. Let's see how they do it. There is that wall from the Sage. Tinuloy-tuloy yung pag-defuse, man. Tinuloy-tuloy. Bakit mo itutuloy yan? Si Mom, dire-diretso lang.
Isa na lang nato, 2K! Let's go! 1-0, ladies and gentlemen! Naisusulat sa Biblia!
Comeback is real. Comeback is freaking real. Action PH. They were able to take this away from Big BAAM. Kala nila sila ang mananalo. Pero tignan mo tong mga baby boys natin.
Oh, mga baby boys natin. Di ba? Kita naman natin. Let's
nice!
go!
Oh, di ba? Nice!
Oh, di ba?
Yan ang sinisigaw nila.
Oh.
My God, what
Mainit.
a game! Mainit, tabi! Pagdating dito sa APH versus Big BAAM, when it comes to the analysis of the teams that we have, have right here, Big BAAM, ang ganda na ng simula nila, men eh. Ang problema dito, APH, they adjust really quickly. They are also able to aside from adjust quickly, execute very well. May mga star players sila and they really shine. Ang daming mali ngayon para sa araw na to. Sipin mo si Pina, yung specific round na yun, sobrang, yun na yung game changer.
Di ba? Sipin mo,
Ikaw nila yun eh. Ikaw round nila yun. Visit na tao eh. 31 kills para kay Georgie. 363 combat score at 2.1 KDA. Georgie really shined through this map, man.
Pero ito, malakas talaga si Pina, men. Legit.
Oo, malakas. Grabe yung tutok ng taong to. Grabe.
Hindi si NTK pala, hindi si Pina. Hindi ko kilala yan.
Pati si Pina.
Hindi naman. Pero at least, di ba, ang nabawi ng APH yung kailangan nilang gawin. It's that comeback, ladies and gentlemen.
They take
push
game
it
1.
to an overtime. They took game number 1. Sabi sa inyo, Dorji, pag naipanalo mo to, pudpurin mo na. Yung titirisin mo.
Kita ko. Sige. 12-14 is the score. We had one overtime. It was a good overtime though para sa Filipino teams na meron tayo. And looking at stats, of course, we are on the lead here. 19.1k damage. Headshot rate is 25%. And 11-3 objective wins that we see. 11 frag wins that we are looking at. So makikita natin more on frags instead of those objectives. Kasi mainit yung dalawang team members eh. They all wanna fight whenever there is a situation that they can fight. The only time na magre-retake sila completely, like a 5-man retake, is when they are on an eco.
Ganda ng skill. Ano pangalan?
Walang hiyato. Ang dami ko sinabi. Tapos yung pinagkakabisihan mo, yung skin ni Georgie.
Eh bakit? Kasama naman sa Valorant yun ah.
Sige na nga.
May point.
May point naman. Sige na nga, nasa tama ka naman. Tatamahan ka talaga eh.
Ay, nako.
Pinakabalang ka. Kaya nyo yun, nakita nyo na yung game. Pahinga muna kami.
Valorant naman kayo guys eh.
Alam nyo na yung mga shock dart na yan. Pero talaga, isa sa mga star players dito ng Big BAAM, si NTK talaga. Grabe yung tutok ng player na to. Nakakatakot. Tignan mo naman, classic lang yan ah.
Oo, classic lang. Ito pa yung may Spectre show. Yan oh. Mag-i-ace nga lang oh. Tapos kinuha pa nung isa.
Nanakawin pa. Kung ako yan, di ko nagagawing teammate yan.
Oo, men. Sino ba yung nanakaw? Ay, si Pina. Si Pina. Pina, mag-isip ka talaga.
Oo, mag-iisip-isip na ako.
Ito yun. Nasa
kamay mo pa, nawala pa. Diyos ko, napatay tumalon si Abatman dun eh.
Oo, sabi ni Pina.
Napaisip siya eh, sasaksakin ko ba? O pipistolin ko na lang?
Sumigaw din si Pina dun, men. Tumili din yun.
Napatili din yun? Pati tayo napatili, lahat ng viewers nabaliw. What a game! Ang ganda ng game na to. A very good start for Philippine teams that we have right here on Asia Pacific. Very good one indeed. Ang ganda ng pinakita on Big BAAM. Ang ganda pinakita ng APH. It's just a fair, very straightforward game for the two.
Ay nako, ladies and gents. Mainit na mainit. Talagang ano eh, no? Talagang pumunta talaga tayo sa point na talagang ano muna tayo, men. What do you call this? May patril muna tayo.
Ang MVP talaga dito, yung bangs ni Georgie.
Oo, men, kaliwa lang. Dito na meron.
Dito lang. Kaya ako ginaya ko yung buhok ko sa nandito lang din.
Kung kaya ko lang gawin yun sa buhok ko, why not eh? Hindi. Ganito siya yun.
Wala eh, ganun talaga.
Ticking on 7 years. Emo eh, no? It's not a face,
Emo pala eh. Pero eto nga guys, that was just game number 1 para sa ating second series of the day. Hindi pa tapos ang lahat. Meron pang game number 2 at kung sakasakali man baka may game 3 pa, pero sana wala, no. APH number 1 ang masasabi natin dito. Very unbiased casting. But right now, we're just gonna go in a very short break. Sa pagbabalik natin, game number 2 na. Kaya huwag kayong aalis, muling magbabalik ang VCT Asia Pacific.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really needed a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak.
Gulat kayo, no? Kami lang to! Andito pa rin kami sa VCT Asia Pacific Play-ins Day number 1. Kami pala ang inyong mga casters. My name is Taylor at kasama ko si Vil at kami ang
Damods!
Yan! Oh, game number 2 na. Final game of the day.
Ayan, tapos na to. Sabi ko nga sa inyo guys, 2-0 to. Ginagawa lang nila to formality. Oo, diba?
Sabi nila, lagyan nyo ng kaunting kaba factor. Lagyan nyo ng kaunting, ano ba tawag dito? Overtime.
Oo, no.
Tapos, sa kanya ipanalo. Para formality.
Overtime nga. Tamang overtime nga, mas isa lang eh.
Baka maniwala yung viewers.
Oo,
Joke lang yun Pero si Bill lang tumatanggap ng lahat. Ang sabi dito, trash talkan na lang, wala nang kas-kas.
Tara! Kala niyo, hindi kami?
Bill, alam mo kung ano yung susunod na mapa?
Ano?
Mapa ng Pinoy.
Marami. Lahat
Lahat. Ascent, men.
Ay, Ascent. Diyos ko po. It's over!
It's over.
It's over! Feeling ko, post ko rin 2-0 sa page ko eh. Wait lang.
Post mo na yun. yung may kasamang mukha mo sa likod ni Cypher.
Oo. Yun ang ultimate watermark, mga kaibigan. Ni May.
Para hindi manakaw yung mga post ni Bill.
Oo. Dati kasi nagkaroon eh. Pero ito. Pero at least, diba, yung sa mga nakita natin dito, mga kaibigan, it's just wala tayong kailangan sabihing mali kasi lahat na nangyari sa APH, tama.
Totoo.
Parang ikaw, Taylor, babae ka.
Oo, everything is right.
Lahat, tama.
Tama. Kalahati lang ang hindi kasi kalahati din hindi.
Oo. So kalahating tama. So 50-50 sa'yo, men.
50-50 lang. 50-50. Pero back to the game though, this is the second series of today. Kung kaka-tune in nyo lang, Action PH versus Big BAAM ang naglalaban. Pilipinas laban sa Vietnam dito sa regions na meron tayo. And 1-0 na yung score in favor of APH. Mainit yung game number 1 natin. Yung diesel engine, uminit na. Ready to go na ang APH sa game number 2.
Mainit-init na, mga kaibigan, nanginginig-nginig pa. Siyempre, pagkatapos sila magpainit sa icebox, kailangan nilang pumunta sa Ascent. Siyempre, para talagang ilabas lahat ng galit nila.
Mapapaisip ka, every wall is wangable, sabi nga nila. Si Asoray kasi sabi niya, every wall is bangable. Pag si Bill lang nagsalita, wala mali-mali talaga
Oo, walang nangyayari. I mean,
walang nangyayari. But anyway, welcome to the PH stream, guys. Meron tayong English stream kung naghahanap kayo ng bias casting andun sa English. Dito, unbiased kami.
Unbiased dito, syempre. Kailangan maging professional tayo dito sa...
Sobrang professional. Sobrang professional mo. Day 1, last day ka talaga.
Ito kung gusto nyo manood ng VCT guys, dun kayo sa Valorant Esports 3 sa Twitch, tsaka sa YouTube as well. Kung gusto nyo ng Paro-Paro Gaming League, dito kayo sa
Facebook, sa YouTube. Tsaka sa Twitch din. Sa PPGL. Ang ibig sabihin kasi niyan, Paro-Paro Gaming League, no? So, kung gusto nyo nga, gaya na sabi ni Vil, ng bias castings, English. Gusto nyo yun. Valorant Esports 3, nandun naman sila.
Dito kasi guys, kalmado lang tayo.
Dito kasi kalmado kami. Masyado kaming kalmado dito. Hindi kami sumisigaw dito. Shoutcasters, more like whispercasters.
Actually, baka nga nabobore kayo dito guys.
Baka naboboard kayo dito.
Baka naboboard kayo dito. Pwede kayo lumipat sa English.
Sabi nga, meron na nagsabi kanina wala bang constructive casting dito? Wala.
Wala. Diyos ko po, wala naman kaming dalang mga pang...
Bias kami dito. So, expect the expected.
Mukha ba ako may hawak na hollow blocks? Wala naman, di ba? Anong construction?
Constructive, men.
Wala naman yung hawak na mga bakal tsaka hollow block. Wala naman, di ba? So, cast lang. Walang pukpukan.
Game 2 na. Game 2. Ang usapan dito...
Tagal nga mag-start.
Ang tagal nga mag-start Natapos na yung intro namin. Wala pa rin yung simula. Pero okay lang yan. Sige. Tignan natin yung stats actually. Big BAAM, they've been already a strong team on their specific region. When it comes to a map like Ascent, silipin natin yan. 24 maps ang nilaro nila dito with a total of 58% win rate.
Look!
14 wins, 10 lose pagdating sa Ascent. Tignan natin yung APH, men. Sisilipin ko ng isang mabilis lang. Kung ready na yun, yung agent select. Pero sisilipin natin yan. When it comes to statistics, when it comes to the map Ascent, 55% win rate.
Mas mataas.
Ang AP. Napakataas. Oo, layo ng difference sa Big
layo.
Bam, men.
Ito na. Si NTK. Men, hindi na siya magsi-sage. Ano na siya? Magbe-breach na siya. Ito si Pino, sama ng tingin ng niya, brimstone niya.
Brimstone.
Alam mo naman talaga.
Mirror match yung nangyari kanina eh. Obviously, APH yung mas malakas.
Talaga?
Mirror match. Parehas yung agents sa selection nila dun. On the other hand, this is Ascent. We are seeing a breach pick here coming in from Big Bam. Probably gonna be really aggressive. Pag once na nakakita ako ng breach, matik parang naisip ko, aggressive play gusto neto. Supporting the jet, dash in, flash, and everything else. Feeling ko mabilis.
Tapos na nga eh.
Tapos na nga eh. 2-0 na nga eh.
Ganun kabilis, man.
Pero ito 1-0 pa lang talaga, guys. Para sa mga nagtataka, baka mamaya naniniwala kayo sa amin. Sabi-sabi lang kami. 1-0 is the score. Best of 3 series. So, maybe last map, if APH wins this, we are going on a third if Big Bam wins. At yung third map, kung sakasakali man, is gonna be Haven. Mapa ng Pinoy din yun. Papaisip ka na lang talaga kung nasan si Phil.
Sorry.
Nasa comment section na naman. Alam ko na yan. Hindi nagsasalita yan. Nagsuscroll.
Men, 8 taon na tayo magkasama. Kilala mo na ako. Nasa tama.
Hindi kita nakikita, pero alam ko ginagawa mo.
Pag binato sa akin ni Taylor, tapos tahimik, alam na ako.
Nagbabasa ng comment yan.
Nagbabasa ako.
Naghahanap ng matatrash talk.
Oo. Casters, pakwento naman kung bakit wala si Modsky. Men, wag mo nang hanapin ng wala.
Wala. Totoo. Pag hinanap mo yung wala, parang kinakalimutan mo kung ano yung nasa harapan mo.
Wag mo nang hanapin ng wala. Kung wala, okay lang. Tanggapin na lang natin lahat yung mga bagay na nakikita natin ngayon. Pero napapansin natin ngayon si Georgie na nangunguna dito sa side ng APH. Pero ito, tamang Aldron muna. Let's see if ever meron siya makikita dito. Probably one, which is si Dorf. Pero frenzy muna. Kailangan mo muna na magproteksyon bago umaksyon.
Oy, hindi tumama yung shock dart na yan. Ito na yung mga smoke, hindi rin tumama yung nano swarm. This is a good advantage coming in from Georgie, pero hindi niya napansin na meron pang tao sa kanan. Hindi pa lumalabas yung ibang mga players. And Pina is always on point when it comes to the shot. Medyo masakit, kaya kailangan umatras ni Aryu dito. He was able to take the spike away from B main at least. There is that breach. They have the blind, they have the aftershock. They're still holding fort, and that is Pina just on point with a triple kill on this round.
Saba.
1 round. Nakita na natin to, parang replay lang to ng game 1.
Panood ko na to eh, yung ganito. Sana ibalik yung mga mukha nila, no?
Oo nga eh, wala eh. Tinanggal nila eh.
Oo nga eh. Sila si Mofo, Diyos ko po, 3 yung lumabas sa kanila, pero yun nga lang, maraming tao dito sa may Gedli.
Pero actually, wala kasing sumabay kay Georgie sa pagpasok. Nakapasok na siya, nakakuha siya ng 1 kill, pero may tao na nandoon sa may likodan. Ang maganda sana if APH would be able to do the triple peak on the same momentum, the same time as Georgie, then 2 players would be punished completely without any casualties, or maybe 1 only. But that happened. Big Bam, they take the first round. Makakabili sila dito ng mga Spectres, of course. At they have to map it out, APH.
Yeah. Dorf, tamang jiggle lang dito. Baka meron siya makita. Pero sana wag niyang papatay yung mga yung PH team.
Sabi ko sa inyo, di ba? Yung mga, na yan, mga bida, nagpapabugbog talaga yan.
Oo. Tingnan mo, di ba? Nabugbog si FPJ agad, di ba? Sila Robin.
Wala eh, ganun talaga.
Action star yan, men. Sila Lito Lapid. Tsaka si Leon Guerrero. Yan.
Tsaka si Maui Taylor, yung mga action star talaga.
Labas ako dyan, ha? Direct si Taylor na yan.
Ako na naman! Ako na naman! Anyway, Big Bam! Men, alam mo ano napapansin ko sa Big Bam?
Ano?
Malakas sila sa pistol round.
Totoo yun. I mean, talagang...
Kahit
Diyos ko po!
Kill!
Nice one, Aryu. Walang ace. Wala kang cover photo mamaya.
Wala kang screenshot. Wala kang screenshot sabay post sa Facebook.
Wala kang ganun, men.
Walang ganun.
Kasi ipopost mo sa Valorant VN.
Si may Valorant PH eh.
Oh,
Doon
kaya
Valorant
meron ba-
BN.
Oo.
Totoo yun kasi syempre Vietnam. But looking at this round, how it played out, it was an eco. Obviously, walang mga armor yung players ng APH. Kaya naman yung shock dart, once na it connects, complete. 0.
Natawa lang ako. Pero ito na.
Bakit?
Oo.
Siyempre.
Ito, yung mga mukha ng mga idol natin. Ito si Georgie. Oy, nilihis si Georgie yung bangs. Mainit daw kasi, uminit yung may kanang noon niya eh.
Nainitan. Kaya kailangan lagyan ng space. Lagyan ng
air cool. Air cool.
Kung may water cooling, may air cooling. Ito yun.
Pero ito na.
Gusto ko yan mga player cam. I am the hunter. Sumagot na agad yung Hunter's Fury dito on the side of Big BAAM. Hindi naman tatama aside from a Batman. That is one man down on APH.
Nice
but a kill from
one!
Georgie. Nice, Georgie.
Pero ito na. Sino Death Yo, nagbabantay lang din if ever meron siya makukuha dito na isa pero nga ng Georgie pushing in already together with the players of APH dito lang sa may short pero Pina nagbabantay lang din dun lang sa may backside though. Pina, yes merong Beyblade doon pero are they gonna pursue A or not? Probably not. Okay, magandang decision nila dito na mag-B na lang din talaga. Pero ang problema lang din dito ng mga players ng APH is just the utilities. Pero masyadong maaga, boy! Masyadong maaga na talagang inactivate mo yung mga traps mo dyan, baby boy! Pero 4v3 situation, 4 silang nakabandal. Anong magagawa ng Spectre Marshall dyan sa bandal, men?
Mahirap yan. Puro Vandal na nga ang hawak dito ng APH. Ang maganda dito, hindi nila ibibigay yung bonus round as much as they can. No casualties, if ever. But that is a bad man out. And that is only one player. Nakalabas na ng kaunti si Pina. And he goes down as well. 2-1 score. APH was able to take that bonus away from Big BAAM.
2-1. Ito na yung mga champions. Actually, 3 silang champions eh. Dito sa APAC.
Oo nga. Isa lang yung champion nung nasa Philippine qualifier. Pero, syempre, 3 yung champions pagdating dito sa Asia Pacific. Lahat Filipino team.
Men. Dikit-dikit sila.
Tabi-tabi sila.
Tabi-tabi sila doon. Magkasya. 15 players. Pero ito na. NTK, tamang nagmamatay na siya if ever meron ba siyang pupunta sa wine pero yun nga lang wala naman talagang tao dyan kasi ito yung mga players ng APH sa dito talaga sa mid. Pero merong alarm bot dyan, baby boy, kailangan nyo mawala yan. Alarm bot will gonna be denied and destroyed by Georgie. Pero saan ba talaga sila pupunta? Pwedeng B, pwedeng A, pero kailangan muna nila makapag-pick off lang din. Kailangan nila na talagang makakuha muna ng kahit isang kill para mas hindi sila ganun kadelikado, partner. Pero mukhang sinasayko ata ng APH ang BAAM.
Magandang plano yan kung sakasakali. This is the decision coming in from APH to completely rotate all the way to A side. A main lahat ang pwesto dito ng players. Ang mahirap dito, lahat ready to do actually a rotation. A clear rotation coming in from Killjoy or the Sova is very, very fast. So they have to act fast as well. Hindi sila pwedeng ma-stuck dito. That's the problem. There is that fault line but there's no follow-up already as Georgie was able to take him out. Hindi na nalabas yung mga, yung bulag factor na yan. Wala nang ganon. A 3v4 situation right now. APH lamang sila when it comes to manpower. But this is Georgie just taking on the action. Not a problem for a Batman. The good support is here. And Dorf was able to take that 2K. Yung mumbo-jumbo nila, yung duo nila na shutdown dito. And that is Zero that finishing off the kills. 2-2 is the score.
Pareho silang lamang. Pero mas lamang APH because of the money that they have. Pero actually, sobrang on point ni Dorf dun Sa totoo lang.
Nasa kanya na kasi yung information Parang, what's there to lose? Kapag di mo pa makuha yung shots, parang question mark na yun. Questionable na. So he knows the position of the players. He should be able to have that advantage. Lalo na kung sila yung umi-entry, sila yung nakikipaglaban or nakikipag-barilan on site na busy rin sila on heaven. So he was supposed to take it anyway. But heading back here, this is an eco for Big BAAM, and this is an opportunity for APH to just swarm in on the side. Just go in and pounce on the side and completely dominate it, get the plant, and finish with the post plant as well.
Alam mo si NTK, nakaupo na lang talaga sa Gedli. Naghahanap na talaga dito ng mga exit flags na pwede nang gawin. Pero nga, sabi ng APH, anong ginagawa mo dyan, boy? 3-2, may lamang na ang APH dito. At ang kailangan na talagang gawin ng APH is ituloy-tuloy lang nila lahat ng aggressiveness nila. Ituloy lang nila yung advantage nila papuntang victory.
Totoo. Ito, kung makikita nyo, ang ganda na nung post-plant situation dito ng APH. They know what to do. I think the synergy with a Batman is great. And just a little bit more polish when it comes to it. Talagang APH will go the distance with this one. Going back to the game though, this is an operator. Meron ng op yung isang player dito ng Big BAAM, which is their Jet. So they have to be really careful na hindi sila ma-pick off dito. That is the lockdown being set by the Killjoy. Isang matinding setup lang on B site. There is also smokes coming in. Hindi ko alam kung nakita ng players na nasa mid kung saan nanggaling yung smoke ng Omen.
Ito na yung noon ni Georgie, mga kaibigan. Na safe ever makakuha pa siya ng isa. Pero yun nga lang, sapat talaga pupunta dito yung mga players sa APH. Pero si NTK nakakuha na dito ng isa dito. Pero yun nga lang, move all the way from market though. Catches one. So this is gonna be a complete retake na pwede nilang gawin dito lang sa may A side. Pero kung napapansin mo si Batman with that flank, pero kailangan niya agad magmadali. Alam ni Batman na merong tao. Uy, Diyos ko po, baka makita ko because of that Aldo though, hindi nakita. 3v3, Mo for the kill onto FPS, pero nga lang, he's trying to be really aggressive right now, pero Diyos ko po, nababawasan siya, pero Batman, wala silang idea sa posisyon ni Batman ngayon. Meron siyang alarm bot though, pero wala na ngayon, meron siyang turret, the clock is ticking, with that smoke, Batman from up top, Batman, when again, let's see Batman! Wala big clutch! Bahala na si Batman, mga kaibigan, tinayuan ng puno yung players ng BAAM.
Ang ganda ng mga player cams, man. Nakikita mo ba yun? Napakagatlabi doon si RU. Na-realize niya na may humahabol sa kanya. Look at this. The quick replay on what happened there. Kita mo yun? That is, of course, a Batman's clutch right here as well. Such a beautiful round coming in from APH. Ang ganda ng performance ni Batman from the previous rounds, from the previous game as well. Talagang nagsashine din siya with this team. Oh, that was the kill that we are looking for. That is the second one. Are we gonna go for the third? Mukhang aatras na yung mga players dito ng Big BAAM. Oh, hindi tumama. Okay lang yan.
Grabe naman si Georgie, mga kaibigan. Diyos ko po, kitang-kita natin. Talaga nagsalamin na talaga para makita yung mga kalaban niya. Pero yung nga lang, move nakachamba parang isa. Pero Eman FPS with a kill again. MTK with just the Sheriff. One more orb para sa kanyang Rolling Thunder. Pero wala namang magagawa. Yan, 3v1. Less than a minute left in the clock right now, and it's just the players of APH trying to win every single round. Pwede nila makita, pero Diyos ko po, flash yung dalawa, kumukuti-kutitap, kasama pa yung pamilya niya.
Kompleto buong angkan kasama, men.
Oo, men, pati yung kapitbahay na flash.
Pati si Marites.
Oo.
Na flash din, lahat na. But this was actually a mistake coming in from Georgie, but a mistake that is easily rectified with that kill on the Classic. Ang ganda sana ng flash, kasama nga buong pamilya, pero syempre, they already know the positioning, and alam mo naman na top, kumbaga, ang taas nung dito, game sensitivity ng mga players.
Sabi ni Norman, sino IGL ng APH? Ako.
Si Vil. Nakikinig lang sila mag-cast. Tinuturuan ni Villian on the fly. Di nyo ba siya naririnig? Nice lang ng nice habang nagkakast ako.
Yun ang sinasabi ko, man.
Somadron? Not gonna be able to really spot how many, but they saw one. This is the operator. Not connecting to the shot. Labanan ng op dito.
Pero dito nagkakatamaan. Tama na.
Okay, natigil na. Reset muna.
Tama na. Pero kita-kita ba na si Natong talaga hindi na nga tumatama, nagstay pa. Pero yung spike, nakalimutan nyo, kunin nyo.
Okay lang, Boss Bill. Ayan, sabi ko naman sa inyo, ito talaga yung tunay na coach.
Man. Ops, meron tayo dito sa may 3, pero saan pa talaga magpupush yung mga players dito ng APH though? Pwedeng A, because majority ng players ngayon ng APH nandito din sa A, pero yun nga ng NTK tamang fault lines lang all the way from that area of the map papuntang catwalk. Pero Mof, Jiggle Peak onto this corner though. Nagbaantayan lang sila ng mga utilities na pwede nilang gamitin dito, partner. Pero 15 seconds onto that recon, but medyo matagal pa. Pero eto na, sinimulan na nga. Pero medyo maaga yung pag-fault lines dito ni Mr. NTK, pero Sir Death will kill on to one do, pero napakaganda rin ng molly na ginawa dito ng BAAM para hindi makapasok yung APH. Pero eto na yung mga players, pero Diyos ko pa mo, nag-iisa dito mga kami, pero nga ng Joji Pinrenzi sa mukha.
They have to kill this person, and that is Nathong 2K going down. There is the operator going down as well. Ang gandang take from APH. Lahat kompleto pa rin sila. There's no casualties at all. A very clean one coming in from Georgie, initiating it with a smoke, and even a Batman's performance on that. Yung pressure sobra, especially going against a Breach on Garden. Cover na cover yun ni Breach eh. Perfect opportunity for Breach to actually get the kill. He has the aftershock, he has the fault line, he has also the blind. So kompleto talaga when it comes to the Breach, and he has that advantage of just waiting. Kaso nga lang, a Batman really great under pressure.
Ito na. This is it for the players of APH. Ituloy-tuloy lang yung wins nila.
Drone, wala nang gustong tumapat.
Oh, wala na, may takot na.
Nakita, nahuli. Yung Jet, kailangan umatras. Hindi na magandang position yan para sa Big BAAM, but Eman FPS, ang ganda. Basic na wall to, pero the kill that he got right there was very essential for the team.
Pero ito, with that boost, hindi siya, pero wala kasi abat pa doon mga pero hinadukin! Men, hinadukin ni Aryu! Kaya nga parang Rio yung pangalan niya kasi nang hahadukin yan. Hinadukin ng paranoia yung mga players ng BAAM. 2-7, tulad nga ng sinabi namin sa inyo na isusulat sa Biblia chapter 6 verse 9, mananalo ang APH 2-0, nanginginig pa.
Formality lang to. Formality lang. Ang ganda round for Zero Death. Bawi lang. Kasi from the previous game as well, the performance of Zero Death, not much on the kills, but there are stunning rounds coming in from him. But I think he can do more. And exactly like that, yun yung ginagawa niya ngayon sa game na to, sa game number 2 natin. Big BAAM, napa-timeout sila dito. They have to regroup. They have to reassess what they plan to do on the defensive position. Because each and every utilities, despite having all those, yung molly, isipin mo 15 seconds na lang yung kailangan ng APH. Grabbing pressure yun ha. They don't crumble under that kind of pressure. They went in and they trusted themselves, and they are amazing players. They know that. They just push. They got the kills. They got the plant. They got everything.
They're really that confident, partner, to push out everything, to push out every site na nakita nila. Pero syempre, before sila mag-push, they need to know the information first. Asan ba yung mga players ito? It's just the pick-offs na din talaga napaka-importante. Knowing na dun sa first map, ang pumili nun in Big BAAM, and dito naman ngayon, ladies and gentlemen, sa ASEAN, ang pumili nito is Action PH. Nanalo ang Action PH sa mapang pinili ng kalaban nila. What more sa pinili mismo ng APH? Kitang-kita na naman natin ngayon ang noon ni Georgie, ladies and gentlemen.
Pati ni Batman.
Oo. Grabe si Batman. Grabe yung brightness, man.
Player kami, no? Makikita mo talaga yung mga reaction nila habang clutch moment na nangyayari. This is the Brimstone smoke. It's gonna take forever na mawala. So, it's actually a decision mula sa APH. Are they gonna push? Are they gonna hold back? Are they just gonna use up the smoke and wait out for it? There's 3 options. But it seems like they still wanna go B site. Gusto pa rin nilang pasukin itong B. There's no more smoke right there. Once na makaramdam na naman yung Brimstone, I'm sure meron na namang isiset na isa pa. But this is Eman setting up the wall already.
Sabay-sabay, nakikitang-kita yung isa mga kape, pero yung nga lang, at least that out doon, sabay na sabay nangyari dito. Okay lang yan. Tamang lockdown lang. Orbital strike para syempre to deny that lockdown daw, pero it's just they have the information already. Alam nila na si Sova nasa loob lang din. Pero Eman with a kill on to 1 right now, Mof. Punong-puno pa ang buhay na dito. Pero 4v4 ng lalabanan ngayon. Georgie, low on HP. Meron siyang Oh, pero this is the Rolling Thunder coming in from NTK. Pero Georgie waiting patiently dito sa may market. Nakadalawa pa. Scope mo, tutok mo, patay ko. Georgie binakilagay na on to 1 with a 4K para sabi ni Zero Death. Yo, ako naman, 8-2 already. And APH just continuing the lead, continuing the win. Meron kaming date bukas mga pre. Mamaya
Nino.
pala.
Nino.
Sabi ni APH kaya sila minamadali na.
Kala ko may date ka.
Wala.
Yun yung naiintindihan ko. Pwede naman.
Pwede.
Kaso, tatrabaho din eh.
Oh, nagkatrabaho si Commander eh, no?
Si Madam.
Oh.
Shoutout. Oof. Ang daming pera ng APH dito Parang feeling ko manlilibre sila pag na 2-0 eh. Ay, umaamba. Baka naman, bulag na yan si Sir Georgie
ginagawa mo dyan, baby boy! Diyos ko po, eto na ang grabe naman talaga yung mga pinapakita dito ni Georgie.
They had a good plan. May foundation naman yung plano nila eh. Kaso, Georgie, despite being blinded, nakapatay pa rin siya with the operator. Talagang trust your instinct.
Ito po.
Yun lang yun.
Give me the ace. Wala nang ace, man.
Ay,
pero okay na. Frenzy, Spectre.
Lahat na nilabas.
Lahat na nilabas mo. Kung na, sipain mo eh.
Oh, there is the kill. 9-2 ang score natin. With the side of APH, gugustuhin nila dito mag-double digits na.
Napakatindi ng Tinidork. Tinidor tas Fort pinaghalo mo Tinidork.
Kaya hindi na rin sila nakalaban. Actually, kaya hindi na rin sila nakalaban dito. Kasi nawala yung breach. Nawala yung breach, kaya naman ang laki ng problema nila doon. Kasi hindi na sila makaka-second go ng flash.
Anong ganun, man?
Half armor for one of the players, and that is the double kill already on the side of APH. Buhay pa si Georgie! Diyos ko, immortal! Talo mo pa si Coco Martin!
Diyos ko po! Si Yoda! Hindi mo matay!
Oh my God.
Patay na pala si Yoda.
May kasama pang heal. Kamo. May dalawa. May dalawang umaamba.
Sumisilip po. Pero Pino nakachamba na naman ng isa. Pero NTK, si Natong, tsaka si Pino lang natitira dito sa side ng APH mga kaibigan. Pero magpa-flash pa si kaibigan NTK. Pero wala naman tao dun, baby boy. Man up. Nagpaparamdam lang dito sa B para hindi sila fully mag-rotate papunta sa A. Pero eto na nga. Binuksan na nga ang pinto para makapag-plantar si Oreo dito lang sa may A, ladies and gentlemen. Pero 50 seconds in. The spike is planted already. And now, 3v4. Retake ang gagawin ng BAAM. This is not enough. Pero kung napapansin mo, partner, si RU, literal na nasa heaven, nakangiti pa to.
Pero, no, that is the perfect flash execution. Hindi niya na napansin, hindi niya na nahalata na baka mag-flash, mayroon pang breach, and this is Natong going down. Zero Death, and he gets the kill in the final blow and finishing things off for the first half. We are having 10-2-10.
2-10, mapapatutin ka na lang talaga dito sa game na to, ladies and gentlemen. Napapansin natin, Tesseract with that last kill. Tandaan nyo, may dahilan kung bakit Infinity Stone ang Tesseract, mga kaibigan.
Grabe to. Mainit yung... remember, this is a map selection coming in from APH, and they're really proving na this is their map. Sa kanila tong mapa na to, and they're gonna take it away from Big BAAM in only just a few more rounds. Omsim. Wala eh. Isipin mo, napunish agad yung dalawang players ng biglaan. Di man lang nila napansin because of course, Zero Death, I think this was the first time he used yung Odin. So hindi nila ina-expect. Lagi na silang sanay na nagpo-push agad-agad. So, on the other hand, they were on the attacker as well. So, di mo mahahalata yun.
Pag nagkalabasan ng Odin, ayan na. Mainit na, nagkainitan na nga.
Nahirapan si Natong 2K. Tignan mo, 3-10. 3 kills, 10 deaths. Maybe it would change up when they are on the attackers. He's gonna do the entry. He has to. With the help of NTK, they have a good... not really a good synergy. Nagkakaroon ng problema with NTK flashing. Maybe if he flashes for the jet, it works out. Kaso nga lang, yung mga aggressive push nila kanina, obviously, it doesn't work with APH eh. Hindi sila nasisindak, hindi natatakot.
Hindi na kailangan masindak, man. Lakas nila eh.
Laki-laki nung kaligtaan ng score. Hindi sila masisindak. Man, this is such a good game to actually see and actually see the PH team going up against other regions. Asia Pacific. Again, Big BAAM from Vietnam. Still doing a really great job on map number 1. Kaso nga lang parang naubos. Alam mo yun, parang hindi na sila nakapagpagas dito ulit.
Wala sila nagawa, men. Wala, mahaling gas eh. Pero... Pero APH, sabi nila, what is money? Paper only. And it's time for them to stop the possible push of BAAM right now. They have that Sova to mess everything up. They have the... Ay, wala pala siyang shock dito kasi Ghost ang kinuha niya. Pero yung nga lang, Georgie natamaan ata ng lintik dito. Pero okay lang nga, may heal naman yan. Meron siyang Pocket Sage.
Man, Georgie connection lang. Alam naman natin yung duo na yan eh. Hindi talaga magpapatinag. Insta-heal yan kapag nabawasan lang ng kaunti si Georgie. Baby ni Eman yan.
Oo. Ano yan mga... Nice one, baby. Pag nakapati si Georgie, sisigaw si Eman, nice one, baby.
Oo. Ganon sila ka-close, guys.
Nice one, baby.
Ganon kalakas ang chemistry.
Good job, baby. Baby, tawagan nila eh. Pero eto na nagkalabasan na nga ng turret dito mga kaibigan. Pero eto nakikita natin ngayon na medyo nalulusan na yung mga players dito ng BAAM. Pero they need to close the door. Pero Batman, nag-iisa lang dito lang sa may backside though. Pero 4 ang kalaban na dito. Medyo delikado dito talaga. Pero ito na yung mga ibang players ng APH ngayon pumapasok na rin. Pero TK, with a kill onto Batman. Pero Pina with a kill onto 0 that you're right now. They need to get that retake on mga kaibigan. 3 vs 3. Georgie, nandito sa may speedway. Pero Pina with a kill onto 1. Pero ito na nagkakatama na 1v1 with a great one. But NTK nakachamba pa nga na isa.
Balikan ko yung sinabi ko kanina. When it comes to pistol rounds, Big BAAM, they're really on point. Kasi maganda naman yung tutok nila eh. Ang pinagkaiba nila sa APH, ang nawawala sa kanila, is not the cleanest execution. They just go for engagement. If they win the match, if they win the engagement, then they win the round. Kaso usually hindi. Kasi nga, APH has something on their pocket when it comes to strategy. They have good rotations as well. It works out for them. They know the map. They pick the map. They're comfortable with it. Ay, bilis! Biglang bumilis yung jet.
Oh, bigyan dire-diretso na talaga siya. Pero tama. Oh! What? What are you kidding me?
Naging 3v3 bigla.
Oh, naging 3v3 bigla. Sabi ni Georgie, okay lang yan. Bill tsaka Taylor, hindi ko kailangan makita yung kalaban para makapatay ako. Pero eto na. Babawiin na to kahit naka-classic tsaka sheriff lang sila. Pero tamang shock date lang yan. Pero wala ka naman tinatamaan dyan.
Flash? Ooh, not gonna be enough. Para kaya Batman, ito na si Zero Detyo. Gumagapang lang ng slide. He tries to get a kill, but it's not gonna be enough. 10-4, of course, in an eco round, disadvantage ang APH doon. They weren't able to take much on casualties at grabe talaga yung steamy ni Breamy.
Oo.
Matindi.
Nakaturbo eh. Binayblade, bes. Nagawa mo dyan. Kinako po dyan. Okay lang yan, okay lang yan. Partner, ang ginagawa ni APH ngayon, nagiging hospitable na naman sila. Kasi ayaw nilang ma-hurt. Ayaw nilang ma-hurt ang BAAM.
Ayaw kasi ang daming nag-antay ng match nila eh. So, syempre, binibigyan nila ng maganda na
laban.
Bigyan na natin ng konting overtime para...
Hindi nila medyo talagang dinudurog.
Alam mo, hindi ko maintindihan ba't pinagapang... Yung drone, gumapang dun sa slow nung Sage.
Oo.
So, naglabas ng ng sound cue na may footsteps. Di ko sure kung magagamit ba yun ng APH, panggulo, o hindi sinasadya. Pero kung sinasadya yun, parang big brain play sobra.
Oo, napakatulong naman talaga ng APH. Pero yun nga, oh, Diyos ko po, nalusaw yung mga players ng BAAM ngayon. Pero pinasilip lang. Pero Eman with a kill again. Are you kidding me? 4-11 sa side ng APH. Diyos ko, partida, nakapatay pa yung mga monitor ni Kuya. Magmamahal kasi yung kuryente, di ba? Kaya naglalaro ng APH ngayon, nakapatay yung monitor nila.
So, partida pa yan.
Oo.
Pero kung babalikan natin ng isang mabilis on what happened specifically on that round, Ang ganda talaga ng yung momentum nasa APH talaga eh. Nakukuha nila yung momentum, perfect execution, yung timing, and everything else. And Georgie is definitely on fire. Look at that skill! Dapat wala na siya mapapatay dun kung sakasakali man eh. Kasi bulag na siya eh. At the same time, he was in a disadvantage with a 2-0. Gusto ko lang balikan na ang ganda ng wall ni Eman. Ang ganda ng pwesto ni Eman kanina.
Kasi the reason kung bakit maganda yung wall ni Eman dito, kasi you need to take down all the blocks of ice ng wall na yan para makapasok ka sa short.
Parang top tier analysis yun.
Oo, pero eto na. Si Dorp nag-lockdown pa. Hindi niya alam na sanay ang mga Pinoy sa lockdown. Kaya okay lang yan. I-lockdown mo magdamag. Ang Batman nakapatay pa ng isa. Pero meron tayo sa may lockdown. Pero kailangan si pero ang Batman waiting patiently. Pre, I got you, boy! 3v1 situation right now. Natong 2K. Nag-iisa na lang dito. 1v3. Silip-silip ka pa. Are you, mga kaibigan? Inubos ang lahat. APH is on a match point already.
Very impressive round coming in from APH right there. Si Aryu, tinangke niya yung ultimate ng Killjoy. Tinangke niya yung lockdown na yon. Bakit? A Batman was waiting on CT anyway. If someone hops out, they're gonna check and look at Aryu first. On the other hand, a Batman was ready to take on the action as well. Alam ni Aryu yon. Alam niya, and that is trust, mga kaibigan. Nakita mo, trust, complete trust for the teammate that you have, that he will take that kill para maligtas ka. Ganda.
I got you. Yun ang sabi ng APH, mga kaibigan. Okay lang kahit manigas ka dyan. Manigas ka sa lockdown Ako ang sisilip
wala naman
para
ako sinasabi. Naglakad.
Naglakad.
Tama. Ganda na ng Steam Beacon no? Ang bilis na nilang makarotate. Ang laking tulong pagdating sa mga rotations.
Lalakad-lakad pa kayo dyan luneta!
Ito na
pero
naman.
Pero ito na kalampag ng papag, mga kaibigan. Pero ito na natong 2K with an up-charge, with a dash as well para mga pass dito.
No one on site.
Pero wala ka naman makita dyan, baby boy. Wala kang makuha kahit isa. Pero let's see if ever ano bang gagawin ng 5-man retake ng APH ito, if ever. Zero Death Yo, 3 orbs for that ultimate. Georgie, wala siyang ultimate at all. Pero kaya pa naman kapatid dito for sure. Eman, meron naman siyang revive after 1 kill. Pero natong trying to be really aggressive. Catches one. Ginagawa mo yung Zero Death Yo. Bakit mo hinahawa ka ng noo mo? Pero, oh my God! Ang Batman Georgie, inuubos lahat. 3v2 situation right now. Dorf, low on HP. Nanunusaw si Georgie. Inubos. And 2-0, mga kaibigan. Naisusulat sa Biblia. Chapter 6, verse 9, 2-0. At ito na nga.
Ano bang sinabi namin sa inyo? Hindi. Kami ba? Nagkakamali ba kami pag sa Nostra? Hindi. Grabe, APH. They've shown really strong footing for today. They look really, really strong for today. Especially with a Batman on the team. Ang ganda ng chemistry. Ang ganda ng synergy. Remember, before this game started, I was saying, ano kaya yung magiging synergy ni a Batman on the team? They played before, maybe on ranked games, maybe on scrims, but have they played in a bigger stage like this in Asia Pacific? And you've seen how they performed.
Sobrang bilis ng pangyayari dito. And syempre, sobrang bilis ng pagkaka-adapt It's all about the adaptation of the plays na ginagawa ni Batman at saka ng APH. Kumbaga, partner, nag-sync agad sila ng mabilis. I mean, at first, medyo shaky lang din, pero pagkabisado na yung isa't isa, pag nag-click na kayo, tuloy-tuloy na yun Nag-click masyado ang APH kay Batman. At si Batman, na-click niya yung sarili niya sa APH. Di ko alam kung tama yun, pero gets niyo yun. Ang importante, panalo ang APH 2-0.
Tama. 2-0, nasulat na. Nasabi na ni Vil, look at the stats, 28% headshot, 28.8% headshot rate when it comes to Big BAAM. They're actually pretty good. They are on an advantage when it comes to headshots. But I keep saying, it's not just about engagements. It's also about using your utilities. Yung engagements na yon coming with the execution of how you use up the utilities. the perfect timing for APH. Aside from that, yung duos nila, yung bait and switch nila works perfectly against Big BAAM. A Batman is really performing really well. Aside from Georgie, lahat sila trabaho talaga kung trabaho.
Spike down
B. And it's just partner, yung trabaho na yun, it's just objectives man. Hindi sila nagpapaka-overextend. Kalmado lang sila. Inaantay lang nila na mag-sync yung mga utilities nila. And tulad nga na sinabi natin kanina, it's just the trust that they have, partner. The confidence
And ganda
that they
nung
have.
clutch ni Batman doon. Also, on the other hand, for Big BAAM, they're really good on the pistol rounds. Hindi ko lang mawari kung bakit hindi nag-workout on other rounds as well. I mean, obviously here in this specific highlight that you are seeing, binigla sila ng APH. The triple Odin setup, hindi nila ina-expect yon. And immediately they punished 2 players already. And aside from that, in overall context, Big BAAM, they have the good foundation, they're just lacking execution.
Yeah. Partner, ito kung napapansin mo rin, it's just nananalo lang din talaga ang BAAM sa pistol round, no? Lakas nila sa pistol round din talaga. Tulad nga na sinabi mo kanina, yun na yun eh. Pero pag talagang barilan, tutukan ng rifle, lahat, wala, pinasa talaga. Tinan mo.
And,
kalmado lang sila kasi alam nila kung ano nangyari.
Yun nga eh. APH, Action PH, they're here to win it. Diba? So we are looking at this team, this Filipino team bringing us here in the Asia Pacific stage. Aside from that, there are other Filipino teams rin as well. Remember, APH is our 3rd placer during the Philippine qualifiers. So 3rd place pa lang natin yung naglalaro ngayon. And looking at it, they're looking like champions right now. How they played today is just really, really good and really amazing to see.
Yeah. And napanood natin yung dalawang series natin talaga. And just a recap of what happened today. It's just kanina dun sa match talaga na napanood natin is just really amazing to see that no-namers won that. And syempre dito sa game number 2, it's just APH #Laban Pinas ang panalo dito. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been your day number 1 of VCT APAC. Once again, we are casting for the name is Vil. Alongside with me is Eliza Taylor. Pero syempre makikita ulit kami bukas. Pero before that, punta muna tayo sa mga panel, mga kaibigan. And yeah, thank you for watching. See you later.
She knows this 'cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, 'cause I mean, I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. My cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping the 1 in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's Effie from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me.
5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God.
Well, there's that. We got treated to another 2-0 victory, and this time it's from Action PH. Welcome back on the panel. Let's talk about that fight there real quick with Black and Blue and Raph. And Icebox was really close, but Ascent was really one-sided there, Raph.
Yeah, it was. I really thought that BAAM had a really great start to them. I even thought that Action PH letting go of that Haven to be a decider instead of being their map pick was, I thought they shot themselves in the foot. They looked a little disjointed early on too. I think it's one of those things, right, where they're really waiting for the chemistry to set in with a Batman who's, again, a fairly recent addition. He does have quite a bit of experience, but still a new team, a new environment, especially on a stage like APAC, is something to definitely really consider. And another thing on the first map, I feel like they had so much info gathering on the side of BAAM, but back the flash, it made them hesitate so much, going into the retakes earlier, being a little more aggressive against APH. But then we saw map 2, they had the flash, and well, APH kind of got warm, and you saw the rest.
Well, I mean, as I always say, losing close maps like that, just like a relationship, when it goes that distance, it kind of hurts more than it does when it goes to like a really quick match. And so it really seemed like they were stung bitter rather by it when we moved on to map 2 from map number 1. You lose that overtime, a map that was your own map pick, a map that you chose to play in. And it just seemingly, if we're talking about momentum, like Action are a momentum-based team, we can't then doubt that BAAM still somehow also rely on that factor as well. I mean, map number 1, it should have been theirs, but as I said, if Action take map number 1, I think they're going to win this 2-0. If they lose map number 1, I still think they're going to come back to win 2-1. But as you see there, Raph, you mentioned it, and moments like this, these are the heartbreaker moments. Well, maybe the flash of time doesn't work out for them, Raph, but there had to be some crisis here to be averted. They couldn't find the heroes to do that for map 2.
And moving into said map 2 on Ascent, that is the time where they really, Action PH decided to just turn things to the side. And Raph mentioned in our group chat that BAAM, they're really good. The Vietnamese teams, they're really good on the pistol rounds. They always get the first 2 rounds, but then afterwards, 10 straight rounds for Action PH to wrap things up in the first half. That's as dominant as it could be for the Filipino reps that we have here.
Yeah, I mean, I did mention it too, that Fancy United, they're absolutely amazing on the first swing of the game. It's almost guaranteed for them to take those first 4 rounds. Big BAAM had some similar success, but once they found themselves on equal footing with the gun rounds, and also something that I have mentioned is that they did have fair amount of experience with this type of aggression and this type of microwave-like play, but the success has not been there for them at all times. So this is something that they kind of have to prepare for moving forward, because APH, they will play this way and evolve at this starting point for APAC.
Yeah, it could be a symptom of, you know, the Vietnamese teams that we've seen here start off early but can't really continue that. As Raph, you like to say, that heat retention kind of moment from them isn't exactly something that they can keep in-house. So that's something that they somehow, when the resets happen, because it will happen, pauses, momentum shifts will happen, they're gonna have to find some way to swing the pendulum back their way. So far here today, they have one more chance to do that.
Yeah, they have one more chance in the next couple of days here that we have in the play-in stages. But this entire day has been all two zeros, not necessarily one-sided. I mean, Fancy United and No Namers, it was a close fight for themselves, but No Namers still coming out on top there. Would it be the same for the next coming days? We don't know. But for the next coming day, which is tomorrow, let's have a look at the matches that we have in store. It's the rest of the players that have, the rest of the teams that haven't played yet in the play-ins. And we're going to be seeing the hard-hitting teams here, ladies and gents. It's Onic G versus Full Sense. for the first game of the day. And lastly, it's Griffin Esports going up against Global Esports, and these matches are really going to set the tone for the rest of the days in the weekend, Black and Blue.
Yeah, GG's at the end, but the OF to start things off and get things running. I mean, Onyx versus Full Sense. These are two teams we kind of expected to be in the group stage immediately, not going through play-ins. Onyx playing in, actually both of these teams, Onyx and Full Sense, playing in arguably the two most competitive scenes here in APAC, regions here in APAC, barring the Philippines. And I mean, they might be in the play-ins, but these guys are almost fully expected to, hell, even potentially win the entire tournament. So there's really big chances that this match is going to decide how the entire Group A will go.
Once again, I am inclined to agree with you on that because we just love juggernauts going at each other's throats. But to highlight the second match, we have Griffin versus Global Esports, which obviously we have quite a bit of fans for Global Esports, and Griffin is one of those teams where you don't have too much data on, but I believe this is still a battle of, I wouldn't necessarily say question marks, but it makes you wonder, right? This is finally the chance for Global Esports to set the tone and say, hey, we're here to show up and we're here to stay. And Griffin Esports, this is where they kind of have to, well, you know, show what they're made of.
And we will see what exactly they're made up tomorrow. But unfortunately for today, for day one here in the Asia Pacific Challengers, we have to bid our farewells. And on behalf of the English broadcast as well as the regional broadcast that is happening all across the Asia Pacific region, I'm Nomad with Black and Blue and Raph. We bid you all a good night, and we'll see you all tomorrow for more action here at the Asia Pacific Challengers.
Step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gonna be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great patience. 200 every occasion. Going to different locations. How they got one, I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. Taking the finest, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. When I
not the same, no, you can compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give him something to say now. Got him stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, these don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom and be a role.